low key. Don't follow me, I stay low key. They cannot see what I'm trying to be. Don't follow me, I stay low key. They cannot see what I'm trying to be. Don't follow me. Don't follow me. Don't follow me. Don't follow me. I stay low key. Don't follow me, I stay low key. They cannot see what I'm trying to be. Don't follow me, I stay low key. They cannot see what I'm trying to be.
Riding the enemy, riding the road race to lane. What a high in the enemy, never be back. My pulls, so I'm riding the enemy, riding the road race to lane. What a high in the enemy, never be back. My pulls, so I'm riding the enemy, riding the road race to lane. What a high in the enemy, never be back. My pulls, so I'm riding the enemy, riding the road race to lane. What a high in the enemy, never be back. My pulls, so I'm
What's up, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of VCT Champions. I am Dash, and I am ecstatic to be hopping on the desk here for the second day of play with my boy Ryan Central and Jess Goat over here on my left. You two got to sit front row center yesterday here in the studio to watch some incredible sets across the day. I myself was waiting on bated breath to finally join you to dive into it. But more than anything, I'm just happy to say that we're here celebrating the best of the best in the first ever year of VALORANT Esports.
Not even just that, we're getting our first world champion. Let us not forget that we're here to crown the big dogs of the champions for VALORANT. I am so pleasured to be here, and I'm finally with my man Ryan. I tell you what, I've missed you, buddy.
Yeah, we've only done stuff online, right? Like,
Correct.
I've done a couple of hours of events and some other stuff, right? What I really liked from this event, because we saw 2 Last Chance qualifiers teams play yesterday, they both lost. There's a lot of recency bias, I feel, in the scene at the moment. Like, the teams that we've seen recently, like Team Liquid, are looking good. Now we get to see some of those old boys that we've not seen since Masters.
We're going to have some more of that recency bias, I'm sure, cropping up today with our set of games. But I do want to walk through a little bit of what we saw just yesterday. As you mentioned, 3 series hitting us from day number 1. The first 2, one-sided in terms of map score, right? Going those 2-0. The third one of the day, a little closer. But just as a reminder, we'll take a look at it here, was Vision Strikers there who take it in 2-0 fashions, Vikings as well, and then Fnatic eking out that 2-1 over Cloud9.
Yeah, the big thing for me was the fact that, you know, I'm going to shout out to Fnatic. I already did on Twitter. I'm like, thanks, boys, for throwing that second map at the end there so that we could see Fracture for the first time. I mean, Fnatic, they were just keeping us in bated breath. And I thought to myself, the boys just did it so that we could see what Fracture was up. And I tell you what, there were some funky compositions on that map, I'll say that.
I just really like that we saw Vision Strikers come in just with a huge response and no sweat on their brow when it comes to their win over Full Sends. But they didn't really show anything all that new, I suppose. So I think everybody's looking at them to be firm favorites. Full Sends, I'm curious what they're going to do in that elimination game, because we really didn't see all that much from them in the end. So I'm very excited to see where some of these teams go, certainly from the other regions that aren't NA and EMEA, and we've got a few of those today as well.
Well, in so many ways, those first-round matchups are exactly what you're talking about here. How much do you have to show in order to push yourself into the next stage of the tournament? And then, of course, getting dropped down to the elimination matches for a number of those teams. We'll wait to see how they do on the bottom side of the bracket. I do really quickly want to jump into some individual top performers. We're going to look at our top 5 ACS from day number 1. Of course, only 6 teams have played, so I'm sure we'll see some more names crop up onto this leaderboard. But Jess, coming over to you, anyone in particular surprising or a standout here?
Not even in particular. Just look at the fact that Korea over every other region. Let's be honest here. We're seeing Vision Strikers hit strong, but we knew both Buzz and King were going to be the highlights for Vision Strikers. In fact, their entire team is, and we spoke about Stacks as well. So there's a lot of names that aren't here, but Durka, my God, the operator shots, what was he hitting?
I mean, that's who we got to go to, right? The top performer coming out of day 1 when it comes to that ACS. Good to see him firing on all cylinders when it comes to Fnatic's performance.
And it's also when you look at the ACS that we just saw, I think for the Vision Strikers players, it's a bit padded. Durka had to do this in one of the closest series that we've seen in a long while. Like, it was not overtime in all these games, but very close. Even on the Jet, he had an ACS of 336, which is a bit better. He played Raze mostly, which is something that we haven't seen, I think, since the Crow Crowd days, like earlier, like in stage 1. The fact that he's been able to respond on a new map like this, he's one to look out for, and nobody really expected that one.
This play right here, in some ways felt unnecessary, but also beautiful. But he's playing everything from the judge to the op, and that's another thing that I want to call out, right? When you have players who can seem to make a difference no matter what position they're put in, right? No matter what the eco situation looks like, that's something that you want to pay attention to.
And not only that, because I felt like he understood that when he had an operator in hand, that is a long-distance rifle that you're going to make sure you have those long-distance engagements with. Perfect, I'm using it in that fashion, but I'm going to play corners when I got the shoddy Bugatti in my hand, because you know that's how it works best. He has very good map understanding. His game sense is just elaborate these days. So for me, not only that, but the map understanding from Durka was unreal.
Yeah, and I think when you look at Jet operator players, the term selfish comes up quite a lot, just because you play for yourself a lot. That's the whole role of a duelist, but he was still playing for his team a lot. Like, that, the whole way that Fnatic played around each other was much better than we saw in home ground. There was a lot of times where they'd push for an angle, Mystic's looking in that direction, Buster's looking in that one, and there's an enemy right there, so nobody's really there to trade. The way that everybody played off each other and how Doma played especially, I'm really excited to see these teams that we've not seen in such a long time. Like Vikings performed well after not seeing them for months, certainly on the global stage. It was Reykjavik, same for Fnatic.
Yeah, Fnatic showed up in a big way on our first day of play. Of course, we did also get to see, as we mentioned, that first Fracture map. But as it is, only the second day of play here at Champions, we're going to hit some of you who might be unfamiliar with the format and the way things break down. So here's Riv with our Champions Explainer.
Champions is the global finale of the 2021 VCT. 16 of the world's best VALORANT teams will meet in Berlin to compete for the title of the first ever World Champions of VALORANT. Teams attending the event earn their spots through winning certain major events or collecting the highest number of circuit points within their regions. The tournament will see representatives from North America, EMEA, Korea, Japan, Southeast Asia, Brazil, and Latin America. Taking place from December 1st through the 12th, Champions will begin with group play, followed by an 8-team single elimination bracket. All matches will be a best of 3, with the exception of the finals, which will be a best of 5. The teams were sorted into 4 groups, with the goal of distributing teams from the same region into different groups. Each group will play through a 4-team double elimination bracket, with 2 teams emerging from each of the 4 groups. Those 8 teams will then be randomly placed into a single elimination bracket, with teams from the same group being placed on opposite sides of the bracket. The winner of this knockout stage bracket will be crowned the first ever World Champions of VALORANT. To learn more about Champions, check out VALORANTesports.com and follow our socials for further updates. Good luck to all the competitors.
That's how it'll break down over the coming week or week and a half. But we're smack dab in the middle of that group stage, and so let's go ahead and take a look at what's in store for us today. We're going to kick things off with Gambit versus Team Secret. That's our Masters 3 Berlin champions stepping back onto the international stage for the first time since they lifted that trophy. Follow that up with the Masters 2 champions in Sentinels up against Furia, and then closing it out with Crew versus Team Liquid. And so I think that's where we have to start. The idea that we're seeing 2 former international champs step onto the stage today, both being tested maybe in different ways. And I go back to that point you made earlier, Ryan, about how much are they going to have to show?
Right, and I think especially against a team like Team Secret, which you sort of put as the underdog very clearly, it's hard to gauge them as a team, as we'll highlight in a second, but I think for Gambit, we saw them play home ground. It was a tournament where we'd already seen Fnatic kind of not show too much. In fact, they kind of threw a bit of a curveball that everybody fell for. Gambit, they got 13-0 at that tournament. They got knocked out from Ascend. It's not the best look, but you can't really take it as that's the Gambit that we're going to see, right? They know how much pressure's on their shoulders for this event.
The prep point's an interesting one, both on the side of Gambit because of what we've seen from them recently, as well as how they've been vocal about it, but also Sentinels picking up a coach, right? And getting humbled at Masters Berlin.
You know what? I mean, I'm going to be biased. I'm going to come in and be quite biased because I used to be a coach as well. And I know what it can be like to come into a group of players who might have minutiae of weaknesses that they need to work on. A coach is there to do that job. The players play, the coach coaches. And that gives the players a little bit more time to focus on their own specialty areas, whether it's role specialization, weapon specialization, etc. And the coach is there to be essentially that third party to be able to pick up those mistakes. Having a coach does a lot, and I think people underestimate that.
All right, well, you talk about minutia. That's why we're here as well, to talk you through the minutia. We'll be back in just a few minutes to do just that as we dive into Gambit versus Team Secret. We'll see you in just a bit.
Thanks, officer. Thanks, officer.
It's like I'm suffocating. I can't catch my breath, frustration. I'm put up to the test, I'm waiting. So patient. They can't get out my neck. I'm ready, won't you let me breathe? Yeah, won't you let me breathe?
I'll take the day off work.
I know it's only day 2, but that intro's never going to get old. Welcome back to Champions as we're gearing up for our very first series of the day, which sports Gambit versus Team Secret. So, of course, we're going to start on the Gambit side of things. Again, we've already said it, but we'll say it again. It's our Masters 3 champions stepping back onto the stage. But in a weird way, Jess, we've got some questions about this team.
I mean, if they had not have played Red Bull, I might not have had questions. If they just had have avoided the tournament to begin with, I might not have been so suspicious. But I tell you what, I'm sitting here going, hang on, I feel like 2 different teams played the last, and then they went to Red Bull, and I'm like, hang on, I don't even know what to think about Gambit anymore. I'm a little on the fence about them, and I think the reason might be is that we are hearing several of the players try to reinvent themselves. That's a bit dangerous when they had the winning recipe before.
Yeah, it's funny that you say like 2 different teams, because that has been the story from watching Gambit, being a fan of Gambit since last year, is just when they don't have that pressure on them, they look fantastic. They played so well in the Players for Masters 3 because they've qualified for Champions. If they go out in quarterfinals, not a big deal. They knew that they were going to be here. It's just when they have that pressure that they look a bit awkward, like that loss against 100 Thieves.
Yeah, for people who don't know what we mean when they should not have played that Red Bull tournament, we mean the fact that Ascend 13 owed them on the very last official tournament map that they have played. So it is not a pretty picture by any means. And as a result, we're trying to set the foundation here of it could be really good or it could be really bad.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. I don't think anyone expects them, to not win this first series of the day. And in part, a lot of that is going to be because you look at the individuals on this roster, and all of them are powerhouses in and of their own way. But I do want to highlight someone in particular, and he was the talk of the tournament when it came to Masters in a number of ways, but it's Nats.
If you don't talk about Nats, if you don't talk about the way that he revolutionized the way that you could lurk on a map, I mean, I was speaking to Vision Strikers and the fact that they themselves said, our new meta in Korea is Nats meta. And I'm like, what does Nats meta mean? Do you mean the lurking? Do you mean the way he plays his agents? I mean, for me, if you can have an entire region copying what you do, you're doing a damn good job of it.
That's the difference, though, I feel, for this event, is before this, it was Nats was not a gimmick, but it was his own way of playing. Now, this is the rule book on how you play that Sentinel role. Not only like the Cypher, obviously, but we've also seen that meta shift of a lot of Sentinel players picking up the Viper to play on maps like Breeze, for example. Nats has been dominant at both. My concern is that he's been found out a little bit because everybody is now doing what he does.
Yeah.
They didn't used to before, And that's my concern with him individually, but it's not like the rest of Gambit can't put the games on their shoulders when they need to.
The first clip in those highlights, I would have reported that ranked teammate for sitting in spawn, and yet it is the way you win. That's the way you win a championship on the international stage. But I also love that we're highlighting him right out the gate here, specifically because of the context of this matchup. Team Secret, while there's still a lot to be discovered, I think, about this team, one of the things we do know about them is that they're fast-paced, they're explosive, and so I think it's going to come down to a controller player like Nats to really kind of put on the brakes, slow things down for the Gambit squad, and let them ultimately outmaneuver Team Secret.
I think what the best thing that Nats has now is that if people have figured him out, perfect. Because if he keeps doing it, people are going to angle themselves towards him to combat him. What does that allow the rest of his team to do? Oh, now there's a weakness. Now there's a hole in Team Secret's attack or defense, and they themselves can become the stars, rather than converse as to what was happening before with Nats. I actually think this is going to work pretty well, but kind of in reverse to what they want.
Yeah, we'll have to see, right? We're only moments away, but we've learned a bit about Nats. Let's learn a bit more about the rest of the Gambit squad by talking to Redgar.
Hello, my name is Redgar, and I am the team captain of VALORANT Esports. The Shadows, I guess it's the guy who you can count for his aim. He's really doing amazing things. Nats, he is like the lurker in our team, and sometimes he helps me with the calls, like what should we do into the round.
They just can't deal with this cipher!
The Chronicle is like the clutch king in our team. And the Defo, it's our Jet main player. He can play with Operator, with Vandal, with Phantom. He can dash into the enemies. He do whatever I call him to do. Oh yeah, and me, I'm the captain, so I'm trying to use a lot of strategies and tactical moments to bring our team to the champions.
Redgar rips off his face. He's just diving in towards the site. He's seen another.
Yeah, I guess that our playstyle is really individual. I guess that every team can adapt to another teams, but the way how we are doing it, no one can do it right now.
This could be Redgar's. A shot is all he needs. He's got it, Redgar!
So we're confident in ourselves, and I hope that we'll be in the finals and beat everyone. Winning of the champs, it will be like a really incredible thing, because the all teams, they had their own way to come here as the champions, and the winning the tournament of the year for every team, it will be amazing, because we all did a good job on this year. We all here, we are the best of this year. So the winning this tournament is really incredible for all of us.
That was absolute, unadulterated chaos between those two.
Redgar, forever one of my favorite players to interview. And of course, they've tasted victory once, but we know rather that they want it again, and it'll be that much sweeter this time around. As he runs through the roster of players on that team, though, Ryan, I do want to talk about one other person real quick, and that's Shados. I think a lot of people, when they look at that roster, they wouldn't initially jump to that name as, ooh, that's the guy to look out for. But he's integral to their success.
Yeah, even with us on EMEA on the desk, there was an interview with Redgar where he said, like, our ace up our sleeve is Shados. And we're like, it's not Defo, it's not Nats. Like, it's a player that was, up until that point, playing a lot of Sage. Sort of underperforming a little bit, but still clutch when he needs to be. It was one of those, kind of like Turco was for Supermassive Blaze, that kind of like always reliable player. But as soon as we moved into that Sky meta, he came online. Like, his support play is there, much like it is for the rest of Gambit, but he also has had some insane... I think he had the play of the tournament with that 4K, I think it was, on Bind, where he's just snapping between players. Having that ability to do that in any given moment is what makes all of the team of Gambit scary. It's not just him, but he is the core piece that I think escalated him to be one of the top teams in the world.
You say in any given moment, and you've kind of led me into this point really well here. I was looking at his last 10 games. I was looking at his KD, both on attack and defense, because I like to get into the nitty-gritty every now and then. He has 82 kills on attack, 86 on defense. I could not find a player that was more consistent on both sides of the map over all of the maps that they've played than this singular player. It is incredible, the consistency. So you're standing there going, well, this man can do it under pressure. He can do it here. I'm telling you, he can do it on either side on any map. That's how incredible he's been. And I will agree. I think Sky is definitely where he's going to shine.
The question is, can he do it on multiple agents now? Because that's
True.
the
Okay.
meta's opened up to be a bit more breachy. He has played that, but obviously that's going to be a bit like map dependent.
Yesterday it was cool to see kind of the unique comps that were coming out of different teams, and we'll see more of that today. We've built up the Titans that are Gambit, and of course the first team that's going to try to take them down is Team Secret. Now this is an interesting one because again, of all the teams here, it feels like in some ways we know the least about them. Of course, it was a storyline back here in Berlin just a few months ago that they unfortunately missed Masters Berlin. But what can we expect, if anything, out of this team, Ryan? What do you come in making of this squad?
I've really enjoyed watching the bits and pieces from Team Secret that I saw. They were like the top seed coming out of SEA. It was unfortunate that they couldn't be in Berlin for various reasons. But I do have them coming out of this group alongside Gambit. I don't think they win today, but I do think, certainly considering the fact that we saw Vikings and Crazy Raccoon yesterday looking a little bit iffy, if Team Secret have a good series here today, even if they lose, I think there's a chance that they could sort of swing through and take that second seed. Like, they have a lot of experience. I think this is one of the oldest teams on average. Like, Jesse Vash is 31, and he's got a lot of experience across various different games at this point.
Yeah, and the biggest thing for me is that I was iffy on the point of who it would be, whether or not it was going to be Team Secret, whether it was going to be Vikings. I actually think now I'm like 50-50. Vikings, Team Secret. Whatever Team Secret puts on the board today, that's what gives me the indication as to how this group goes down. Mind you, that means we're putting Gambit on a pedestal. And speaking of pedestals, we get to put this man on our screen right now, right up on it.
I like that you called him out, Ryan. He's the kind of person who gives me hope. Sitting at 30 years of age, if he can do it, I can do it. My pro dreams are not out of sight just yet, but definitely gonna be one of the guys that we look to when it comes to this Team Secret squad. You always look to veterans on international stage when you're trying to take down the perceived favorites of the tournament.
And also, when you have these experienced players, you typically look like, oh, they had a career in CS for however many years. Like, he's played CS, he's played League, he's played Overwatch. All of these competitive, he's like, I've completed it. He's been a pro in 6 different games, but this is the one that I think that he brings it all together. Like we were saying about Fnatic yesterday, because they don't have that tactical shooter experience, they have creativity. And I like the composure that Jesse Vash had in the servers, certainly for the SEA qualifiers. The only concern I have for Team Secret is some of the third-party tournaments they played in between Berlin and now. Whether they're the best team in the SEA is hard to say, because they might not even be the best team in the Philippines, because they lost to South Built in a couple of tournaments. So that's the biggest question mark in this tournament.
Well, that's one of our stars that we're looking for when it comes to Team Secret. Let's get to know the rest of the team by talking to Dubstep.
Hello guys, my name is JV, also known as Dubstep from Team Secret. I play the duelist role. My team members are great, and starting with Borkum, he's one of the people who gets me inspired inside the team. He grinds a lot and plays a lot. He's the kind of guy that gets me into a sick motivation coming into the tournament. And next is Jesse Vash, and everyone knows him in the Philippines, the father of esports. He played Dota, he played League of Legends, he played Mobile Legends, he played a lot of things, Overwatch as well. He's already an inspiration to me. The next one would be Wits. He is our newest member. Not the youngest, but the second youngest. One of the people who I look up to. I've seen him grind from the bottom, and now he's my teammate, and I'm so happy to have him here. And lastly would be Dispenser. He is the brother I have in the esports scene, I guess. Representing Philippines is such an honor for me, because this is the first time we're 5 Filipino players, the only team that haven't been in an international LAN tournament. We want to tell them that we're here to play and we're not here to lose. Playing in Champions is like a dream for me, and I'm like the oldest duelist here in Champions, I believe. I'm 29 and I'm against like 18-year-old, 20 years old. I want to prove everyone and all of the people watching that age is just a number. If you want to be the best, you have to beat the best, right? We have nothing to lose, and you better watch out.
Nothing to lose. You better watch out. That's one of the scariest things a team can say. But I got to tell you this, too, of all the players that he talked about for me, I'm looking at Burkham. He's talking about how he's the guy who amps him up, who gives him the energy, and we know how much that can mean in attack shooter where momentum swings matter so much. So having kind of a mental leader on your squad is hugely important.
Not even just that, it's the agents he plays as well. The role that he's playing is super integral to having someone who's confident in the moment as well. If he knows that he needs to manipulate one of the sites, even on his lonesome, I'm thinking about the fact that when they're playing like Breeze, for example, he's on the Viper, oftentimes he's the decision maker on one side of the map. You've got to have a man you can rely on, and he seems extra reliable.
Yeah, I'm excited to see Wits as well, like a sort of Swiss Army knife. Jack of all trades, really good for this meta. I think the other question mark I have is Dispenser, just that central role. He's going up against Nats, best in the world. That's a hard bar to hit. But this game, I think, is just a barometer for Team Secret and what they can do in this group.
Well,
it's very open for them.
Yeah, we talk about how they're going to have to come out in an explosive fashion. I think based on that video, they're ready to do just that. We're moments away from the first series of the day. We're going to commercial break one more time. When we come back, we're diving straight in. We'll see you soon.
It's hard to stay ahead of me, burning through the night, falling asleep. You're like the liquor, I like the taste. You're something different. Okay, okay. Okay.
Welcome back to Champions. We've got one more piece of business to take care of before we dive into the first series of the day, and that's our first annual Tac to Hunt. There are 3 of these little guys, or a few of them, hidden around this entire stage and setup. So if you see any of them, make sure you take a picture, tweet it out using those hashtags VALORANT Champions Hunt and Tac to Hunt, hashtag Champion Hunt and Tac to Hunt. And we'll be sure to try and feature you in the show. Cool way to get involved and make yourself seen on the broadcast.
Yeah. And they're adorable.
They are adorable.
I think they're going to go missing by the end of the event. Somebody's going to be like, this is really nice.
Every day on the desk, there'll be one less.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to get harder and harder as the event goes on as well to spot them.
I'm going to hide this one so it always stays on the desk till the very end. If it's not here at the end, you know I didn't do my job well enough.
Okay.
So.
All right. Well, now I'm going to hold you to that at the very end of it all. But we're just a few moments away from getting this day started, so I want to kind of turn to each of you. Do you have any final thoughts here before we dive into day 2?
I'm really curious what the map pool is going to be like, just because we saw Fnatic kind of changing things up. But just as an example, yesterday with Fnatic, they banned out Split, and then they were happy to play it today. So I wonder what Gambit are going to do in that regard.
I don't really care what the map veto is going to be here because I don't think we're going to see the full breadth of it here from Gambit. So we'll see, we'll see.
All right, I like that. I like that. No matter what they give us, we're just about ready to see anything. And really, we just want to see the best of the best do what they're best at. We've got Day 2 of Champions coming up right now. Check it out.
Do you remember your first time seeing the impossible? When the first masters emerged, they were challenged to evolve, challenged to create masterpieces that would inspire millions. A mix of personal style and pure skill that redefined the game. This is where the best players from around the world will clash, and champions will be born, dreaming of greatness. Now we will all bear witness to split-second sparks that changed the course of esports history. And inspire future generations to find their own flash of brilliance. This is where we live. This is the art of greatness.
After we won the Masters Berlin, we know that we should work a lot to show the same result or maybe much higher. Team Secret, it will be our first meeting, and I hope that we will play full our power and show the best game.
Playing Gambit on the first game in Champions, it's really a dream come true. Like, Gambit was the winners of Masters Berlin. Obviously, they're the best. If you want to be the best, you have to beat the best, right? That's what makes us a team to watch, because we're the underdogs and we have nothing to lose. Everything that happens from this point on forward is a win-win situation.
Masters 3 Berlin obviously was our worst placing as a team this year, but I think that the thing that defined us as a team is how we handled losses, and I think that we handled that pretty well. From the time between Masters 3 and now, we haven't played an official match. There's like no complacency here. We knew that when we came into Europe that we were going to book out scrims as much as we can, and I'm feeling really confident.
Então, né, ter conquistado essa vaga foi algo muito prazeroso. Assim, então, nossa primeira meta é sair da fase de grupos, né? Mas claro que também a gente vai enfrentar a Sentinels no primeiro jogo, que é um dos favoritos, mas a gente tá aqui pra ganhar, né? Assim como todos, e a gente vai dar o nosso melhor pra isso. A gente tá chegando sem pressão nenhuma, como underdogs, vindo do Last Chance, então pressão é todas deles.
Liquid, que nos enfrentamos a ellos en la primera Master de Islandia y nos eliminaron, y ahora tenemos la oportunidad de tener una revancha.
Back then, I think they didn't really show their full potential, because I think when we practiced against them, they were much more better than in the official game, so I feel like now they have much more experience, so it's going to be a tough match.
Si ganáramos el primer partido contra Liquid, yo creo que sería un golpe de mucha confianza para el equipo. Demostraría que hemos avanzado como equipo y hemos progresado.
I don't think we have any other goals than winning.
No queremos irnos con solo la experiencia, queremos irnos con la copa, queremos ser los mejores del mundo.
Também tomar cuidado, né, que favoritismo aí às vezes não é muito agradável.
I'm not feeling that pressure at all. We just need to do our job.
Nats, I'm watching, so if you want to lurk, we're ready for you.
Welcome back to Champions. We've got a lot of greats here, but we're here to find the greatest. And right now, the greatest in the world is Gambit Esports, and they're stepping onto the stage first today up against Team Secret. Again, of all the teams here that I think might surprise us, Team Secret is one of them, especially the way they're talking in some of these features, Ryan.
Yeah, I mean, when we saw them potentially coming onto that master stage, they were the best team in their region. And time has passed since then. There's been a lot of changes. I like the fact that they want to play up against Gambit, that they don't want an easier opponent to try and sneak through to playoffs, that they can gain so much from this. And I think the region of SEA gains so much from this as well.
Well, Jess, I know you said you don't care so much what maps we're playing on because all we're here to do is watch the best Valorant get played out. But Map Select is ready, so we're going to dive straight in as we continue our conversation about what it might take here for Team Secret to ultimately take down Gambit, our defending champions from Masters Berlin.
I don't want to see Bind. I'm gonna say it right now. I said I didn't care about the maps, but the reason I don't want to see Bind is the very last time we saw Gambit play, and I know you guys are always gonna preface this is not them at their full potential. Sure, but they got 13-0'd. That is a bad record to set on the very last time you went up on the competitive. Exactly right. So for me, I don't want to see Bind, but we may potentially, given how the ban might go.
I mean, they did lose to Ascend, who I think are the best Bind team maybe out there alongside Liquid. Of course, it's hard to tell. The fact, okay, so Team Secret being the first ban, obviously Gambit were the highest seed. They wanted to beat Team B in the picking process. They want to actually let Team Secret lead the veto. And that's what Vision Strikers did against Full Sense yesterday. It's just kind of like, you pick, we'll work around you. Typically, we're going to see this anyway from Gambit banning out Haven, but the first pick is actually in the hands of TS.
Yeah, and the Ascent ban is interesting because I haven't seen Gambit play that in a long time, so that I don't think is going to be a target ban by any means. I think that's a comfort ban there for Secret, and I don't mind comfort bans when teams are going up against a formidable opponent. The Haven one, however, good map for Team Secret. That's a target ban.
At best, yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Like, I mean, it just lines up perfectly because Gambit were never going to play Haven. You want to see the red guy right in it.
That's Icebox, exactly. Ascent and Haven won't be seen. It's Icebox first, and as you mentioned, that's Team Secret's pick.
Okay, just so everyone understands where I'm at with this pick, Team Secret just picked a map that Gambit 13-0'd G2 on.
Last time as well. Like
that's what I'm literally saying. This is the very last match. So Team Secret's going, not only do we not care what map we go to, let's go to the map that you just 13-0'd someone on.
Again, you know what? In so many ways, though, this matches the character of the team. They're just like, you know what? If we're going to go up against the best in the world, which is what we want, it's just a cool opportunity. We're also going to take it to them on one of their best maps. We're going to follow that up with Gambit's pick in Breeze for map number 2. So those are the two maps we're guaranteed to see here. Ryan, what do you make of that Gambit pick?
I like the Breeze. It's a map that they've only really been tested on once, like played in Berlin. It was the other map in that G2 series, actually, the first one. Everything else was in third-party tournaments or in effectively seeding games through some of the challenges and masters stages to get to events. So Breeze is a bit of a question mark, but clearly Gambit want to show it off a little bit.
And I think it's going to be a really good pick against Team Secret. I said that Gambit were targeting them in their ban. They're also targeting them in their pick because the last time and the only time in the recent history that I have Breeze here for Team Secret, it was a loss, and it was a pretty serious loss.
Right, Split and Fracture banned out in succession, which means...
No,
which
stop
means
it now.
You said you didn't want to see it,
Dash,
Jess.
stop.
And there's, I mean, it's still, I think, by many accounts, unlikely to be seen based on the expectation of the series, but there's a chance.
Don't say there's a chance.
There's
Don't
always
say there's
a chance.
You know what? Fair enough.
That's what I love about esports.
You know, if you want to clean the slate, reset the record, sure, no problems. This might be the team to do it against. But if it made it to map 3, there's problems already, no?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
The problem I have with the 13-0 argument is if you're a coach or a team and you get 13-0'd on a map, any map, doesn't matter what tournament, that is the map that you spend the most time fixing.
True.
You don't go, we got 13-0'd on this map, it's fine, we'll just, that's the, no, everybody, you don't get to sleep tonight, we're working on this until it's fixed.
I like that point, right? Because now this map 1 is super important for both teams. On the side of Team Secret, you're stepping into the lion's den, right? So whatever you show us, that's going to be very interesting to see. And for Gambit, it's their opportunity to kind of wipe the slate clean, like has been mentioned, and really prove to us on day 1 that they've done the work they need to do to turn things around. We're stepping away. When we come back, it's map number 1 of the first series of the day. We'll see you soon.
Shockwave.
Welcome back to Champions, where we've got 3 sick matchups ahead of us today. We're kicking it off with Gambit versus Team Secret. You heard us talk the talk, do everything we need to do to set you up to see this very first series of the day. There's nothing left to do but to meet the teams. Let's head on stage and meet Gambit and Team Secret. Oh, how I have missed the rumble of that bass. And I bet the players are feeling it as they step onto the champion stage for the very first time to do battle. Team Secret, Gambit. It's the Titanic matchup where you're looking to take down the tournament favorites. We already know the map picks is going to be Icebox first, and that was Team Secret's pick. And as the players sit down into their chairs and gear up for the matchup, the only question remaining to be answered is what are the comps they're going to come to the table with.
Some exciting stuff. I think Icebox, typically you're going to expect the same sort of agents to come out. I think this event we've already seen a few adaptations, a little bit of KO, for example. we saw yesterday. I don't think we're going to see something too zany, but I think it's just what kind of Gambit, what protocols are they shifting? Are they relying as much on Nats as they used to in Masters 3? Are they going to try and put some of that weight on other players?
And it's funny that you say that, and they give a huge battle cry behind us.
Both sides, let's go!
And both sides did it. Funny that both sides did it, because both of these teams run a mirror comp on this map. We usually have the Jet, the Reyna, the Sage, the Sova, and the Viper. Now, will they change things up? Has the meta changed? Has anyone on the team changed? Sure, but I mean, when we're looking to the fact that we're going up with Gambit, all you got to do is look at Defender Spawn, and that's going to be there, right? That's all that matters.
And preparation is going to be a big question, right? That's what we've kind of keyed into for Gambit, as they have, you know, been performing in a lackluster fashion leading up to this tournament. But by the same token, Ryan, when you expect a team to win a series, you also expect them to not show too much. So I almost, you know, would almost think that they will go to comfort here. And if they have even reworked anything new, they're going to hold that for later in the tournament.
Even the teams like Team Liquid and Ascend that went on to the finals of Home Ground, I still imagine that they've got some aces up their sleeves for this event. Like, we've seen Team Liquid recently because of LCQ, right? So there's not too much time in the lab to experiment. But both of these teams, since Masters, have played in other tournaments and underperformed a little bit. But how much do Gambit need to realistically underperform for Team Secret to have a chance? Because they could come in and be fantastic, or it could be nervous, it could be iffy, it could be the worst performance we've seen. We have no idea with this team.
Big thing is that Gambit's worst day, a 13-0, could be Team Secret's best day. That's the worst part about it. We just don't know yet.
All right, well, here we go into the Prime Gaming Agent Select. As we mentioned, teams likely to take those mirror compositions. We see it flash up, and it looks like exactly that.
Yeah, nothing out of the ordinary here. I didn't expect them to change things up too crazy. I mean, out of the KO, what else are you going to swap out here? I know a lot of people have moved away from the Reyna, sure, but I still expected that to be a mirror comp.
So one of the compositions that I looked at, and again, if you look at the agent picks for Team Secret, it's a bit iffy because they played in a tournament that had agent bans. So sometimes you have like a Killjoy playing Raze in one of the maps. Wits played a bit of Breach on this map before, and that was one like, I could see it, and I quite like that. But I think Team Secret's approach is, we're about to play one of the strongest Icebox teams. Let's just play mirror them, see if we can just match up.
Icebox has seen a lot of play, so the meta feels fairly locked in. Both of these teams coming to the table with the same things. We've thrown everything we can at you as the viewers. So before we head to the casters real quick, I want predictions.
I think this series is going to be done before you can say Gambit. So it's going to
I've done that before,
yeah.
So maybe we'll do that off camera and we'll see if it ends that quickly. Jess, where are you going?
I mean, I love Team Secret, but if another 13-0 from Gambit happens, I wouldn't be too mad about that.
All right, lock it in. Gambit. From here, I get to throw it over to a pair that I love oh so much. It's Pansy and High Pock. Take it away.
Well, my, what a trial by fire we have in front of us. Now Gambit get to return in, right? They've got the crown, but it do be a heavy burden. However, Secret, they got their work cut out.
They do, and I think it's important to manage expectations. I think
let's do that.
Could probably understand where most people are going to lean today, but for me, this is a good opportunity to at least see what Secret are bringing, right? The biggest accolade for them here isn't necessarily, you know, looking towards the win. It's to put up a good performance here, because on paper, we've got to lean Gambit's way, surely.
We do. But this is the first time we get to see Team Secret take the stage. We all got that little bit of a heartbreak moment when Bren, you know, under their prior name, could not make it to the stage. However, they've made it this time. But imagine this. You finally get here, you're feeling good, and it's like, oh, who's our first matchup? Gambit.
Oh.
It's tough, all right? But as they said, to be the best, you got to beat the best. And, well, I think that's no understatement right now. Well, let's see if they can come out swinging. As it does look right, Gar's got the hands in the air, and that does not normally mean a good thing. So this might be a second or two, but we'll, you know, we can take a second and see what happens with this. I'm a little curious if it carries on.
I mean, that's just usually where Nats plays, right? This is a common Nats position right here in the spot. Exactly,
yeah,
right?
Nats, this is your spot, but it does look as though, I'm just make sure this is live. It does look as though they're kind of both in spawn, so I'm really not certain on this. I'll hold off too much yet now. But let's kind of then talk about what our expectations are. Right, let's roll it back a little bit. The desk, I think, highlighted some incredibly good points. And as much as Ryan did say it's a barometer for Secret, I think that's a very fair assessment. I also look at Gambit.
Yeah.
Because, as said, yes, we did have that Red Bull event that did kind of cast a little bit of doubt on Gambit, but pinch of salt to it. But outside of that, we look at vetoes, we look at agent select, we look at individuals.
I mean, let's not forget that before Masters, there was this big discussion around Gambit's ability to close out games. Obviously, the disparity between the defensive and attacking performance, which they did address very, very quickly in Masters, but there were
seconds left.
blemishes on the record previously. And again, I think, yes, it's good to ride the momentum of a championship win, obviously. But if anything, it sets the bar pretty high. And Gambit themselves have said, look, we came away from that, and you know, we've been working twice as hard, right, to maintain that and obviously live up to now the expectations they put up for themselves, and that's important. Again, you look at Sentinels, a comfortable run for a period of this year, but put a target on the back, and that's something that I think Gambit are very, very aware of.
Yeah, and again, we can talk about the kind of highs and lows of Nats now that every single person who's ever played a Viper in their life now has just poured over every single bit of footage that man has, and rightly so. He was a bit of a you know, I guess a game changer in that regard himself, right? You definitely saw the game in a different light. However, though, we go beyond that. It's, can they come back out stronger? Can they maintain? I think a couple of the interviews that Gambit was saying leading into this, I credit to them for honesty, I think, is the big thing there, that they weren't super happy with some of the prep, some of the run-in time. But again, is this the game we see these issues ever become even a problem?
And I think if you start making comparisons, I guess from a stylistic standpoint, you look at Gambit, they are kind of a team you can prep against, right? You know what they're going to bring. There's not an awful lot of flair to what they do. Some of these set pieces, very intricate, very coordinated, but I think if you make the comparison somewhere with Sentinels, where they rely on the recipe, they rely on the protocols, and they're able to kind of, you know, freeball it almost. And most rounds for them are kind of like, okay, guys, we're going to try and do this. And actually, they start out with no real plan to go anywhere. It's, let's see what happens. And actually, that results in, okay, we're going to deathmatch a round out. It's ours.
But we have seen that from Gambit. To an weird extent, right? And I bring up the one moment. Haven, Envy. I think anyone who watched that previous event, when obviously Gambit went on to win it, besting Envy in that final. Sorry, spoilers. Weird. The point is, though, that I don't know if I put that up to them showing their capability to do that, or just it was a weird game, but it definitely stands out as one of the anomalies out there, that they could kind of play this free style, a little bit more audible calls, kind of a little looser, and it threw Envy through a loop at that point.
It did, and I think the person you look towards on Gambit there is Redgar. When they're talking about kind of reinventing themselves, I think Redgar's probably the piece of this roster that probably needs to, I don't want to say learn or grow the most, but become more, you know, adaptive to what's going on, because these are things that, you know, when we talk about anti-strat and a team like Team Secret, again, you make the comparison to some of maybe the regional examples that we have. You look at maybe Ascend, a team that's able to embrace that chaos, play very fast and loose, and it really tests kind of the strength of Gambit's default, because we know they like to sit deep. We know they like to let the clock run down and wait for, you know, that kind of defensive aggression and any kind of set pieces coming out. And that really, like I said, it falls to Redgar. He needs to be the one to kind of react based on that information and formulate a plan within, what, seemingly 35 seconds. That's usually is where we see Gambit pull something together.
Now, again, though, when we talk about this, it's kind of, I feel like we're talking ahead of this game, which is maybe a little unfair to Team Secret. Now, you may ask as to why, because I think a lot of people were reading into a lot of the Bren hype when they were under that banner at the time leading into Berlin, which was the prior event to this. Now, leading into that event, though, they were looking somewhat undefeated, very strong in all their matchups, clearly leading the region. Now, obviously, they didn't make it to that event in the end due to unfortunate circumstance. But now coming into this one, looking at their recent run, it has changed up a bit. Now these events were a little weird, a little hard to quantify again. Can you read into them fully? No, but they aren't the same team anymore. So again, this is where, do I change my expectation of Secret? Or, like, do I just wait and see here? I'm finding it very hard to pin down where I put them here.
I absolutely agree. And actually, just to come back to something that Ryan on the desk said, I think he absolutely nailed it. It's kind of, yes, no expectations to win this series. Absolutely. I think that is a given. Again, anything above that expectation is obviously a big bonus. If they take a map, if it's comfortable, if they look as if they're able to get a really, really good grip on Gambit, particularly on their defensive half. Beyond that, again, I think they make it out of this group, honestly. And I think it's probably, I mean, we saw in the interview, being happy to face off against Gambit first. They have a big lesson to learn here. If it's going to be a loss, take something away from that, apply it to the rest of these games. But as you can see, it's a short tech pause for us, actually, Lauren.
Why
I
did you
was
say
about to
that?
get
Why did
comfortable.
you say? Yeah,
I
I
was
was
about
about
to
to
get
sit down.
comfortable,
It is nice of them to put on a tech pause just for us. Obviously, we do request it these days. Wait for that start button to be hit, and it was ours and ours only. But it does seem as though everything has been resolved, so we can kind of reset this, kind of come back in with that mentality. Apologies for the delay there.
I'm
but
staring at Redgar.
are you ready? Just see if the hands go up or if he's good this time. For now, though, it does seem as though we are going to be good to go. So there shouldn't be any further problems. Team Secret going to be starting out on the defending side, and Gambit going to be leading in on the attack. We have had question marks with this map in the past, and we might have them again. That's though going to start things off, as Dubstep looking to be the instigator here. As already going to lean down towards middle. They look a little proactive. Look at Sage over towards B long as well. We've got a little bit of movement here. I like this.
Actually, Secret giving up a lot of space on A side, so whether or not actually Dubstep will be rewarded, as Nat's removed. First piece off the board here. Actually, Shados will respond. Gambit will get the plant though. Wits here is actually going to try and get ahead of the curve here. We'll find a kill as well. Chronicle will fall.
Lovely timing with the drone coming out as well, just working in unison, and Wits is putting on a show already, down to Defo and Redgar. Spike is down, but so is the defuse coming in halfway, now achieved. Jesse on the swing, and Redgar, he ain't got nothing to say. Team Secret going to get pumped up, and the reason I'm excited, and the reason that I'm going to push this above where I normally would, he's done well enough to do a bit of damage, but that doesn't matter, the round is theirs. Let's talk about the underdog mentality, right? Let's talk about what it's like coming in as someone who is not a favorite in a matchup. You want a good start. You want your players to instantly shake off that, right, we're on land. Now, bear in mind, though, these boys are experienced through a multitude of games, titles. They've been to land. They have been actually very high-tier players. This is not their first land, but it's their first, like, VALORANT land against someone like Gambit. That's a huge shake-off of pressure.
Absolutely. On the side of Secret, I look towards Dubstep, I look towards Wits. They need to be the ones that are slippery, you know, get themselves into these one-and-done spots and, you know, cause chaos, because Gambit are going to want to slow things down. They're going to want to get a really, really good read of how the land lies, but some round actually Gambit stacked up as 5. No real point of contact anywhere else on the map, and it's 3 players from Secret here ready to greet them. Again, they will pause for a moment. Defo looking for something up on rafters. Wits entertaining it. Does take a tag, but comfortably back away now. Shadots actually will fall elsewhere.
I do like that they've kind of sat back a little bit here. They're not overly rotating. They're not getting too anxious over peaking. They're letting Gambit take a little bit of space. Dubstep does need to be careful. I'm wondering if he is tradable. He does have at least someone up top, so he can have a swing on this. Not as clean as you'd like, but does make up for it. Defo cannot get the punish. Spike goes down. Nats with 1, and now just Nats alive. So far, this is actually pretty good. Unless Nats can do some more. Not going to be the case. Jesse with a lovely little cleanup. Rifle can also be recovered, which should be, I think, on the cards at some point. And yeah, you can already see that's going to be the case.
Again, with nothing really, no indicators sent out from Gambit there. Again, they were just happy to wait to see if Secret gives them anything away. And I think actually it's good to see Secret with that ability to just sit back and say, we're now going. They're going to creep on us. They're going to just. It's going to be slow. It's going to be methodical. They're just going to walk towards us here. And these early rounds are for anything. Here from Secret, you want to see them make the most of it and almost kind of set the pace, because that's the important thing for Gambit.
I want to see if they go for not necessarily like a gamble stack or something of the such. Again, they are on that bonus round. Look at the buy. Yes, they have that rifle that they did recover, still in the hands of Dubstep, but they can go for something a little fruity here, something a little different, because again, this is going to be up against rifles. Again, light armor though. This isn't pretty for Gambit. It's been very one-sided, and we've seen a hyper-proactive Dispenser trying to push down B-Long quite often. He does have one by his side as well.
So say, look at this. Dubstep and Wits actually.
And look at the mid-play. Look at the mid-play.
Yeah,
this is so sick. I love this approach. Get proactive, get in their face. Now, Nats might be the undoing of this, but he gets checked on. Dubstep with the rifle, slices through Nats. They can fall away. The paranoia in Gambit's mind is going to be unbearable.
And it's things like this. If they're able to consistently address the backline of Gambit, especially with things like that, this could be interesting here. Again, Gambit on the attack. Previously, there were a lot of questions around that with some shaky performances, but I thought for the time being is the wall will be invested here on default. Shados over the top up first, but Redgar will fall.
It's damage. This is a lot of damage. This Dispenser's still finding Shados. This is down to 2. Chronicle and Defo, this would be the rude awakening. This is the danger round to start with, really. But there's Defo trying to kind of keep control, the safe pair of hands. But the rifle still in Dispenser's hand. Keep that in the back of your minds. A tap on the spike brings Chronicle in for the swing. Witz finds one. Oh my word! They've done it. They've converted the bonus with proactive play, taking space. All the things we outline, Hypok. This is like a caster's dream. I can't stress it enough. They did everything we want to see.
Absolutely, and this is the first opportunity where we see Gambit's, the strength of that default get tested, and Nats is on an island. The Secret identify that. They know exactly what they're looking for with 2 people walking mid off the rip. As soon as that barrier drops, Dubstep and Witz, they go through, they find all the information necessary, finding that kill on Nats and the positioning of where he is, noting that he's crouched below Belt. They know exactly where the rest of Gambit are lying.
But remember, it's not all fairy tales and happy endings. This can all still fall apart. Gambit have that depth. We've seen it before. But Secret have done everything for at least an interesting game at this point. So I'm not going to oversell you any of this. And it looks like a quick piece coming out, but look at the buy. Dubstep, though, instantly going to pop the knives, head on down towards mid. Confidence now starting to boom, and maybe not so rightly so. Defo just swats him out the air. A comfortable pickup for him there. Spike now down, and this is the rude awakening. Welcome to the Iron Giant of Gambit. They don't need the full buy right now. They're happy enough to meet you in this kind of unorthodox play style.
Poison's off.
Sure, actually a couple of weird head-to-heads here. Borkun will fall, but actually Witz gets the better of Nats up in kitchen here. Could be an opportunity. It's 2v4. Again, look for a way back in here. You're going to find Defo as well, so Shados, got to be careful. Jesse back on his feet now as well.
Yeah, but time, it's a huge factor in this. They really need to get going if they want a chance in it, and that's going to be a big denial by Shados. Now down to 1. The last 2 do look a little weaker around the edges, but the time is everything in this matter. Dispenser tries to do what he can. Yes, he'll clean up the frags, but the round will be Gambit's.
Everybody falls. Now Gambit with some crucial ultimate progress actually in a round like that. Again, a much quicker piece there. Gambit not afraid to just, I guess, dial right back into the next round. See here again, comfortable purchase here. Nats actually one away from the Viper's Pit, the only piece of the puzzle missing for Gambit right now in terms of ultimates. See, actually, yeah, Empress, obviously we know the Res was invested and the Blade Storm, so Dubstep now on the Operator. So again, that's an opportunity for Secret to change the pace now. Probably play things a little slower. Wait for Dubstep to make use of that purchase here. You see, actually, he's all the way backside of kitchen now, making his way towards Boiler. Whether or not he's going to pick up the slack in mid. Yeah, Borkun's all the way down B lane here.
This is getting kind of dangerous. He does need to fade away from this. Wouldn't have had the advantages already. It looks like Gambit have identified this kind of B-long push that has been something that they've not necessarily lent upon, but utilized.
Well, this is the thing now. This is a much more receptive default, right? This is greeting what Secret have already shown them a couple of times. Like I said, that Operator purchase kind of changes, I think, Secret's approach to this round.
If they can get that pick on long, that does change the dynamic. But I do like the way they've kind of found at least a middle ground of, okay, I'll still take the space, be able to hear a couple of audio cues, still be able to post up on this, and actually Dispenser's look for a new way forward, and the timing is everything. If he gets it right, but it is just that 50-50, if he crests the corner at the right time, and actually, again, still being checked on, has to slip away, and Jesse's found Defo. And again, this gives away the game. They've got to know this is either a mid or an A piece because they still have that player pushed up towards B long. And this is beautiful work from Team Secret. I can't stress it enough. Nats, yes, does slip the net. He does find one, and there's still fire in the belly. But it is a 3v2. The weaponry's still superior for Gambit as well. Ult now invested too, but Dubstep finds Chronicle, and Nats now once again on the island. Gets himself a way forward, finds one, dips back in. He might have noted another. He's got to know what's going on here. Tries to go for the jump peek, needs to swing it. The swing ain't good enough. Dubstep finds him. Op still remains. Rifle recovered. This ain't bad for Secret. Let's just talk about game theory and how it kind of plays out. Is it just me who's madly impressed with Team Secret right now?
Absolutely. Like I said, and that round there, the big thing to change the pace for Secret from what we saw, Jesse with a clean little tap at
that was real nice. That was real nice.
Only just caught that one on the replay, but this Operator purchase kind of changes the outlook, like I said, from the offset in this round. And Gambit, like I said, they're set up to receive some of that information to kind of greet any aggression that comes through. The Secret don't give it to him. Now, that's important here. I mean, Borkun being the only one to really stray outside of that game plan, I guess, in drifting down B main, but Gambit struggling to learn anything from these early rounds, again, with the approach in general.
I think addressing this area, if you're wanting to default, is going to be paramount, but they just can't do it at the moment. This isn't the round to really do it. Maybe this is time to start investigating, try and find a little something out about this, kind of play as the pack, see if you can kind of get a feel for what Secret are up to. But as a start, I mean, we talk about what Secret needs to do to win. I mean, for Gambit, this gets kind of scary, right? Like, you've had a couple of shaky results, but you think, it's okay. When we get to the big events, we'll be fine. We've done good prep coming in, and now you're set at 4-1.
We don't talk about that yet.
No, we don't talk about that
don't.
yet. It's too early. It's too early. It's only round 6. Oh, now popped. Let's see. Spike is down, to be fair, for Gambit. Let's see what this retake looks like. It's nice and clean. If it gets anything done, it's taken a while to get there. Redgar waiting. Gets swung out by Wits. Yeah, that was wide as you like. And here we go. Looking comfortable enough on the retake. Nicely done. Yes, they lose one, but the defuse should come in. No problem. 5-1. When do we start? When do we start believing? Give me a scoreline. So I normally say double digits.
I started believing around 3 rounds ago, to be honest with you.
We're all aboard the hype train.
Again, where you look at Gambit and where you they find success by obviously these early rounds and getting a good grasp on the game, right? Yep. Exploring both sides, exploring mid. You kind of see all flavors of Gambit in the first few rounds, and again, they then revert back to being very slow again, just in case the opposing team decides to respond with some defensive aggression. Right here, Secret in the driving seat. I haven't seen really anything from Gambit other than that eco round where it's okay. Let's rush mid. Let's hit B.
When does Gambit pull the tactical timeout? Because I don't know if they have. I think if it's not this one and they don't have an answer. Dubstep's been on the old TikTok walls again, hasn't he? Yep. He's been on it. And rinse and repeat. However, look how many players already stacked towards this A side. They have such a great read. Look at that mid presence, instantly being able to kind of keep that pressure. They read all of the tells that Gambit have. They poured every single replay. Now, yes, Gambit do have at least a good opportunity to get towards side, but there's 3 players back site right now. And they have, I guess, Nats again watching the flank, but they have very little idea of what's behind the curtain.
But this is the thing, though. With Nats positioned here, I don't think Secret go near him again for another few rounds.
No, they don't need to.
They want to leave that paranoia. Actually, as I say that, Shadows will find an opening. Jesse falls. But again, we'll pause for a moment. See if there's any pivot back on side as Redgar finds a fantastic kill, though.
That is the Gambit you need. Fight as the collective. They managed to dissemble that pretty hefty lean towards A. That was 3 players well positioned, and their patience pays off. It pays dividends. That's the experience of Gambit you want to start seeing come through. It's actually quite impressive to be able to make a play like that towards the site when there is a stack there that's fully red you pretty much. It's very well done by Gambit, showing their strength even when you feel like you know what they're up to.
I guess character-wise, this is a little more typical from what we expect from Gambit. Like I said, coming back to that methodical approach. Get up close, wait for Secret to give something away. At that point, again, it's nothing special. Find something on the back of Redgar, pushing a little deeper with that wall. And again, crucial here in terms of now we're looking at a round deficit. Gambit keep 5 alive, decent ultimate economy behind it. I don't think Secret are going to be struggling necessarily. I think obviously the reason for the save here being Dubstep on that operator. Doesn't have the Blade Storm to ride through. Again, Borkum really, I guess other than, like I said, that split through mid towards B, Borkum not really called upon yet. He's yet to get on the scoreboard, which, again, with Gambit's focus towards A, no real surprise there. Sure, Mola.
We have been reading the tech pause.
I'm going to look really bad if it doesn't pop up now.
Let's see. Where is it? No. Oh, you're not looking good, I'm going to be honest here. And look, it wouldn't be us if there wasn't a couple of tech pauses. I do want there to be like a Pampot pause. If that could just like be added to the rotation, I'd really appreciate that. Thank you. It is just a, make sure the keyboard's working, I think, for Secret. So, but if anything, let's kind of just take stock of where we're at, right? We looked at the map pool at the start. Let's go all the way back, right, to the map pool. Now, we saw it, we went, Icebox is a bit interesting. Now, let's say now, with what we know about Secret, that they can actually put up a fight. And I mean this in the most respectful way, because you never know when a team comes into an international stage, does it, really translate? And it has so far. Now, with the veto in mind, I was a bit worried for Gambit coming into this one, because that veto to me looked a little bit iffy, a little dangerous at moments.
I think just earlier when I was talking about blemishes in the history, and I think everybody's eyes goes towards Masters, and they look at that as Gambit. Now, if you look at the year as a whole, there are other kind of stumbles along the way. There were obstacles, there were blemishes on those map records. And I think Icebox is one where I could say they've probably struggled a couple of times against teams that, again, you can't turn your nose up at some of the opponents. And I look towards kind of the series a while back now versus Ascend, whereas they look simply outclassed by Ascend bringing what you could argue is maybe kind of Secret's ethos, right? It's that fast and loose. It's that we're going to test you in ways that you're probably not expecting. Again, I look towards the double walk down mid on a buy round and things like that, where it's just like, Gambit don't anticipate those things because it's not necessarily things that EMEA teams will do to try and counter this play.
No.
Other than G2.
Yeah, I'm about to say. But it's hard to do because I guess on paper, if you look at Gambit, the way they approach on the attack inside, those long-held defaults are somewhat made to address that. Right, it's made to address mid-round aggression, or early round aggression, should I say. It's meant to catch that and kind of give you the ability to get those picks rather than the early leans and then getting flanked. But to see it done to this extent by Secret, I'm actually very impressed with.
Well, where I credit Secret is actually the ability to make the most of that dead time that Gambit creates by slowing things down, right, is finding the necessary information elsewhere so that, you know, come 35 seconds, you can lean 3 people towards A. You can lean a 4th towards A.
I love that.
And that's the important thing. It's making the most of what Gambit give you, which is very, very difficult. Again, usually these late hits are, I would say, usually 5 strong, but Nats is in spawn. It's 4 strong coming through. You're looking towards Shados to find that entry, but that's what I look for. In these rounds, if I see Secret holding kind of a 2-1-2 towards, 45 seconds left on the clock, then you start getting worried because then they get caught short. They've never got numbers to hold off Gambit on the correct site.
Yes.
And really on a macro level, that would be the biggest concern. But things like Dubstep getting top tube, as soon as he gets there, he sees nothing mid. You see Borkin rotate away from B. Those are really, really good indicators for Secret throughout Icebox in particular.
And that does actually, I would say, lean to other maps as well. I think that Icebox is one of those that it does show very obviously on, but the ability to address and hit those early rotations, get players to the right side, not have anyone being picked or opened up easily on. Again, it's the kind of other side of the coin, right? Let's say you get proactive down middle a fair bit, you're pushing up on a couple of the extremities, you are opening up the world of potentially losing that player, and they haven't yet. They haven't played into that at all. They've been very diligent in that regard.
And the flip side of that is you look towards a couple of the early rounds where Secret are happy to say, okay, I'll play back outside heaven. I'll play back outside screens. I'm going to sit double boiler. They will give up all of that space. You haven't seen anybody peeking pipes on Secret. You haven't seen anybody swinging up and, going for those one and dones that I said. Actually, Dubstep and Wits probably could get away with doing that.
I'd say.
Gambit plays so slow that you kind of test the discipline, and we're clearing all these deep angles, all these ratty spots, Nat spots. But, those are the sorts of things in the early rounds that straight away I'm thinking, actually, Secret look as if they've got their head screwed on, and they're actually addressing this in almost an unorthodox way, right?
Yeah, and okay, I don't know if I'm just huffing copium right now. I don't know, right? I'm really unsure because
I'm expecting something bold now.
No, there's not. I'm actually giving myself a get out of jail free card. It's that, okay, we've seen the Team Secret are good, right? They're 5-2 up, but I'm not going to overcommit to this because we know that Gambit have depth, right? We know that. I'm not all aboard the train just yet. As much as this does look like we're very much looking at this as, wow, this is really impressive from Team Secret because we haven't seen them on an international stage. Yes, they were good under that Bren banner, but they had some questionable results once they joined Secret, just in a couple of weirder tournaments, a little bit, third-party sort of events outside of the normal competitive realm. Now, again, it throws a little bit of doubt in your mind, right? You're sort of like, okay, well, so what are these guys? Again, a lot of people put a bit of credit for them on that Berlin event. I definitely kept up with it. But, you think, but it's Gambit. It'll just get shut down. Look, how many times have we seen it? You're all going, oh, this is going to be a nuts game. These guys are sick. They've got these crazy ideas. And it doesn't happen. But I want this to keep happening because I want to see Gambit pushed early on, right?
I mean, it's good. My get out of jail free card is way more reliable than yours.
Yeah.
Before the series starts, I want to come away with some good indicators for Secret, right? Again, nobody's coming into this thinking, actually, maybe, Secret take this to a third map and it's 2-1 and yada, yada, yada. I come out of this looking at Secret and saying, actually, can they come to this and adapt to the play style they get? Because, again, Gambit can be a difficult beast to tame. And we've seen how much some, arguably on paper, records-wise stronger teams get embarrassed by Gambit. Now, with a team like Team Secret, you bring this and you say, actually, I want to see on a macro level all the right indications. And straight away already, I mean, I've had most of my concerns squashed. Whether or not they can carry this across an entire map, again, potentially into the second map, dare I say the third, I'll hold on to that for a little bit.
Yeah, now, again, one of the elements that made Gambit a difficult beast was Nats, and we actually have a little bit of a feature for you, because this tech pause does seem to be taking a little bit of time, so rather than you just sitting here listening to our podcast, let's send it over to a lovely little Nats feature to give you a little bit of a concept as to what that man is made of.
Creativity. I guess all of my creativity right now in the game, because I have to do some setups, lineups. When I'm playing the game, I'm doing some creative things, but that's my job. I can't relax with it. But when I'm painting, doing some other things, that's relax for me.
I'm Hula. I'm creating an artwork inspired by the professional Valorant player Nats. I'm a street artist / nature artist. It sounds so cliche, but just vibing with somebody or another artist and realizing, oh, there is some alignment here. It's so cool to see kind of the parallels.
1 year ago, I was just thinking, how is it possible to go on the LAN or just play against the top players?
I always would watch painters, and there was a lot of graffiti kind of inspiration while I was growing up in Hawaii.
I'm gonna say that maybe I can be good in painting because I like it. I had some lessons before. I used to draw good, but if I didn't play Valorant, if I have more free time, maybe I could do some great graffiti, maybe some good painting.
I guess the initial creative experience was I wanted to really translate just what he embodied as a confident, stoic person that kind of doesn't spend all that energy on extra emotion.
Because before we won the match against Team Liquid when we qualified to Berlin, I didn't have any emotions because I'm trying to spend my emotions only in the game, and I think if we lose the Champions, it will be the same. Oh, what just happened? We won the tournament. I'm just gonna sit in the chair. Okay.
It was so cool to see this kind of creative individual and how his mind works.
You have to do other things every day, every month, every game. You can't just watch how other players playing, just steal that for you. You have to do some creative things from you.
What struck me most about Nats was how dedicated and how calculated it is beforehand.
Actually, the most important thing for all of the players, I learned just how much you have to play the game and how you have to spend your time in the game. You have to improve yourself, like the different things. You have to prepare a lot. You have to improve your mind, you improve your aim and other things.
So with the piece, I really wanted to leave this figure emerging from water, and what's left behind the water is actually the very unfinished, blocked-in portion where you see that it's still getting defined. I love that about Nats, is just we're seeing, you know, this rising star, and I can't wait to see what else emerges from that.
For me, it's to have the chance to win Champions. It's gonna be like a really good story for me then. It's gonna be cool that, you know, my friends, child's gonna read about me, how I was playing the game, what's going on with me. I'm writing the history, I mean, for me.
And we are back, and a gorgeous piece of artwork, somewhat like his game style, to be fair. It is beautiful. I wish I was like aesthetically pleasing enough to have artwork with me. You know what I mean?
Well,
like
I
how
like a foot,
upsetting.
so they can put me in a video like that. That's for sure.
You imagine that.
That's why we cast, right?
Yeah,
we get about
probably.
7. Actually, no, it's we get over the quota.
Yeah,
the
we
camera
do.
Time.
We do. We do. It does seem as though it's resolved. However, you may have noticed we do have the round a little adjusted here, 5-1. That will be replayed. So again, don't worry, guys. It's us casting. I'm surprised everyone was so supportive of us as a duo because they know what happens.
All I'll say is Mitchman tweeted that today was going to be a quick day.
Why has he done that?
Now,
he's such a rat, isn't
I
he?
will be hunting him down.
Absolute rat. Righty, 5-1. Ignore the bit at the bottom there. That's a little bit of a debate, isn't it? Nasty. However, we are back on the way. Now, Gambit doing somewhat of a similar piece, but it looks a little bit more pacey to it.
Yeah, and you see straight away Witz is going to back away deep towards the left side of Rafters, at least looking
that's different.
up. Dubstep will find this pick again.
But Nats was Wait, he was a bit more proactive this time. Nats was a little...
Tube with this wall once again.
Wow, okay, this is where things go different because Nats was pretty much the saving grace of the back line. However, this time, Team Secret hit these rotations a little bit better, a little bit quicker, a little bit more prepared. And Gambit are in pieces at 6-1.
Wow, I mean, that was, again, a big pace change from Gambit. Similar sort of execution. Dubstep once again, though. You can see on the minimap just there, I know it was off screen, but when that pick comes through, Nats is just on the left side of those barrels. I think he's not, again, without Gambit kind of addressing mid, they haven't seen really the 2 or 3 looks that Dubstep's maybe going to come. Again, all these new angles need to be re-explored every time they go somewhere else. And right there, Nats is punished for it. And I got to say right there, I think that's probably the catalyst for Gambit to try and force the issue on A, but it doesn't work for them.
Now, the buy is shoddy, but last time they had that really aggressive mid burst come out and they kind of like cut through under tube and hit that B site, which again a similar look, and if they're aware of these half buy plays, they should be aware of this. However, Redguard does at least get 1, so that's going to be entryway towards that B site. Now there are 2 players who are pushed up though towards B long, so this isn't clean. This is a really weird fight to be having. Nats with the overwhelm though is good enough to at least shut down Dispenser. That's now puts okay, no pressure on Dubstep apparently. There we go, lovely stuff from Gambit. That's what you want to see. Keep it a little safe, keep it a little bit under wraps. But this is the round that they won before, basically.
There's actually Spike making his way all the way over towards A here. Bit of a ruse. Jesse still towards B site, and now Nats and Defo will peel away. Now the important thing is, again, just at the start of this round here, it's kind of the checklist. It's the protocols you look towards for Secret. Again, Jesse joining up. He's there to catch anything coming through mid, and Defo actually ultimately hopping up on top of Tube. Now the problem being, previously with this split, it was a very fast round from Gambit. I want him out of that drone quicker. Again, you can see Redguard finds that opener. What's the value in finding the second tag, right? You're confirming what you already know, which is there's one top tube. By that point, they're already under. So that's something I want to see Secret address, but it's good to see Jesse in a similar position, and again, running those same kind of disciplined protocols I'm referring to.
It's not out of it yet. It is a 1v3, and they've got some upgrades. Nats with the big one. First contact made, still a player towards the site though, and now we found Shados. Gets at least the rifle as well. Look and see if Defo gets anything. Just a spectacle where we didn't get any of the other rifles. That aside though, we've seen Gambit convert these. Now, the bigger thing for me is, as much as we have looked at that and gone, okay, well, Secret can adjust this way, or we prefer to see them like that, how does Gambit then bring that into a gun round? Because I feel like we haven't seen that style really brought through here.
We don't see that pace from Gambit unless they run Inspectors and Sheriffs, or Defo's got the Blade Storm, he's got the Marshal, or something like that. So it's interesting, and again, I think it relies on Secret in terms of these kind of early round objectives. First time we're actually seeing the double up here of Dubstep and Wits over towards A. And the first time we're seeing them actually get a little bit aggressive. One towards Bell, one on Pipes. They're looking for this early pick now. Nats will be called upon.
But he's meant to be made for this, right? But they've read him so well!
Like a book. Like a book.
They bought the limited edition, the collector's edition. They got all the artwork and everything, mate. They've got it all. But this isn't enough. They now know everything. Oh, it's all been given away!
No way.
Team Secret! They have read every single secret the Gambit may think they have. Any card up the sleeve has been ripped down, as now Defo and Chronicle like, wait, what? We were holding a default and now we're just getting wrapped in on as well. The book's being shut. This round's done for. I am taken aback by Team Secret right now.
It is, and the problem is that every round looks like a new set of obstacles for Gambit to overcome.
Yes.
This is the first time Borkum's been called upon on B main. When he goes huge, he slips underneath the drone there and was rewarded with 2 kills on Chronicle. 1 consolation, but Dubstep again. And look at it, 4 survive. Look at the ultimates back online for Secret here. Again, I mean, we talked about it 3 rounds ago. Now I'm even more worried, right? We're back again at a 5-round deficit, and I gotta say, in terms of Gambit, they're unable to kind of just get a firm grip on the early round. Everything they're trying to do, Secret have a different look to show. And
they're a step ahead.
Yeah, exactly.
It feels like everything Secret does is tailor-made to absolutely destroy Gambit from within. Okay, well, let's leave Nats then just kind of solo hold towards that A side. First time we see him push out, and you saw how ready they were for that little bit of a step up, and there it is. We were asking, right, when is that timeout coming in? Because right now, Team Secret are playing chess and Gambit are playing checkers, as every play-by-play commentator loves to say. But the point is that this has pushed Gambit, and if I'm Gambit, I'm a little shook.
I mean, we actually touched this again previously. Champions, target on your back. There's that kind of preparation factor. Everybody's looking at you, what you're going to do. But, I mean, you've got to then question the Gambit come into this thinking, have they done a massive amount of research into Sin Secret? And actually...
He ain't a happy bunny,
no,
is he?
It's not. And again, actually, I was talking to Dash before we had one of the interviews where it's actually they haven't been happy with their preparation overall. So, again, you think about one of those kind of anomaly teams, the kind of unknown entity, and Team Secret I think is a perfect example right there. You haven't really got any international footage to go over. The data sample a little bit questionable because you can talk about the meta within that region and the differences and viability coming across to a different pool of teams. Right here, I mean, the best thing for Secret to do would have been to get off to a good start. They've done absolutely that. Gambit now have to recover. It's almost salvage mode.
It is. And they're going to have to salvage it with a broken economy and probably some tilted players, I'm not going to lie to you. Because mentally you come into this going, okay, well, I expect a good game, but I don't expect to be 7-2 down, right? Like, that's... Look, we say it time and time again, the ground is definitely a heavy burden, but right now it's being just taken away from Gambit. So many teams prior have fallen somewhat like this, though. You look at, I guess Sentinels is the prime example, something like Heretics. You look across the regions. However, for now, it looks like a quicker lean towards that A site. And once again, a great deal of Secret's players are here on that other side. 3, heavy lean, mid-take, ultimate down. Defo with a quick dismantling, though, as 2 fall in back-to-back succession, as Dispenser is now needed. And Shados with a re-peek on that. They look, I'm going to be honest, they look pissed at this. They look angry.
These are tilt peaks. These are kind of, that arrogance kind of comes into it in terms of the play style here. Upstep, operator on rafters. Trying to swing out here. Shados again, still trying to apply the pressure here. We'll find Jesse. 3 members left of Secret here, and that's 2 snake bites, but actually Defo will fall here. Shados again will find another. See Nats up there on the X-ray. And now I think Gambit going to try and slow things down, but Shados now is 4th on the round, Lauren. Dubstep, have to consider saving that operator, but Shados close enough. It could be the ace here. It could be absolutely what the doctor ordered for Gambit. A more comfortable round, but again, nothing special on the way in there. It's almost like we're walking at you. We're walking at you with a drone. There's a recon. Shados is going to walk forward, and a couple of over peaks, actually, you could argue.
As someone who enjoys Gambit's playstyle, I wish this wasn't an ace that got them the round under the belt. Because how do you address it then going forward? Oh, just do that again.
Yeah. Shados, do you want to walk into A again?
Just ace?
Yeah.
Like, if it gets your players pumped up, if it gets their mentality back, absolutely. But from a tactical aspect, how do you now find repetition in that sort of success? But it is 7-3, and there's been a little bit of a lifeline given across.
Look at the difference now, though. Gambit stacked up as 5. And it's
they found one thing that works.
Let's swing up belt. Let's see if we can do that again.
They have had success in doing this, but I want to see a quicker address on it. Or they play on a heavier retake. Playing in like that towards Gambit is going to give them the gateway to open up to the Kingdom. Chronicle with a quick one towards Dubstep as well. This is looking very likely as Shados is going to be feeling confident enough to lean a bit further forward, make those audio cues and then fall away just a touch. Spike going to be planted, and now down to 3 to try and play it back in.
See, really, if Secret want to entertain this at all, you see Borkum's recovered that operator. I think, yeah, with what we're seeing on the minimap, looking like they might want to retreat away from this. And again, if we can just play back that clip from the Gambit timeout, I think this is the byproduct, right? It's like, guys, get your head in the game.
What are you doing?
Come on, what are you doing? Now, whether or not we see them just lean towards this now, because you've got to expect some sort of adjustment for Secret. Well, actually,
they're really chasing
Borkum's are way closer than you'd hope, actually. Somebody trying to hold on to his operator, but he's not checked upon.
Hiding in plain sight.
Yeah.
Genius.
But this is where you expect now Secret. They're the ones that the ball's back in their court, right? They have to address something. If Gambit stack up as 5 again outside A and they just walk onto site, actually you look at it now, 7-5, in terms of how this half has gone, you got to put that as a massive win for Gambit with how this was looking before that timeout.
Yeah. But that's under the assumption that you kind of treat these as 2 equal teams. One of them was a victor of literally one of the last major events. Is this really a good half? I don't know. I mean, that's going to be the thing. Yeah, 7-5 and 8-4 does feel a world apart, but however, they have finally broken a little of the money that was built up by Secret, but I want to see what's addressed here, because it's rinse and repeat. Gambit finds the one trick that works here, but Dubstep is called upon this, and he actually falls away, though. Overstay, tries to deal with the drone. do you do about this one now, mate? Because you do have a whole lot of pressure coming your way. You're going to get out of dodge. Probably the right idea, but a slower enough pace for now. That presence might have hindered a little, but that early explosive play from Shados.
You say the right decision, but it's almost cost Gambit nothing to force that player out of sight here.
Sure.
And again, without Dubstep exploring mid, going elsewhere, and again, a lot of things that we credited Secret for previously. Now look at it. We're up to a minute. All 5 members of Gambit towards A. You still got Borkum considering the possibility of a lurk. And actually Dispenser tucked down just at the end of Tube. But again, potentially it's a 5v2 here on A side.
Confirmation all they've really had is Chronicle and I guess Shados in that regard. Now with the ult invested, that does change the dynamic. They need to kind of invest in this, and that's maybe what they have! Oh, Dubstep from up above! Rains hell upon Defo, and now the spike's been denied, at least for the plant. Dispenser plays back in, and they've come and found the pace they needed. Witz holds his nerve, and it's Chronicle all down to you now. What are you going for us? Ooh! There's fire in Gambit, but Team Secret, they lead on the hop.
Which isn't a conversation I thought we'd be having, Lauren. I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, this is wild. It's 8-4. I need to catch my breath. Desk, what are your thoughts?
Thank you very much, Pansy. Hypox said it best, not a conversation we thought we'd be having, but here we are. We have to have it. It's Team Secret who's up 8-4 off of the first half here on Icebox. Jess, I'll come to you first, though, because you were the one who called out the few reasons why maybe you take Gambit to Icebox, and Team Secret comes up big with the pistol and throwing a few more rounds quickly after that.
You know what? The first couple of rounds, I can buy them winning them. Like, you know what? Yeah, pistol, okay, etc. Then the third round, I'm like, Gambit's got this. They've got the weaponry they need for this. No, they don't. They also don't have the mental weaponry they needed for that. Did you hear the Team Secret boys? I mean, those of you who are at home might not get the full veracity of the boys sitting on the Team Secret side, but they are loud, they're having fun, and that is a tilter if I'm sitting across the room.
Holy Dispenser, 14-5. This was the player that, like, again, you're sort of comparing him and mostly playing that sensible roll up against Nats. It's more against Red Guy in that Sage position, being able to sort of shut stuff off for the most part. The problem for me for Gambit, though, we saw attack pause, we saw them come back in the last few rounds, but I'm pretty sure the call from Eng was just keep going A, just 5-stack. Like, the default wasn't working. And there also might be an element of don't show too much. We should be able to just diff these teams anyway because we're Gambit. So maybe that's why they started to just deathball it a little bit onto that A side.
Right, they got the 1-round win on B early in the half, and then from there it just seemed like we got to take the op shots, we got to take the peaks and hope to win the gunfights. But that's not a super, affirming thing to see out of your tournament favorite, or one of the tournament favorites.
You know what? If I was a coach right now, I would have sat there and gone through that VOD if that had been the most recent Icebox VOD, and I'm counter-stratting Gambit, and I'm sitting there going, all they could do is hold hands, run into A, and hope that their utility and gun power is going to overwhelm Team Secret. That is the only thing that has worked. Imagine you're a team and your one adaptation is to just do that. I mean, there's got to be more in the book here for Gambit.
Yeah, it's only one half. There's still a lot of runway to go. They were able to, kind of scrape it back to 8-4, and it was Shados coming up with that ace. I'm glad we called him out in the pre-match there as being an integral member to this team's success. But again, there are a lot of questions now that continue to be raised about this Gambit squad as Team Secret really brings it here in the first half of Icebox. With that, Pansy, I hope you got that breath you needed, because we're tossing it straight back to you to dive right in.
Just about. I mean, 8-4. I'm not gonna. I don't know when I can start believing. I've been beaten too much by, like, I don't know, Reddit, Twitch chat. I don't know where it's come from. I mean, I'm nervous to believe, Hypop.
People call us regionally biased, but actually we're the ones that have been disappointed the most within our region in terms of expectations.
All right. Well, look, the expectation, I don't know, managed or not, it's Witz to start it off with a bang. Already going to get that first pick, and that's going to be Shados. Pretty much dealt with him. What a player to find.
Especially with the last few rounds he had on attack as well. Dispenser actually going to throw up the wall here. It's going to split Defo away. Ooh! Again, actually, Defo finds both here. Find a third. He's going to re-explore towards B main. Actually will find it.
Yeah, this man's on a mission, and if it ain't going to be Shados, it'll be him. Defo's still going to be doing what he can. He's got the boys by his side. But do they overdo this? No, not for now. It is just Dubstep left in, what, a 1v3 spike down, basically, in Narnia. He's going to have to find a wardrobe to just jump through or something at this point. And already the Aldrone, can he dip around it? Let's see if he can do some dodge. Yes, beautiful. Oh. There we go. It was a lovely attempt. And now there's a whole lot of players looking your way. Gambit strike back hard in the first round, thanks to pretty much one man at the very beginning there.
Again here, I think it's difficult for Secret to, with how those last few rounds went, it's difficult for Secret to kind of, I guess, have expectations of how Gambit are going to approach the first few rounds here, but in my eyes, I'm looking towards Gambit to not necessarily be aggressive, at least be proactive, right? Be ready to stand toe-to-toe with Secret if they do try and play pretty aggressively here. Actually, just seeing Dubstep will throw something in here. Whips for the shot. Sheriff as well, sorry. Two members once again from Gambit. Now, it's important for me, again, to see a team on attack, on Icebox in particular, address B in these early rounds, right? At least plant the seeds that, you know, don't leave open. Don't leave one player out on B site on an island. So at least a good indication here from Secret. Whether or not they can get anything done, we'll have to wait and see.
If anything, I do think we can walk away with this saying I like the theory crafting that Secret come in with. Their approach is actually quite nice, well-rounded. However, Gambit look fired up. They're starting to find a little bit more to bring to the plate already, though. It's going to be Defo and Shados. Shados gets that first contact, going to confirm attendance. Defo catches Dubstep, and this is going to be comfortable for them so far. Bear in mind, it's classics, and I think maybe a Sheriff and a Marshall is it. So nothing too much to worry about. Gambit, though, will be happy with this, as this should be time for them to just close that gap. Get back in the game, start feeling the game out. You don't have to rush it, but you do want to close that gap.
Absolutely, and these are the ones that ultimately want to make it comfortable. Not so comfortable, but it will only be one more, and that's will fall, but 3 stand for Gambit. Defo, decent progress already towards that blade. Some whether or not going to see a play towards that A orb. Get that online here, potentially throw the Bulldog across. It looks like he's considering that. But a nice round from him nonetheless.
And Defo's coming in pretty nice at this point, actually. A couple of rounds, right?
Yeah, and again, another player that I think we've seen a stark contrast online versus LAN. Masters Berlin.
Absolutely.
He was insane. I think
look,
actually,
I was a doubter. I'm going to be honest.
I was probably his biggest critic in terms of their online performances, but absolutely squashed that last time.
Yep.
Gambit try and ride through here.
Heck, this is dangerous. Nats gets beheaded, and now they could springboard off this, but they actually don't. They hit the brakes for a second. I think they identified a second, which would have been Redgar, who's going to slip away towards a deeper part of that B site.
Interesting, actually, the orb wasn't retrieved from A before Defo and Shados hit this rotation, so cautious that Secret were spread a little thin here, but Dubstep find Redgar as well. Again, at this point, just look for Gambit to do some damage. Remove some of these weapons.
It's all rifles. If they can do something to do that, that'd be pretty dreamy at this point. Obviously, you're looking for normally like 3 to kind of force that reinvestment to be a little bit more labored. But at this point, you'll take anything you can get. For now, a tap on the spike is the beginner. No one massively swinging off the back. They can kind of maybe hazard a guess that it's not going to be stuck at this point. Dubstep waits. There it is. There's one in unison with the other. Maybe didn't need that overstep there, but it will be 4 alive. Spike down. 1 rifle lost, but it's not the end of the world as Dubstep's pretty close to the blade storm anyway, so he's going to be building that money through.
And another round where I think it's going to keep Gambit in check on B, right? Nat's picked off pretty much off the rip there. Redgar a little bit split from him, whether or not they both want to kind of challenge B main with that utility dump at the start, but again, it's these early rounds where you've got to plant the seed that you can't lean towards A unless you find that information. Like I said, what I was crediting Secret for in the early rounds of their defense, you know, Dubstep swinging up on the top of the tube.
Yeah.
Again, just taking a peek to see the setup. Scratching the surface at least.
And here we go. This is the round that really can kind of set things off, and Defo's going to do it well. Going to find Dubstep and then fall back, force the res. And already they're still trying to work forward on the Shados as well. Right there, he's not backing away. He is not being passive on this. He wants the fight, and they're going to just falter for a second. Takes one, backs it, but it's Wits with the trade. That's now up, lost in the site as well. Shados, he's actually going to spin up towards heaven. He wants to get there quick, but there's a player lingering just down below. Going to take that space and take site control. Spike should be able to be planted. I don't think anything's going to deny that now. And now we're in the post plant.
Actually, you got 2 members of Gambit actually walking towards the back lines here. Redgar and Nats potentially challenge Dubstep in his position, but he finds the first headshot now.
Look at the
Redgar
damage.
solo HP.
Look at the damage on him. Dubstep did so much on the first peak. The second almost felt like a given. Shados and Chronicles 5 HP. Get out of there. You know you're going to have to. 5 HP is not enough to be lingering around on you. You want to keep these rifles. You want to give yourself the best chance going forward. He needs to quietly back away to not give away audio cues or anything else. But, well, can we just take a second to appreciate this? Team Secret just went, do you remember those 8 hits you were doing to us? Mate, we can do them too.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
And the difference being, again, it's that double duelist setup on the side of Gambit, so it's...
Wait, they've lost both of the rifles.
Okay.
Ooh.
It's getting a little awkward in here. I'm
We
going to
got
be
double
honest.
digits. All right, it's time to believe.
The big thing here, again, that double duelist setup, they have to find first blood, right? They have to take first contact. They find it with the operator there. In a round like this, again, you can't really argue that the Secret can repeat this over and over because they had the res here. They forced Defo off that initial angle, right? Which is the scariest in any round.
That is.
In any round, it's where's that operator? You find it? Okay, cool. The emphasis then becomes on where's Shados playing. Because actually, 4 people swing on Shados. Defo's only good for 1 trade, right? He can become overwhelmed.
Another timeout. Second now brought in here.
Can we cut to a coach cam real quick, actually?
Yeah,
I wanna see.
please, because that man is going to be sweating bullets at the moment. Because how do you address this, though? Because they've now found it so hard. Like, what? Even in the prior time when we were looking at it on the flip side, right, when Gambit were running those hits, it's hard to kind of address that, right?
And I got to say as well, the only real misstep I've seen on the side of Gambit was that Nat's first blood. Secret are just playing this right.
Yeah, absolutely.
They've approached absolutely every single one of these rounds. Again, you could argue the first with Dubstep being a little disconnected, maybe the one to try and sell something on a site in that pistol, but everything else, Secret, like I said, they've been the ones to set the precedent, be in the driving seat, and Gambit unable to respond.
Oh, here we go. Could it be the day of upsets, right? Because if you look at the matches, and you know what?
I don't want to talk about upsets when I look at the rest of the day.
No. I
don't want to talk about that.
Look. I was a little... I don't know. Maybe I was not believing, right? I think Bren was like, which upset's going to happen? The Gambit one. Yeah, I think Sentinels. Yeah, I think Liquid, right? You got a couple of big dogs today against arguably underdogs, right? Yeah.
It's an interesting day, but I think it's the potential to have the most upsets.
All right, and off the rip already, Gambit going to try and get a little proactive here, see if they can do something about this. But look who's waiting on the other side. Here's the firing squad. Defo up above, going to get one, dips away. No more coming through, though. No one's been able to capitalize with him. This is all one side, and it's all going by the wayside as Nats now, the overnight superstar, is going to have to back away and readdress, because this is going to be 11 no matter which way you want to cut it.
Again, take from this round what you will, but this is when I start getting kind of frustrated watching Gambit, because this isn't their comfort zone, right?
Nope.
Again, whether this is just a, again, push Secret, keep them a little bit more honest in the early round. Entirely sure, but Nats won't even find another one. 4 survive. Secret now 11 rounds. Gambit on 6. I thought I'd never say. I'm here for it though.
Oh no, we're living.
Secret are, like I said, they're leaving an impression already. Like I said, even if they don't come away and win this series already, there are so many positives to take away from this.
It's truly, as much as saying, you know, it's like at the start we were saying, fairy tales don't always come true. We love the idea of it. The underdog comes in, makes this huge impression, but it doesn't always work out. But they've actually done it.
Don't ask me about the veto. Let's just...
let's get back to it. 11-6. We are right back into this. And Jesse is about to try and take on the likes of Shados, who's just been trying to play this corner. We've seen hot and cold performances from him already. Sometimes maybe a little over peak, maybe a little bit too overzealous. But right now, he is needed.
But again, though, the adjustment here, Redgar's here to kind of slow down these hits from Secret, but it's not going to do anything. No, Shados and Redgar fall immediately.
Michael, what are you doing? Oh, okay, he's doing that. Takes one and now slips away into the night. Tries to back away and not overstep. I got a little worried if he was on his own trying to make moves, but the spike's going down. Can't deny it. And now into the post-plant 3v3.
Spencer here, have a little peek through, and actually will find it. Secret are just hitting everything right now. Therefore, on the way back in, we'll find Wits. 2v2 presented here.
Nats on the drop down, clears below, but not completely. Does find Spencer, tries to find the next step, but Jesse playing to just deny this step out. Does spot at least one. Finds Defo now knows what's up. Again, get your gun out, Jesse. Here
No
we go.
way,
It's
man.
12 on the board. Team Secret tearing down Gambit. I'm ready. I'm all aboard the Team Secret train. Let's get going. Dubstep, Dispenser. They've all played their game perfectly. I can't actually question what they're doing here.
You can't, and actually on the flip side of that, like I said, Gambit, they make this adjustment here. They try and send Redgar over, swapping out Defo towards B, potentially towards mid elsewhere. Jesse comes up huge to the Red Bull clutch, but I mean, Gambit, like I said, they're struggling to respond, and it's not as if they're bone idle, they're trying things.
Look at the buy, it's absolute garbage, and already it's going to be Chronicle now lost, down to 4 standing. And Gambit are going to be in pieces after this. This is a group stage. This was meant to be maybe a little difficult, maybe a couple of rounds, but you weren't meant to be.
It's supposed to be.
A little lead on, and look at this approach. Look at what we're seeing coming out of Secret. It's passive, it's patient, and it's a slow build towards A, but look at the rest. They are literally doing an Nats.
Dare I say, they're doing what Gambit do best.
This is literally what I have seen. We've time and time again, we have seen this sort of thing.
And look at it, Gambit, almost about to entertain it. You can see Redgar gets curious in mid. Secret will stack up now. Leave Dubstep a little disconnected. Actually, looks like he will regroup. I thought potential for him to go down mid, but B-side wide open right now. No Viper utility committed on the side of Borkum, so they have the opportunity here. Just cut and dry piece towards B. Nat's still alive, one away from the Viper's pit now. Reactionary ultimate potential here if he can find this first kill.
30 seconds left.
See here if he's checked upon.
Welcome to my world.
Ulti invested. Shados on top, gets a fight, loses it. Dubstep gets him. We're down to 3. Spike goes in. First fight comes out, Nat's going to pick up the pace, going to pick up 2 bodies on the way as well, but loses his life. Red's now invested as well, coming out from Dispenser, going to get that Viper back on their feet, but now we do have a little bit of a scrappy battle to say the least. Defo and Redgar, what can you do though to break those back lines, to get back into this one? That Spike is ticking away as Redgar going to lean a little further forward. Does isolate Dispenser, forces the swing out of 1. Trade comes out, it's going to be down to just Jesse again, up against Defo. But the Spike, the time is still so favorable here towards Secret. Time being bought, players being toyed with. Jesse, all he's got to do is play this correctly. Backs away, buys some time. He's breaking Defo's heart. He can't do anything about it. He knows it's done. Give it up. Game 1, map 1. Team Secret off to an incredible start.
I'm at a loss here. He's actually going to try and get ahead of the curve here. We'll find a kill as well. Chronicle will fall.
Lovely timing with the drone coming out as well, just working in unison, and Wits is putting on a show already, down to Defo and Redgar. Spike is down, but so is the defuse coming in halfway, now achieved. Jesse on the swing, and Redgar, he ain't...
Awesome. And to whoever, oh my god. Team Secret, to all of you guys who voted Team Secret, are rich in channel points. Holy shit.
Okay. Map 1. It happened. How you feeling?
I don't know.
I mean, I started there by saying I was at a loss for words.
Yeah?
I think that probably sums it up best, Lauren, to be honest with you.
Guys, it's already so dark out in Berlin. I swear, the sun sets at like 4 p.m.
This was an performance so far by
Holy
Gambit.
shit, I have to show you.
Actually an exceedingly good performance.
Dubstep has a VTuber profile picture, by the way.
It looked like they were incredibly
He does.
prepared.
Yeah, I think as well, we lean back towards the kind of those preparation factors. I think Secret demonstrated from the get-go a fantastic read of what Gambit were expecting to do, hoping to do, and they brought everything to the table.
4 p.m.
They shut down a couple of the key components to Gambit's success so early on that I kept coming back to that. Gambit unable to respond, unable to find answers.
And thank you, Daniela, for the tier 3 for 7 months. Welcome back. I hope you're doing well.
For me at the end there, really closing things down, keeping composure at the very end. And you saw that Shados, Defo, they tried. Nats was a little quiet, a couple of the others having some issues on this one. now, I guess the question then goes, Breeze. Would I put Gambit's group stage in this?
His
It's
cross
not the end of
replacement's
the world. I still
insane.
think Gambit should be fine in this
Defo.
group. But Breeze and Bind definitely raise an eyebrow, I think, is the big point here to be had. I'm still lost for words, honestly. Let's get out of here, because I need to go over the notes, because now we actually have a real series on our hands. Breeze
I'm
and
fucking
Bind coming up in a moment's
excited,
time. Before we get
Breeze.
there, we'll have the desk and a couple of
Dude.
breaks, so do stick around.
Because this is the one thing about this map, is although, yes, utility plays a huge role into this, a lot of it is the duels. So it's
Yeah, it makes you
whoever
scared.
It comes down to is whoever is feeling it the most. And right now, the momentum is carried on from literally Team Secret winning.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say the exact same thing. Since it's like they just won on Ice Fox, and now they're playing Breeze, right? Next, or wait, they're playing.
Every song is stuck in my head, singing la la la. Smash it like it, my voice is so catchy. Every song is stuck in my head, singing la la la.
Here's a question. Whoa, how fast was that serve? Are you taking an ECG here? And why are you checking your blood oxygen level? Oh, there's your answer.
You seen this? They're just putting down the weapons.
Are we good? There we go.
The next map is Breeze, right? Because I can't get on VLR. See?
No, some people definitely have heard about me before Tyson, but I'd say the majority is definitely Tyson before me. But that's also because I do play with like OTV and stuff. And so the people that aren't in like competitive scene, right? Peter, my chat just said I was Dolno-walling you.
It's all good. Don't worry.
No?
Yes, it is. Okay. And I agree with what Kaide said earlier. It's all good. Don't worry about it. Just the hard not light for me.
No. Breeze.
Nah, yeah. You said how like they have the momentum and they're gonna like game diff.
Yeah.
VALORANT
Yeah.
Champions for Team Secret.
That's the thing, especially about
they want
Breeze.
like Ice Fox.
In map number
Yeah.
one. If I had any paper notes,
I view them look like similar maps, and I think if Team Secret won Ice Fox, I feel like they're just gonna win Breeze as well. With like the logic I have, because like I put them in like the same category.
That's not close. That's not a nail biter of a map.
Nope. Not at all. You know what? We can do something, boys. Ready?
Okay.
Nice,
Right hand up,
Bradley. I hope you did well.
Left hand up. Bow to our new supremacy.
There
Got him.
Yeah, I find you.
That's what I was going to say,
found out
because
about
we
you
saw
through
Gambit
OTV.
beat Vision
Oh,
Strikes
that's
on
awesome.
Icebox in Berlin.
Yeah, I'm
Vision
definitely gonna be
Strikers
playing
look the
some more
best.
games and stuff with
Team
them.
Secret, the
I
best
love
team on
that whole
Icebox.
group.
That is a fact at
They're
this
great.
point. It's the pecking
I'm
order.
literally called the Zoomer Child.
What an incredible
in that
display
friend
out
group.
of them. I mean, again, we already went through that
Thank you,
first
some
half,
death
the 8-4.
for the
You know,
Prime.
the
Thank
small
you, Loaded,
claw
for the
back
3
that
months.
Gambit was able to mount, and then we said, all right,
Where's
switching
TS
halves,
from?
let's
So
see
Team
what they
Secret
can
is
get
from
done.
the
Winning the
Philippines.
pistol, winning the bonus. But then from there, it was a clean sweep.
It was just the fact that Team Secret, before this tournament, was a play map for them. Like, they didn't ban it, but they didn't necessarily pick it. They brought it in, and you can sort of see why.
Nice.
It's not a map that you typically see a lot when it comes to agent changes, but it's a great stress test of a map when it comes to, like, protocol.
Dubstep has been hitting his shots.
Dubstep popping off. Top frag for the team.
You know
Beautiful
what?
to see.
All that was going on in the back of my mind, bangarang. The entire time I was like, bang, 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 you're dead. My name's Dubstep, get out of the way.
Right? And we had talked about how for Gambit, it kind of felt like the strategy was very much about group is 5, try and win the peaks, try and win those those first, those first bloods, those first gun battles. But when you've got a player like Dubstep firing off in the way he does, you don't stand a chance.
I think everybody.
Spencer also felt really good for a Sage player on Icebox because that's a really hard map to find value as Sage.
Towards the end, and also Wits just finding
like
so many
when you're playing Sage, you usually become like bomb bitch, and like you know what I mean, just like
no, the wall
playing,
and it was just out the window.
yeah, wall playing bomb, and he got a lot of value. He literally had
who I hope
tons of
has
impact.
made some sense of how that map actually broke down. Ball, take it away.
Absolutely, our first major upset here at Champions, and I couldn't be more thrilled because honestly, the clips that I've chosen are, it was definitely a team effort for Team Secret. I wanted to focus on one player in particular, Jesse Vash, because he was somebody I was prepared to start criticizing heading into this game, but he impressed me the most. So let's go ahead and start right off with the pistol round. And all Sova mains need to be paying attention to how he plays on Icebox because it was fantastic. The first thing I want to point out is the way that he drones. He gets the tag and then he ducks it back down so it cannot be broken for a second or for this second tag that he goes for.
Maybe.
And that helps with
I think that'd be fun.
Swing from the side. If I look into the mini,
Does Tyson know how to cook?
He swings in from the side.
Okay. I don't either, so I can't like make fun of him.
No, I know. It's just
I have a new strategy.
No, like I wouldn't usually like, you know what I mean? I can't cook.
Literally
But,
just
you know
order
what I
like
mean?
a full whole wheat bread and just fucking
use it for the week.
Make sandwiches all day.
Has been dashing from mid directly on top of the tube, and that's where his Sage player is actually laying in wait. So Jesse Vash has something prepared, a dart to only really focus.
When it comes to IRL challenges, I can normally destroy Tyson, but when it comes to game stuff, I get fucking laid down.
Shock dart. The first one did miss up at the top right here, but that's okay because it doesn't really matter if the second one.
I'd rather be good at IRL
If
stuff.
had gone to he would be met with not only the Viper wall,
Unless you're as good as Tyson, but that's a pretty big extreme. If I had a choice between being good at something, I'd choose to be good at IRL.
Combined utility of all of the
But he's literally the best.
He is, yeah.
And then I have another
it's
clip
hard.
here that just shows off the.
Hey, like
yeah, you're at a small disadvantage.
You saw him
small
just
disadvantage.
there tag and actually mark where he wants to ult as
We
the
were
player's
the
falling
tweet
back. But
awesome
first
though.
things first,
Yeah.
he does this off of a trigger,
For,
not from just the recon bolt, but okay, the spike plant as well. So he tries
thank you,
to go for the
Custy,
second,
for the
but then
prime, and thank you,
repositions it
Bell, for the sub,
perfectly to
and
get
thank
one
you,
tag on elevation, and
Narmarathine
that's something
for
you really
the prime,
have to be
and thank you, Gino,
wary of
for
as Sova
the
players
prime
just
as well.
get these last final things, and he did start to turn up in the frag department again, and I wanted to show one more impactful thing. Again, we already saw the drone, but this time you really see the benefits. Tags the jet, that's one. And because he tucks it back, because he waits for this, he's actually holding space. Tags another player, and because of that, goes and gets the shock dart, denies the space. Sage, which is over here, Redguard, cannot fall back even further. He has to wait for the shock dart to land, and that gives Jesse Vash another free kill. So that's exactly the type of thing I think Team Secret was very good at the entire time. And I want to see if it continues on Breeze, which should be a map that Jesse Vash can have impact on again.
Thank you, Gino, for the sub as well.
Thank you so much, Ball. A breakdown of the util usage out of Team Secret, and it's almost making me eat some of my words from the top of the day when we were teeing up this team. I was like, this is the explosive team. This is the team that's going to come in fast, hit hard, things like that. But really, in some senses, they were the more patient. They were the slower team in this first map.
Yeah, and even though they were a little bit slow, a little bit patient in rounds, when they did get to the kick, oh god, it was fast. They knew what they wanted to do. They were confident with it. And I think that just goes to show Team Secret, they picked Icebox for a reason. I want to see how that goes down on Breeze, though.
So now the question becomes, what does the recovery look like for Gambit if it's going to happen? We're actually going to take a look in at the aim lab pre-match shoot-around. We've got no one else to look at but Redguard, the leader for the squad when it comes to Gambit, right? How do you find your rhythm? How do you get back into it, both mentally as well as mechanically?
Yeah, back into the practice range.
That's the thing, right? If Gambit's going to rely on winning those gunfights, it's got to start here.
Oh, he's a high sense player.
But Ryan, as we move to Breeze and we start to think about what it's going to take, it is Gambit's map choice, so you got to believe they've got something up their sleeves. But who are you looking at, or what's the strat? What was failing in map 1 that maybe they can recover from here in map number 2?
I think it was a case of their fundamentals being really off. You could credit to Team Secret, they didn't come in with like a cheesy strategy. They weren't playing like Hypoc highlighted one and done angles. They weren't being ratty. They were just diffing Gambit when it came to map control and stuff like that. Breeze is similar in that aspect. And again, you're not going to see like
right
crazy
after
agent
this game
changes.
is finished,
but
which
the fact
is
that Gambit didn't really play this map
supposed to be
all that
6
often
p.m.
to
my
picking
time,
it,
so that's
it's
about
kind
an
of
hour
similar
and a
to what we saw
half
with Team Secret with Icebox. It's almost like a glow up. You sort of expect that from Gambit. Otherwise, this group is wide open.
I know we just had that shoot around there from AimLab, and I wanted to poke a little bit of fun, you know, because we're on the Team Secret copium at the moment, is that Redgar actually, we're speaking about Dispenser before being the Battle Sage. Redgar was the lowest rated player in the entire 10-man lobby just there by far, so if anyone needs a shoot around from AimLab, it's your man Redgar at the moment, unfortunately.
There you have it. I mean, you're going to call him out. Again, he's the leader of the squad. So often I'm looking at him for the energy, looking at him to pull the team up, to lift them up as we dive in to map number 2. It's Breeze. It's Team Secret starting out on the defending side. Gambit looking to attack. And if anything, that makes me excited because I want to see Gambit come out with some real attacking strategies here. We kind of criticized them a bit for the way they approached the attacking side on Icebox, only finding 1 round win on B, the other 3 coming on A, but really almost seeming to come out of the 5 stack and, you know, just hope to cram it through.
And that's a scary thing to try and attempt to do on Breeze as well. Like, it depends on the setups for Team Secret, whatever they want to sort of play. Jesse Vash is likely going to be going head-to-head on this overall with Redgar, so that's even more pressure to deal with. But at least it sort of takes Redgar in a more supporting position, not trying to battle Sage like we saw at Dispenser, right? Like, he can play a bit farther back.
It's funny as well because at that mirror matchup in map number 1, guess what I'm expecting in map number 2? I'm expecting another mirror matchup, and if you're a Team Secret fan, you're hoping for another mirror matchup on the scoreline as well because that was good.
Very true. Very, very true. And we'll find out soon enough as we get ready to dive into the Prime Gaming Agents Select. You expect those Vipers to come out. You already called out Nats as, you know, possibly a top performer on the team and will need to be on this map.
I am look at you. Hey, thanks for the 5 years of subs.
And while the expected or the expectation might be a mirror matchup,
thank you, Lawless, for the 3 months.
This is where I wonder when you find yourself immediately on the back foot in this
for the
Gambit,
Prime, and thank you
where
to
we
Star
said,
for the
hey,
sub.
they're probably not going to show a whole lot on day number 1.
Very happy for Team Secret right now.
Are you starting to
Me too.
rethink that? Are you starting to think, uh-oh, maybe they are going to have to pull out something a little unique and interesting?
Yeah, the big battle for me is always just the mental from Gambit, because we saw Gambit magic in Icebox, like Shados's ace. Chronicle had some really nice kills, but it was few and far between, and Pansy highlighted how often can you rely on Shados just getting an ace in a round? Everybody needs to sort of pull it up, so I think the strategies are always going to be there for Gambit. It's never a case of being underprepared or not anti-strat in the team enough. Maybe they underprepared for Team Secret because there's not much to watch, for one, and also would you prefer to sort of watch some of the other teams that you might face in the playoffs instead? Hard to gauge. And I think
Score
even
prediction
as well,
for this
Redgar
map.
said that Team Secret, they only started
Peter, what do you
prepping for them
think?
2 days ago, the day of the press conference.
Who's
So
winning this?
maybe they were expecting less from them. And
I wish I could see the pistol round first. I want to see how the first round goes. Whoever wins the first round wins the whole game. That's my conclusion. But
we're about to see.
I'll
serious
just say
worries about their ability to bounce back
13-17
short
Secret.
and long term.
Oh, okay.
If you want to make it to the very end, you have
Oh,
to
yeah,
be
I
able to
can't
get
say
through
that.
your initial
No,
opponent.
I think that's awesome.
we don't have a mirror
Honestly,
matchup
like,
this time around. We've got some
it's great to see an
differences.
upset.
Okay.
I love Kill. My favorite agent.
There you go.
The big change there is that Nats usually plays
Thank
the
you,
Cypher
OK,
on
for
this
the
map,
gift
right?
sub,
Chronicle is
and
on the
thank you,
Vipers. They've
Zang,
swapped
for
around. Chronicle
the gift
playing
sub as well.
an agent that we don't typically see just because Breeze is so big. The Cypher utility being able to put it across the map is better. Obviously, Killjoy having that
Gambit
range
seems so
utility
popular.
is
I wouldn't
good.
say so.
I imagine
I think
Chronicle's going to be setting
going
up on the
into
BRA
a
side,
tournament
just
after
very
he
hard to
did
move.
win
Of course,
Iceland,
first of all, he
you
needs to
would
be good on the
think
tap.
that
That lockdown could be really
Iceland?
useful, but the site's
Yeah.
big.
Well, we have
Iceland.
found ourselves in
They
a
won
position
Iceland.
we never expected to be.
They won Iceland.
Team
Gambit won
Secret
Iceland.
up
Yeah, that's-
1-0 in terms of the map scoreline, but you can never count.
I thought I was
Gambit
talking
out.
out of
As
my
we
own
dive
ass.
into map 2,
I
Breeze,
mean-
it's back over to Pansy and Hyde Park.
Okay, now we have
Berlin.
seen a switch up here in that agent select.
Tyson
Now, this, I
won
think Gambit have
Iceland.
been forced to show all their cards here.
Berlin.
Team Secret have come out and
So yeah, you know, after you did
absolutely
win
woken us all up.
like the
This
tournament
is an
beforehand,
upset,
you
to
are
say
going to
the
go
least.
into it thinking
What do you make
that
of the agent
you know you have an
I mean,
upper hand
there's
to a
these
certain
teams kind of
extent.
inventing themselves.
Yeah, I
and
mean,
dressing
I don't
kind
think
of,
it.
you know,
I
showing
mean,
a
I think they're
different
allowed
look,
to be
right?
cocky. You're allowed to think that you're a lot better
Again,
than
being
these
a team
people.
like
I
us,
think it's
of
like
course, the preparation
it
is
should.
gonna be there. There's a target on the
As a
back,
pro
right? This is something
player,
that's almost like a
we
curveball.
take a lot
Do we
of,
see
I guess,
anything
pride in our
special
work,
coming out of this
and when
Killjoy
we
pick?
think we're
We'll have to
better,
wait and see,
we
but
will,
I think Ryan's
I guess,
hitting
try
it
to
on the head. We're
showcase
looking
it
towards
by
particularly
just
on
like,
attack, more
you
all-in
know,
pieces,
aim,
not
like just
necessarily
swinging
that
you and
deep
killing
flank
you
control
and
we
whatever.
expect of Nats,
So
though.
I mean, It's not like
years
it's not
away
unique
from
to
any sort of
Gambit.
execute
It
elsewhere,
happens to every
but,
team.
I'm
Like especially like
intrigued.
Sentinels and like
right back
us
in.
whenever
Honestly,
we were
Secret
feeling
keep
it.
that pace up though,
just
not
happened
fall
to
away,
just
not slip back,
swing and
not
kill
allow a
everyone.
moment.
Alright,
Second is
into the
down,
game.
but already initial exchange through middle, and this is death matching between the
Wait,
two. And it's
wait,
gonna be
what is
taking
this
chunks out of each
comp?
other. Losing our wits though might take
I've
away a
not
little
seen
bit of
this
that
comp once.
instigation, ability to maybe find information later down the line, but already it's gonna be this B piece. They've got to know that a
I've
mile
not
away.
seen Chronicle play
Spike should be
Killjoy.
going down now.
No idea how he plays it or
Denied
what.
at this point. A little bit of chip damage on the way out for Redgar.
Thank you, Haley, for the 6 months. And thank you, Arson, for the sub. Spectre. And thank you, Rajason, for
After
the
that
sub.
turret was dropped now,
And thank you,
Borku
Baby Rex,
drifted
for the
through
sub.
elbow.
And thank you, Ton.
We'll look towards him to remove that piece from B main here as Jesse, a real entryway back here. And Chronicle still stands strong. We'll find his second now. And Dispenser solo HP. Yes, he falls and cleaned up nicely. Chronicle actually finding his third on the round there towards the end.
I'm actually curious what.
Again, it's a stark contrast.
I didn't think they
straight away
ran
there,
this.
Gambit. They feel that pressure in mid. The pinch comes through from elbow at exactly the right time. So already here, looking much better equipped to deal with Secret. But again, Secret looking to be very proactive in that pistol round. Again, straight out double
Perfect.
doors, the flash, confirmation of presence. They try and follow up on that.
Enemy mark. And I do want to see.
They don't really
more
play
of that.
Breeze, but
I do
last time
wanna
they
see them
played it,
keep that sort of presence
they
up,
had
keep playing like they're not the underdog, which
oh
at this
Chronicle
point they're
and
not
Viper
looking
and
so
Nats
much
on
like. But
Cypher.
something as well, I can hear it behind me. Gambit trying to get themselves fired up. They're yelling after pistol rounds. They want to get this one building, and already Defo going to start off with that pick towards dubstep, and Shados going to take a little bit of a step further down towards Tube. Going to clean up Jesse and Wits en route. But there's not much of an investment. It's classics and not much else coming out from Team Secret, so this should be kept clean. As already looks like pretty much second round will be wrapped up.
So Dal Borkum's going to get much done here with the classic. Even Chronicle will clean it up. And
Chronicle's
decent
already had
ultimate
a
progress
Vandal
already
second round.
on his side. Again, look towards how we're going to see that
Yeah.
lockdown.
It's because he got 3 kills and he was doing it. He's glowing. You see the glow?
Gaming flawless.
What glow?
Again, no respect even
The
there
new
to
champion
recon
skin,
bolt.
if you're
Used
top
in
fragging,
holes.
like
Also
match
went
MVP,
through
like
Nats again.
the most kills in the server,
Yeah.
you have a low glow in your knife. Like look at this, look at
Now. Secret.
yeah, there you
First
go.
buy round.
At the end, there was like a low glow
See them
on
get
his knife.
Oh, really?
Go
Yeah,
play a little deeper
Oh, that
here,
one?
a
That's
little
what
more
the-
reactive.
yeah.
Yeah,
Oh.
use those
Kills
gadgets
it.
to make the most of converting
I had no
these weapons
idea.
they're carrying across. Defo on the Marshall straight up into
Dope.
holes.
Dubstep. This could be not necessarily make or break, but this could be a huge position to play from if he gets that timing just right. He knows that Shados is around there. He's
Oh, if he
knows
kept
that
going, that
Redgar's
would've been
not
good
far
timing,
either.
but
Dispenser now
hard
is
to know.
under threat. Nat's going to close the gap, get a little bit of damage done, and sit towards the back of the site. Yeah, this is such a different pace from Gambit. When have you seen them hit sites like this? However, Spike yet to be ferried across, still sitting towards main, needs to make its way through, but they haven't really gotten that pick on the way into sight, so this is still pretty rough.
Oh
around the
my
edge.
god,
Dispenser
what the
nesting out of
fuck?
nowhere.
What?
Nats gets beheaded, now
Holy.
Spike has made its way through.
He
Flash
played this
comes
so
in.
well,
Spike
but
goes down and
actually
Dispenser
unreal
needs to be
how
careful.
Dispenser
7
played that.
HP needs
Oh.
some backup now.
Jesse, yeah.
Oh.
Got out no man's land there. Defo and Redgar both find kills. Dubstep will respond with 2 though.
Man, oh, gets pinched on though with Shados right
Yeah.
there, and you had the window player as well. Tricky to work out from a 2v2 post plant though. Chronicle still stands back towards side Gambit.
Yeah.
Steady the nerves after a shaky map
Unlucky.
1. That's
I
3
think,
now in a row.
Could have.
Gambit
I
can
mean, that
maintain
could have
this
worked.
pace, again,
Better
almost
probably before retake.
been
Dispenser
pitching
got a
as
good kill.
Kings of the clock almost. This
unfortunate.
is a completely
Who is
different
this?
look here. Yeah, I mean, 1 minute
Yeah, the
15
camera
on
desyncs
site,
also
they
make
found
me lose
first
my
No,
blood.
shit.
Nats all
actually,
the way
Ian,
towards
this
back
shit's
pillar.
pissing me off.
It's completely different to what we saw on Icebox. Again, you could
Like,
argue start
I
and
see
half
back and
to
forth,
there,
and I'm trying to
but
watch it, but it's also really confusing me.
Secret. Again, now we look towards kind of the similar questions we had over Gambit. What's the response now? How do we see them address this? Because again, this is from a preparation standpoint. This isn't necessarily what you'd have down in the notes of Gambit.
So this is the thing, I think that Team Secret have woken the beast, right? They've forced Gambit to maybe play some of these switch-ups, the pace changes that maybe they were looking to bring out later in the tournament, maybe feeling they could get through groups playing as expected, but that's not the case. They've had to bring out a higher level of planned approach, and Nat's looking sharp as ever. We do have just Sheriffs and some light armor though, so again, this isn't the be-all and end-all. Wits, let's see what you can do with this. That's lovely. But that's about it. So 3 still stand,
Oh,
rifles kept over, and Gambit just striding.
All right.
through this.
getting a little worried, but
How many different looks?
Honestly, though, that is one thing that I found really cool about Gambit is if they even do lose a map, I feel like going into the next map, for the most part, they like shake it off and like it's like a GG go next type of thing, which is good. And that's one thing that who was it again?
Nats one away from the Viper's pit again. Potential there to find entry. That's set up for a comfortable post-plant hold.
Was talking about, I'm pretty sure.
A real adjustment here on the side of Secret.
I have no idea.
I don't want to say the wrong thing, but
he's going to be tasked with holding
who cares? No one's going to fact check you, I bet.
First round he's got it. He's smoked off straight away on the doors. Again, Shados and Nats immediately showing presence. Try and find something behind that poison orb.
I have found Nats at present. Shados though going to just push on forward again. There's so much space taken. Just down tube, and look at the lean. It's a 4-1 coming out at this point from Secret. They've had to sit towards this side. 3 dedicated towards the side, and it is Dubstep who's had to respect that utility and presence down tube. However, Defo does find Dispenser. Wits is now going to be taken away. This is not looking so good for Secret. This is methodical from Gambit. This is the Iron Giant we've been seeing and waiting to see activated. As Jesse, 20 HP and a bit of a dream at this point.
We didn't even get to see any of the kills. It just fell apart.
I feel like it's a little bit tricky too to observe this game, in my opinion.
Yeah,
because there's so many contact points as well, but especially I feel like they should be focusing on tube a little bit more, because this is where it seems all of it's been kind of playing out.
Made moves up elsewhere.
Yeah, it sucks. They're watching tube, and then Defo got to pick a connector, and then like they fought doors, and then they made, and they were watching tube, and then the tube guy does.
Even given the opportunity to find one, let's see. Defo will swing through. Nat's good for the trade. Everybody.
Pretty good damage, not too
On
bad.
that round, and 3 survive. Again, Defo, one off the Blaze Storm now. First ultimate cycle looking very comfortable for Gambit because they're not really having to rely on an awful lot. I mean, that round effectively on the back of a poison orb in Hall. That pressure draws Secret towards A site. And one by one, like you said, methodical.
Gabe,
roll through them.
Kaide, how does the I gift you a sub work if you redeem it?
There's got to be something to address this soon because Gambit just
basically it just randomly gifts people in my chat a sub.
Be it the wake up
But then I get a portion of the money.
Secret forcing
if that makes sense.
This level out of Gambit right now. Dubstep unable to find much here. That's Shados with a belting start. Defo's already started his proposition towards the site. Chasing him down. There it is. And Defo, yeah, calm, big stuff. This is again though a poor purchase because the money, well, it's just been ripped away. Look how clean these rounds have been. It's a prime game.
Thank you for the 25 good subs.
Rounds have been leading that way. Now, yes, the ults are coming through at least for Secret, so maybe we could see something of that. But again, this has been one-sided.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, much of the start of Icebox was.
Yeah.
How much we read into that here? Again, I'm looking towards
Remember when
Secret
Grand
to
Native
make
gave
a
500
visible
subs? What
adjustment
happened?
here.
Basically, you pay for somebody else's sub.
But again,
if that's a better way to put it.
they've got to kind of have that factor. This isn't a prep.
The channel
thing.
rewards.
Gambit way
you
quicker
get
than we
emotes.
traditionally see them.
You earn
Again,
channel
it's
points
a completely new set of
faster.
obstacles for Secret
You don't get
to overcome.
ads.
Again, first map I was looking towards Redguard to be the one to.
If you only watch like
I
a
guess
few
respond
streamers,
to
I feel like
what
it's worth
Secret brought
it.
to the
But if
table.
you watch like a wide variety of
struggled this
streamers,
time around. It's
instead of just
completely
streaming
different
to, I mean, instead of subbing to one person, you can also do what is it?
To see if Gambit have
What is it called again?
Is that next gear to shift to? And what they've been up to in that time in between, right? We've seen a couple of weird events from them that didn't look great, if
Turbo,
I'm honest.
yeah.
A couple of losses against teams.
Twitch
to a
Turbo, it's like
fashion
$15 a month, I
definitely
think,
stood out.
and you get no ads
Statistically,
on any of the
promise for
streamers,
Secret, if you
that's
prepped
what.
yourself for, let's say,
That's what you
the
like.
previous looking
Oh,
Gambit
wait.
in this map or others, and they've gone
Oh,
for this
you
gear
mean-
switch, you're coming in blind a little at this point.
Oh,
Because
did
it
you mean
seems
my
that
channel
Icebox was very
points?
much part of the course, at least with the way Gambit
Oh,
approached
my
it.
channel points.
However, this, as you
I gift you a
highlighted,
sub for
is not the same
500,000.
looking Gambit now.
Result aside,
I buy
how
a
we
sub
got
for
there on
you.
Icebox was what was
That's-
I guess most shocking, right?
If that's what you meant. Sorry.
Again, credit to Secret. Really put themselves, I'll be honest,
Did
on the
the
board
homework.
on the map.
And he sticks for the
obviously
prime.
showing that they'd done the necessary prep.
Yeah. So if you watch like a lot of streamers and you don't want to watch ads, then Turbo I think is pretty good instead of just subbing to like one specific person. But if you only watch like one or two, I feel like using your prime and maybe buying
for Secret as well, but
or like
straight away.
subbing to another person is the way to go.
Dubstep
It's really up
forced
to you
off
with the way that you want to do it,
attempt
but to save you guys some money,
Pressure on him. It's the dart at the
Sure,
side,
that's
the
not
flash
bad.
on the back, it's everything poured down. Defo just
That was
puts
a
his
good
body
trade.
on the line, and this is brutal down middle. Yes, a little bit of a trade finally
do.
goes in
Alright,
favor, and
finally.
Chronicle's position is
Close
noted, but it
round.
is still a 2v2.
Good.
What do we
I
have
feel like all
left?
these rounds are kind
Let's
of
take stock. Nat still towards
one
Chu.
side.
I think someone
Spike
redeemed it
being thrown
earlier.
back away
Mods,
from
do you mind
middle,
messaging
leaning
me
back
on
towards
Discord?
potentially that A side
I'll
as
do
it
that
stands.
after
On
my
the other
stream is
side would be
over.
Dispenser, but also bear in mind,
Thank you, Tris, for the
Orchid
5
is
months.
clearing through that B side. He's going to be heading
Thank
through
you.
towards spawn at this point.
He's here kind of ahead of the curve, honestly.
Very
This is
early.
way quicker than you'd probably, and again, whether this is in anticipation of this rotation coming through from Gambit or naturally leaning back towards A where that Viper wall is invested. I think he's just going to miss Chronicle slipping into Cave. And the spy cam will give it away.
I subbed to quite a few because of the ads, but then again,
said,
it's
he's
nice to
here
support the
very
streamers
early.
specifically.
That's
That
it.
too, yeah.
Ready to commit to that.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah,
Okay, he's
Called
back
back
on.
like
by
you said,
Spencer
Sentinels
here,
is playing
but
right
again,
after
the-
this. I'm
The
excited.
condition here is Gambit getting to site because this Viper Spear makes it so difficult for Secret to fight back in.
But Dispenser's holding decent site control.
And thank you,
That's huge.
Epsilon
Finding
E.
Chronicle on the way out is massive, but
Nice.
8 seconds. What do you do with it?
So
Nat's
sad.
still
And the
alive
empty
on the
for the
side,
farm.
gets bought some time. Ult now invested. They
The
know where
emote
Nats
for
is.
the
The
farm as
spray
well.
comes through. They're trying to do everything they can. Lockdown's removed, and so is his safety net. Invests the utility, hoping to buy some time for himself a little bit of freedom. A 1v1, and he gets it. Utility towards the side, gonna burn away. There's nothing
my
more to be done. Nats keeps his cool.
Damn.
Gets himself a Red Bull clutch.
Why does it
That
say
is
Nats
tough.
died? That was a weird.
And again, good
I
to see
didn't read
Secret
that.
kind of not sit back and wait for Gambit to show. You see Borkum
Is
get
Peter
very,
muted or
very
just
active
focused?
there
Focused.
No.
on that flank. And again, I'm not sure exactly
I just
what
feel like I've been interrupting you too much. So I'm
the
gonna.
signal was that
No, I'm
Defo
sorry.
again charging down
okay.
towards Nest as well onto Jesse.
Talk whenever you feel like
Actually
talking.
readjusting that. And a rare sighting.
Why did I
Smiling
smile?
Nats.
He's doing well in that. Breaking the money too.
He's
Still
happy
not
as fuck, I
on that.
guess.
And I think for those a little
Nats
too
smiling
deep
is scary.
in the fan mentality of, oh, but how did you not expect Secret to do this? Well, this is what it could have looked like. But credit to Secret for coming in so well prepared on map 1 and made it something other than this. 7-0 so far. Gambit going to make themselves look a little more prepared in these scenarios, a little bit more well-versed in this. And as said, the purchase is phenomenal in comparison to a bit of a shaky buy coming out from Secret. Maybe there's a little life in
Yeah,
this
Hot
round.
Rack
Maybe a
for the
little bit of a
100
buffer
bits. And
could be
thank you,
made
Podman,
out
for the
this
prime,
half.
and thank you, Flesh, for the
But
prime
Nat's
as
still
well.
trying
And
to find that
Apples for
time
3
in the middle.
months.
Can he get in there in time? No. Has to respect it for now. But a 1-point trade out towards the site leaves Nats in a 1v2. Gonna find
wait.
the one player is so close, just below him. Walken's waiting patiently. He wants to push up on this. He wants to get the fight, and Nats does not care for what you want. He wants another round and another clutch for the man himself.
Back to back.
Sheesh.
Nats leading the charge here.
Nats
11-1.
feeling it.
Gambit 8 rounds
Okay.
up now.
Nats is
Secret yet
feeling
to
it.
get on the board.
Yeah, back-to-back clutches.
And again,
is
I
pretty
gotta
good.
say, you come away from watching so many series
Oh,
of
thank you,
Gambit.
Jonji.
There's so many rounds you can just look at that and go, there's nothing really special there.
I think he Ken's for the.
There was
the
literally nothing with flair.
I think he 80
It's
for the
just
sub
it's
as well.
cut and dry. It's the bread and butter rounds that Gambit looks so comfortable in. Again, well, actually, as I say, that dubstep does swing
Oh my
out
god, the
from
cam.
jaws,
Yeah.
What the fuck?
but it's shut down. Chronicle has been huge in this position in bottom mid.
There's
nice
a little
trade.
bit of a trade finally coming out from this. Might be able to juggle those weapons away if he wants to still give options, but already Gambit are on the site. Spike's there too. Dispenser just bodied by Shados, and it's, yes, a little bit of a, initial fight in middle, but there's a quick reaction, and the pacing is just different from Gambit here. Defo still keeping control on the back lines, bear in mind, and this retake gets difficult. Jesse now has to deal with multitudes of problems, one being Defo. Doggo ain't gonna spot it, and that's a victim waiting. Defo catches with both hands, comfy there. Brings it to the chest, is now already Wits. Gonna be put
Oh,
to
wow.
it. Nice work on the first, but the trade out comes in. So now all on his lonesome in a 1v3. And there's an op around, and that seems more likely.
We're just going to try and hold on to this one, but another round, and I'm sure, hopefully, like I was watching, if he can crunch the numbers on this.
This is
I think
kinda
that's the fifth
tough.
Plant before 1 minute 15 on the
I
clock.
mean, if you're gonna lose, might as well
Now, I'd
lose
love
quick,
to
am
see
I
the
right?
comparison between any other series.
I know, it feels
where
like
that's
Gambit's
been
not like gonna slow down anytime soon.
Peter.
Bro, I'm being honest.
Again, a little bit of pressure and double doors straight away. That's the green light. Hit B site. So I think it's noticed. Dubstep.
I mean, like Dota 2 or League of Legends, if you're like losing, I know in League they don't do it, but in Dota 2 they would surrender just so like the game is, you know what I mean?
And how do we look?
They don't like lose morale,
It
confidence, and
doesn't look like
shit.
Gambit are doing anything crazy, but they're just succeeding in so.
But obviously there's no point in turning in this game, but
This is the thing, and Ryan touched on this perfectly.
Yeah, my
right?
point.
Where you look towards Gambit, the strength of the default and the fundamentals. That's it.
sometimes
That's
losing
Gambit.
13-11
There's never
hurts a
really
lot
been
more.
kind of these, let's look at the intricacies of how they utilize all these abilities and everything on the side hits. It's literally just fundamentals. And this right here is a demonstration of the Gambit playbook, right? I was just going to say, actually, they're much more calm this time around than this time out. But I don't think Gambit really are feeling any pressure here, so they can
8
show
is all they get.
pretty
They
much
already
the
have
same thing
9.
every single time. They don't need to lean back towards, hey guys, we have to address double doors. We have to address nest. That operator's causing us
I think at
problems.
least.
It's pretty much, okay guys, swing out again, barriers
Same
down,
again.
find something.
Yep. No, and it's
Can't
working
bet
well
coach
for them.
still looks mad, bro. They can
Secret, I don't
13-0,
know,
13-0
it
next
is
2
hard to
maps, he'd
address
still
it.
be
It's
mad.
the fundamentals that winning
That is
against
true.
you. They managed to work it out pretty handedly on map 1, but map 2 is a very different approach. And when you've, as said, prepared stylistically for someone, and they've pulled out something
I mean, if they
completely
get the
different,
9-3 curse, you know what I
tricky, but
mean?
let's see what they've come up with in the timeout. Even just a couple of rounds on the belt would be nice, but the problem is, look at the money they've been left with. These rounds have been clean enough. The Gambit have given them no room. This has been, you know, straight up.
Yeah, they need the 9-3 curse for sure, though, you know what I mean?
So
Maybe the 10-2 Thanksgiving curse.
Only dispenser with a Marshall here. Again, he's going to be locked out by this Viper wall straight away. And again, B site on a platter for Gambit.
Nothing slowing them down. Site now taken. Spike carried
Yeah, I mean, I could
through.
probably 1v10 Team Secret any game, but all by myself.
Look,
So, I mean, I don't know how they're
other
losing
teams
rounds.
Going to be looking at this going,
Well, you say that. Again, how much is this now going to become the go-to standard for Gambit on Breeze?
Yep.
The
How much
third
do you
map
read into
is...
yeah, is this their whole
Fine.
new look? Is there something else?
Fine.
Jesse's still going to do some good work there towards Shados, but
Okay.
Shados just wall to wall, so I feel as though you can kind of tell the mentality is confidence aplenty for Gambit when you're 9-0 up. See if there's any legs to this retake. Dubstep, a little bit better equipped, but
Wow.
Chronicle is
Wow. Yeah.
spicy today, and it's looking easy work for
Okay.
Gambit this time. Double digits down the board,
Holy
10-0.
Yeah.
I think at this point you start arguing.
What was I gonna say?
It's gone.
How
It's a
does the
formality
camera
at this
get
point.
messed up
I
like
don't
that?
think Secret
I don't know, man.
Shouldn't it be like
They
if
did.
the person like switches?
On Icebox that they've carried
So
across here
as
to
far as
Breeze,
I'm aware, they press numbers, right?
However you want to look
To
at it,
switch.
It's not seen
And
the
like
same
3
approach
is
to some of these
Nats, 4 is
rounds.
like Chronicle, and like you know what I mean. You press that and it switches to them. You'd think if you press that button, it would like switch to the camera as well at the same time, but I don't know.
1,400 credits.
I don't know if it's like a separate control. You know what I
Forward
mean?
here for Secret, and again, Gambit pile on the pressure. They're
They found
going to isolate Spencer on B side. They have the drone, they have the dog, clears out the tripwire. Again, he's on an island right now, and actually unable to play his life here.
It's 4 players
Yeah.
putting all their utility towards you. Every piece of pressure, you have nowhere to sit back.
It
towards,
sucks
to
that
deal with.
he was the only one
Ultimates
to
have
beat.
cycled through well enough as well for Gambit.
And they had 4A.
If I'm Secret, and I know this isn't the mentality that people like to consider, but I'm thinking about map 3 pretty soon. It's 10-0.
I was thinking about map 3-4 rounds ago,
Yeah,
honestly.
yeah.
Just with the way this one got off to a start.
Yeah, it's sometimes the cleaner losses are easier to mentally handle. You're like, it's alright, you know, we move on. We've got map 3, we're fine. We still got bind in the back pocket if we need it. That's the beauty of picking up map 1. You get a little bit of pressure removed from your shoulders in that aspect. However, the pressure seemed to sit fine with Gambit here as they managed to maintain 10th. Dubstep just trying to keep hold of this.
I hope
up as
his
best
neck's
they can.
gonna be
He highlighted
okay,
there
man.
wasn't a lot of money left in the kitty after this purchase.
Yeah, you can already see Chronicle looking to hunt that.
I actually want to talk to Redker. I want to see like why he started like sitting like that. I always wondered.
Because
like he did that at in Berlin too.
Secret now to say, guys, okay, last round, let's not leave B wide.
I have no
open
idea.
at least.
My parents
Again,
wouldn't
at
let
that point,
me
you kinda look
play
like
like
the
that.
Spencer,
God,
can you
yeah.
play a little deeper? Can Secret
Parents also
achieve
wouldn't let me
something
play close to the
else elsewhere on
monitor.
map? And it hasn't been there. Again, Gambit is so quick to get in. It's not even like, okay, let's address the back line. Let's push towards where we expect to find Nats, Chronicle. They just haven't had the time to do that.
Away we go. All right, I guess this time, right place, right time, switch up of players and positions. The ult going to be invested towards B for Secret, but already you have that ult now popped. Jesse does get a tag, but couldn't quite follow through with the finisher. However, let's see if the approach still works on this side. Dubstep does actually greet Defo this time. Finally, an initial trade and no answer back instantaneously. This is a good beginning, but look at the answer from Gambit. It is swift, and it's sharp as ever.
Again, now they've drawn blood. They can sit back, wait for that toxin to rebuild.
I hope this is not a 13-0.
To deal with, and again, I don't think that camera will see over the wall.
Yeah, especially after they won the first map, but I mean, at least this 13-0 feels different, because if they got 13-0 first map and then won, I don't know, it feels weird.
Yeah.
Because at least they already won the first map, but where, like, we know they're a good team, you know what I mean, type deal.
Yeah, that's true.
No more charges left. Spencer's at least got himself here at the right time, but he's kind of missed that window where maybe, of course, Shados, but now Spike is down, and it is a 4v2.
Shados.
Decent enough post plants as well.
Spencer's 45 HP, though.
Yeah. Last player first fight as well, with Shados joining him towards CT. Spencer does at least take one, but it's a quick trade out, and honestly, it's a quick half. It's 12-0, it is a blowout, and it's a flawless one. Gambit have been woken up here, Hypoc.
Yeah, they have. It's the case of if you poke the beast, I feel. Because they come back in here with a taste for blood. And they've, honestly,
12 is all they got.
Secret have done nothing.
12-0 curse? That's what I'm saying.
Absolutely nothing.
No, they haven't. But hopefully someone who can bring us maybe a little bit of hope, maybe an idea of what's just happened is the desk.
We're going to do our best, but I tell you this much. Gambit have officially arrived at Champions here in Berlin. A perfect 12-0 half. That was utterly disgusting.
Yeah, a little bit late. I bet they wish they could do that on Icebox
as
well. I think the thing for me is, like, for Team Secret, they came in with Icebox. It was a fresh new look. This, it was more of the same. Going back to the Paper X game, 13-8 for them to qualify to get to Berlin. I think it was even to sort of decide who was the best team from Stage 3 out of SEA. Both teams were going. This was pretty much exactly the same. Same comp, same style. Gambit just upped the pressure, and Team Secret fell in line. The tempo was set, and Team Secret matched to that beat.
It's not even just that they met it there. You know who switched online and was like, okay, I got counted heavily in map 1. I felt the pinch there. I know Team Secret, as, you know, Pansy and Hypoc were referencing, they read all my books. They had, you know, highlighted the correct areas, and they knew where I'd be and when I'd be there. But on Breeze, I wrote a brand new story. It's a book I haven't published yet, and guess what? Team Secret, they didn't read it. Nats, he's online.
14, 1-4 scoreline out of Nats, but we got to call out Chronicle as well.
Yes.
Hopping onto that KJ, we called that out in Prime Gaming Agent Select. An interesting switch up for them, but man, did he have a lock on the flanks. Team Secret had no ins once those plants were made.
Yeah, it was just holding that mid control with the utility, but honestly, we were kind of sat there thinking Gambit probably didn't want to show this kind of style.
Yeah.
I don't really think Chronicle showed anything, like strategy-wise. He was just holding on to these positions, holding on to those foundations
I did
to
not.
execute,
no.
and holding on from there. Defo
I
as
think he
well,
knew
sort of
Nectar for
winning
the
the op.
Prime.
Most
I think he died
importantly
for
as
the
well,
bits.
keeping the op out of Dubstep's hands, especially on that defense. The Jet open is so good on this map, he just couldn't afford.
That right there, that replay right there, if you want to scroll back in your VOD and look at that, that showed me that he wasn't panicked. That Gambit knew that if they needed to reposition themselves, Defo in particular, he could. Midway through a gunfight, he goes, I'm missing. Stop, realign, go again. That is a player who's cool, calm, and collected, and that shows me Gambit, they refreshed themselves from map 1, and we heard that. Round number 1, round number 2, and I'm going, is that Gambit behind me screaming, hell yeah it is?
Such a good mental reset, right?
Yes,
Like,
really.
it's so difficult to come back from a surprise map loss to that, to instantly come in and then potentially 13-0 a team.
Yeah,
like that's what made Gambit so good in Masters, right? That response.
Potentially, right?
Oh,
We'll
wait,
always
that's
say
actually
never say
super
never,
cool.
but it is one of those
So
things
like the
where it's gonna have
VALORANT,
to take a miracle
or
out
is
of
it the
Team Secret
Champions
if they wanna
logo?
wrap
It's actually
this
just
up
broken up into little
map
pieces, and then when
fashion.
they
It's
zoom
looking
out
like
and they
we're
actually
headed
look
to
at
that
it,
third
then
map
it looks like
line.
it's
We'll
all
find
pieced
out soon
together.
enough as we dive back into the second half.
I didn't
Pansy
see.
and Hypoc.
No
Okay,
comment.
okay. We've still got one round to get out of the way, it feels like, here, as Gambit give themselves the perfect half to play.
Yeah, actually, what's that piece on the pistol round towards B? At least that Snakebite invested towards backside, and you see already Shados pinged on the minimap now, but No entry found, and Defo's actually going to be the one to draw first blood. Let's see. Witch is going to force his way all the way through here. I don't think Shadows is going to note this, but he still wins it.
And again, that door's getting shut in their face at the moment. 3 still standing.
Uh-oh,
They haven't
Nats.
been able to really do much damage just yet. A little bit of play up middle, but Defo still, how is he winning these fights? It is just Jesse, and it's all on Jesse in a 1v3. It's done. It is the cleanest run imaginable.
That is oof indeed.
Oh man.
I mean, again, the cliche call it.
To be honest, that wasn't even a
That's the
fun
way
map to watch. No
right
cap.
after
There it is.
Gambit struggled massively. Again,
Map
I think
3
that's
though.
fair to say on map 1.
Ooh.
Secret absolutely dictated the pace.
Yep.
They set the precedent. Gambit come right back through and just go, no, not letting you do that. And the big concern now, I said to this halfway through Icebox, don't talk to me about the veto. Now we're going bind. And that's just, it's got to be such a concern. Again, we look towards that preparation factor on the side of Secret, whether or not they're going to be able to get their foot in the door, honestly, early on in that.
Hey, look, they said it themselves.
Guys,
at
take
the
a
start of
photo.
the day.
There you
To
go.
be the best, you got to beat the
squirrel.
best. And Gambit, as it stands, do maintain at least a little of that crown. Now, we are
It's
in
actually a
the
BO1
position
and Bind is the
where
third
we've
map,
seen
that's
two
all
very
it
different
was.
looking maps. We've seen map 1 look
Yeah.
excellent for Secret, who've come out and surprised many. Map 2 was the awakening of the beast. So who knows what map 3 is going to be.
And the struggle is, it's kind of, you look at the series as a whole, wherever we go on map 3, however it goes, what does Secret learn from this, right? What do they take
Correct.
away from this series as a whole? And I think this map here, it's difficult, right? Because you could see straight away the approach totally different from Secret. The confidence wasn't there on Breeze. There was no real kind of, fact finders in the early side of these rounds where you could see them then build upon that success, right? You think towards Dubstep on Icebox, where there's also some real positives, some real talking points there from something that you've got to look towards when you play against Gambit. You've got to look towards the duelist to create that kind of chaos, to be the ones to shake the setup, right? And there was none of that on Breeze whatsoever.
That is indeed the case. However, we have a map 3 now to put to the forefront of our minds. So the first 2 maps, move them aside. It's a whole different game now. So guys, don't go too far away. We'll be back with that in just a moment.
And thank you, Andre, for the Prime, and thank you, Jaden, for the sub, and thank you, Mana, for the sub as well. Sorry, I'm just reading something really, really quickly over here.
Bring it back, 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 bring it
Oh, there we go. I think we should take it out of sub only and see how it is.
bring it back, bring it back. Hola.
Hey, everybody.
Welcome back to VALORANT Champions. I know you just saw us like 3 minutes ago, but that's how quick that map was, that it only took 1 round on the back half for Gambit to wrap it up. We got our first 13-0 of the tournament, and we're only on Series 1 of Day 2 so far.
I hope that's the last part of me. Like, especially at this level. We said it at halftime, which was literally like 2 minutes ago, like you mentioned, just what a response from Gambit. Like, they have gone into the labs to work on this map in particular. It was one that they were iffy on in the past, didn't really need or want to play it. Now it's one of their main picks behind, well, I was going to say Haven, but that's the main one for Team Secret. This is good from Gambit.
And you could point out literally any player on the
Correct.
roster in a 13-0 and say, my goodness, how well they performed. You're going to take a look at Shados as the top ACS on the team. But even people like Redgar having 10 of the 12 plants that they had on the first half Everybody played their role here, and I think that was the major difference between map 1 and map 2.
Redemption arc for
You look
Redgar.
totally different with
Not
them
only
with the
that,
glasses.
Nats, what do you have, an 18
To be honest, I feel like
KD?
everybody
And
does to a
then
certain
my
extent.
Shadows coming in going,
My face
"Alright,
with
you know what?
glasses looks
Every
more
single
like
opening engagement
round.
I take, I'm gonna be flawless. Won every single opening engagement he took, and that is just a flawless game there from Gambit.
I really like as well, when you're on the Sky, you are the sort of pedal to speed up or slow down the play. And that's just the speed that Shados was playing at. Like, we saw that a bit on the Reina on Icebox, but Sky,
different.
You can see why Gambit got good once Sky started to come into meta, and that is solely down to how good Shados is on that agent, even when she was nerfed.
All right, well, it was a dominant map out of Gambit, 13-0. That means
Yeah, it was great to get
Bala's
glasses,
got
so I
13
just never
rounds to
bothered.
pick from when it comes to the dominance that they displayed. Let's see what he's got for us.
Thank you, Dash.
Well, you can see the
there wasn't
difference
necessarily
without
that much, but I do want
glasses.
to point out the pace that
It's
Gambit
on my
had in this
Instagram.
game. So let's
I
go ahead
literally
and
am not
start
wearing
with
any glasses
around
in
that
any of
Defo
mine.
dashed in all the way up into Nest right away at the beginning. You see
Any of my
on the map
photos.
right here, he pushed with a flash all the way up the corner, but we're going to get another flash out of Shadows that Defo's going to peek off of the second time. You can see the patience. He actually waits back for this flash to turn the corner, but he's going all the way up through into the tunnel, so Nest players and everybody else is backing off, expecting this flash to pop.
How long
in
have you
a
been
second.
wearing
So
glasses
he goes
for?
ahead and grabs the kill, but at the same time,
when I'm staring at
over
a screen
here
for a
in the
really long
corner, you
period of
actually
time, I
have
have to wear
Sova ulting
glasses, so
out
for like
down
10
mid,
hours on
because
end.
that's where you have
But
Team Secret
most of the time
trying
when I'm
to
out and
push
about, I
with
don't.
Seekers, and Defo takes the fight to him. Yes, Borkham trades him,
Yeah, I
and
need
we
glasses
actually end up in a
like middle
kind of
school age or
awkward 2
whatever the
versus
fuck,
2
sixth
scenario where
grade.
you could see
But I don't wanna
that
deal with
we
that.
had Nats trying to push in the halls very, very deep up and pressuring the Cypher player on Team Secret.
I don't
but
really look any
because of the
different, in
aggression
my
that came
opinion.
out and all of the different trades, the situation ends up being that we have Gambit go back on the site.
God,
and one
it's
thing I
hurting
want to
my
note, because
eyes.
Nats had 2 1 versus 2s, and one of the situations was because
Bing!
of the Viper's
This
fit.
is not my
the very
PC.
important factor is they don't have the map control, so they don't know what's coming. If we look at the mini map, they don't know what's coming
This is
all
not
the
my
way out
PC.
from cave or over here, and they both
Shut
want
up.
to
Some
stay
Microsoft
inside
Edge
of
as
that
well,
Viper's
when you're
pit.
watching.
Nats already left alone. The lockdown was destroyed. He has
yeah, fair
actually,
enough
if
for
you
the
go back
Summons
into the
one.
Berlin
Thank you,
playoffs,
welcome
he
back.
has over a 70% win rate when he puts up a Viper Spit. That is an absurd amount, and it's situations just like this. He knows that everybody's going to take decay when they come in, and they're going to continue to roll down. The second 1 versus 2 here was Nats in a situation where they actually had pushed players all the way up through the wall. We had many people. This is Defo again pushing way in front of the wall with a Sova dart that lands right here inside of that circle, and Nats capitalizes on this. It causes a lot of confusion. He's always pushing, like we saw in the last round, up into that halls, and because of this, once again 1 versus 2 against a lesser Bly, but still, this is the type of thing that Nats is so good at in situations like this. He heard the Viper down below, and now he comes all the way back around, and Nats is aware of that possibility, even though the spike is so far away. If he had gotten through, it would have been very, very awkward. But that's a quick 13-0 for Nats and Gambit, and on to Bind it is. They got 13-0 on that map, as
I
Jess
love this photo
has
of
been
Tyson
pointing out
and I,
over and over and over. We're going to have to see if they
his
actually
hair
have
looks
what it
super
takes
long,
to
so
close
I
out
didn't
and
really
shut
post
down
it.
this upset.
Thank you very much, Bala. That's a cute little stat there. 70% win rate on a round when using the Viper's Pit. And that's what you want to see, right? If you're going to invest in Ultimate, you need to see the round victory come through.
On attack, yeah, it almost, for a lot of teams, feels that if that Viper's Pit goes down on the plant, that's it. The retake is so difficult.
This
at
social
that
media
point
is
for a
fucking
lot of teams,
hilarious.
But seeing Nats still on that Viper from the icebox to the breeze, not changing over to Cypher, I think that's going to help him a lot. If we do go to Bind, which we
I have
are,
such
like
good
if he's
photos
still
of
with
Tyson.
Viper, just
They
Viper
must play
across
that
the
third
series. It would be weird to see a series
I
where we
wish you
don't
would
see
post
Nats and
them.
Cypher at all, but you never really know at this stage.
Yeah, here's a quick refresher of how things went. It was that 13-6 surprise victory here from Team Secret on Icebox. A beautiful recovery by Gambit in 13-0 fashion, and that pushes us to Bind. And Jess, top of the day, you said, I'll tell you what map I don't want to see. It was Bind. Well, you're going to have to watch it.
You know what? I'm going to change my mind a little bit. I'm going to look at the glass half full here. I'm going to say to myself, this is a redemption arc for both of these teams. Now, one, You just
the
got
first thing they
13 though if
tweeted
you're
was
Team
like,
Secret, and you want to redeem yourself and say
saying,
that that map
like
one
they were quoting
wasn't
what
just,
people
you know, a
said.
flash
They
in
should be
the
happy to
pan
be
kind of
there.
moment.
They're
And
gonna
if you're
get 13
Gambit,
would.
you also want to
Then they
redeem
wrote,
the
yeah,
fact
we
that
stand
this
1-0,
map,
go next.
the last
It's like
time
because
you
they won the
played,
first map and
it
they were
was
like people were saying
pretty
that about
damn
them.
bad. It was a
And
very
then
savage
let's
end
go.
to their 13-0
This
against
next
Ascend.
tweet was
I know
fucking
Ryan's already
hilarious.
looking at
They
me
were
like,
like,
yeah, it's a great team
you
that
just
they
have to
lost
see it.
against, but they still need to redeem the fact that they can play on bind. Let's be honest.
And I imagine knowing
But-
Eng as a coach, that was the thing that they did
banter.
after that kind of loss. Like you could sort of tell that they were going into home ground with a bit of a.
Oh, yeah,
wouldn't
bless
show
you,
too
by the
much,
way.
but even then, no matter who you're playing, if you get 13-0, that's
Thanks, guys.
a hard look at. And so I'm
think
curious
there
at the
might be,
response
like-
from Team Secret after being
I think it's the
13-0.
duvet from the duck.
concern I had for Breeze
duck
is that we saw
down.
more of the same from
It's like the little
latter
feathers there.
stages this year.
Yeah.
I'm
have a
worried that that's
duck in
going to be
your
the same
house?
on Bind. Just the same that we've seen over the last few months. No changes or any strategies that are new. Obviously, I imagine that we're going to see Gambit change up a little bit.
Right,
and thank you,
both
Shaggy, for
teams
the 4
looking for a
months.
big recovery
Thank you.
here
And
when
thank
it
you,
comes
Kate,
to
for the
this
sub,
third
and thank you,
map
Fredo, for
in
the 100
Bind.
bit, and thank you,
When it comes to Team Secret, I
Wheelchair
think
for
one
the
of the
prime,
things that
and
jumps
yourself
out
for
to
the
me
prime.
about that Breeze play, obviously
Do
we
you
didn't
know
really get
what,
to see them on an
um,
attacking half. It was just the one round.
Wait
But
a second.
on defense, usually going with like a 4-1 split, right? And time again,
Do you know the
we
type
saw
of,
their,
glasses
their
that Tyson
controller,
wears? I
or
really
rather
like
their
the style.
sentinel, get picked on the entry. And then it was all about trying to fight a retake where you're already a man down. I wonder if on a map like Bind, not quite as wide of a map, if they can start to control the pace
check.
again and show some of that patience that we saw a bit more from them on Icebox.
Absolutely. We should get the Astra locked in. Yes, we do. I'm excited to see this.
They are
Speaking about
from
control, how
the
can we dictate the
glasses
pace of the map? Astra
are
players
from-
are going to be the ones to look forward to. Yes, we say that about Viper as well, but for here, I think for the
Like
side
$1
of Team
million.
Secret, Balkan's your man who you're going to have to look to on here on Bind.
Dispenser, usually the Sentinel you see over on the Viper, had played it a little bit. I was disappointed in watching his Viper on Bind, so seeing him move over to the Killjoy seems more like a comfort pick. This composition from Gambit, they've ran the last 8 times in officials. This is their 9th. It's that kind of style that suits them.
Well, so it's what you expect to see. They're going to stick to comfort after finding their footing there in game number, or in map number 2. But it all comes down to this. Will we see the first major series upset as Team Secret looks to unseat the defending champs in Gambit Esports? Back over to Pansy and Hypoc one more time.
Honestly, could not have said it better myself there, Dash. This is now up to Team Secret in my eyes, is can they get a lot of that map 1 magic now in map 3? It's all game on. Gambit have said, all right, you brought out the
What's the
A-game.
prediction for this
Let's
map?
see what you can do now.
Wait, what the
Well,
fuck?
it's the bit here we do. How deep does that kind of strat book, how deep the pages of preparation
13-9
go?
Gambit.
Because here, I mean...
I hope it's back
shout
and
out to Jesse
forth.
Ryan
So
for
far,
making
both
the
games,
perfect
I'm gonna be
point I was
honest, have
gonna
been
lead with here,
blowouts.
which
Team
is
Secret blew
this
out
is a
Gambit, Gambit blew out
composition
Team
that
Secret.
plays into Gambit's strengths. The ability to kind of swing mid-round, those mid-round calls, in the late round control that they have with this double controller is something to admire. As they nearly caught off guard there, but
Ooh, that's
be able
actually
to
smart.
escape away. But Borkum will find Defo, and actually Chronicle as well on the back of that.
Oh my god, Borkum's a god.
This is actually going really well. Gambit are kind of struggling to break back in on this. All trades
what a
effective
smoke.
and all going Secret's way. Maybe a reminder.
Now Borkum's about to turn up and just carry them all the way on Astra.
Map 2.
Oh, and they're winning outside
it's
of the
down to Shados.
CPMs.
Wow,
And
well
there
played.
it goes. Lovely work from Secret. And the boys are loud. The boys
I
are
don't
loud
know
behind
why
us.
the
I like
observer
to hear
didn't
that.
do
Get
anything,
themselves
but-
fired back up after
Like,
what was
did we
a
just watch
pretty
dubstep that entire
crushing
round, or
map
am I
two.
dumb?
Yeah, I mean, soul destroying almost. Nobody wants to come through with that, but like I said, once that gets to kind of 8-0, 9-0,
I'm not gonna lie to you,
set our sights on map 3.
the spectating hasn't been great.
Nice and early here. That's what you want to see.
Not trying to be
bouncing back
rude.
into this side.
I don't even think that was like the observer.
Again,
I think
look
that like
towards
something was happening where the observer
maintaining
literally
the pace,
couldn't-
maintaining the
They were
pressure.
still watching dubstep.
At least early
I don't
on
know.
here.
There's no way the observer just only
Gambit
looks at
can get
dubstep
anything
right
done
here.
with, let's see, a ghost and a sheriff.
Like
Yeah.
right now, it's bugging
just-
out.
it might be,
Look,
yeah.
look, like there's a yellow thing moving around. Like
We are getting the dubstep.
oh, okay, they
here,
removed
but
it.
that's
Yeah,
nice.
it's like bugging out right now.
Oh,
Like it's only
okay.
dubstep. See? Yeah. There's no way the observer just did that.
Well,
I mean, I only want to
It
watch
does mean
dubstep
so,
anyways.
There's only 2. So Nats and Chronicle, what can you do out of this one?
This is
Dubstep does
sad.
make its way
Last
over to
player
site.
standing.
Nats
and
does
Chronicle
have.
actually found 2.
Oh my god.
And now the 1v1.
Nats had a
Step up if he's
Wait,
critical.
wait.
Spike has been retrieved. The massacre in the showers has gone down. Dubstep actually going to play forward into this. Chronicle,
Wait,
he's
get
not
the
gonna be surprised by this.
Phantom.
Holding this angle, and patience pays off. Chronicle, a lovely conversion
Why?
there towards Dubstep, who tried to switch up the script.
No idea.
And again, I think he's playing towards the Phantom there. You've got to look at that round as a whole, and Secret almost
Maybe
a lack of respect.
I would have gotten it, but I have no idea what really happened in the round because I couldn't see anything.
Wait, why did it? Why was it like
again, a little
like a 4v2 and then it went to a 1v1 all of a sudden?
Phantom invested in round
We have no idea because we only watched Dubstep.
It's a little bit of a slip up on the side of Secret there. Gambit tie things up 1-1, and now Secret will come through. Rifles across the board.
Alright, finally. We got actual observing. God bless the world.
Thank God. There we go.
Again, spread pretty thin. No surprises here.
I wonder what
I like this,
causes
I'll take this every day of the week. Now, yes, they find one, but do they expect the second?
Glitch? I don't know, but it's been really rough.
Like what technical difficulty causes where
Yeah, there it is. Good work from Chronicle
can't
to keep
like
that in mind.
switch observing.
We do have at least a frag coming in on the other side, but there is still
Oh my
players
God.
there. There's always a contingency plan, it seems, right now for Gambit.
Chronicle is in such a good spot there.
That's Wits. Spencer are the last two alive. Maybe just one. It's not pretty that. That's not pretty at all, and it's actually getting.
Wait a second.
Because as said, there is a
Redger
contingency
is
plan.
playing Astra
Redgar
so well.
and Wits have Gambit sitting at
Are you seeing some of these sucks?
Was removed though. Again, I don't think it'll.
No, I actually didn't see any sucks. No cap. Wait, what suck did you throw?
The suck that he threw was right outside of TP. Suck them in.
Oh, yeah, Gambit does that. No one does that in NA. Like, in order to stop TP plays, I think Gambit always puts a stuck in TP.
Again, an opportunity to
We don't do that in NA.
pressure back on if Gambit can win this out.
But we don't play blind, so I have no, like, right now he put one in shower TP. I mean, I personally don't like putting all 5 stars down like he's doing, but boy.
I love the fights for the extremity, though. This is so exciting to me.
The emphasis from Secret. There's 3 players there swinging out from guard.
Yeah.
But they're both doing something similar, which I like. This kind of mirrored approach that we want to take control of the extremities as much as we can, fight for those orbs if we have to, which is looking like at least Secret will get one on their belt, and the other should be, again, retrieved by Gambit, so it should even out in some way. But mirror...
Dubstep.
Oh.
Dubstep
at
can
least in the beginning.
maybe kill this guy. We'll see what
I think
happens.
Gambit potentially with their sights set towards A, but Secret already
Gambit coach was saying that he was not happy with their preparation
Rotating
and he
that
only
way.
expects them to get top 4 if they play very well.
Spike not committed though.
Yes,
against
but that
Gambit.
could also be like
This is more
bluff
of a
in a
typical
sense. You never
round
really
in
know.
terms of the timeline here.
But I did hear about how the coach was saying that
45-second mark, their foe Nats will start to explore short.
Yeah, but they're Russian. Top 4 for them
Because
is like
they're
winning the
leaning
whole
back towards
event.
that A site
That's true.
now after holding that default for some time.
I think you wouldn't hope for the 5 get the subs. Thank you.
Short is going to be the destination.
I think
Nats
you
going
are
to be doing
involved
what
in
Nats
that as
does best, but let's see if he's been read, and he has been. Jesse well positioned,
Big ass kill.
prepared to
Oh my
receive.
God.
Does get at least the visual confirmation of that player so close by. Seekers did come through as well, just kind of chasing down the final player. So everyone from Secret is in the right place at the right time. Here we see Shados towards the shower, gonna find Borkum, but now it's everyone else
I feel
who's
like
still
Borkum
alive.
was in
Jesse
such a
still
good
stands,
spot, and he just
Dubstep
did
still
not get
stands.
rewarded.
Seekers on the other side now come through, gonna try and isolate, but Jesse finds Chronicle off that spike. Now what more can be done in this though? That off on the way back in is gonna be tricky on the retake.
Really looking towards Jesse to get something done here as he comes under pressure. Shados again stuck in this corner until that
At least
flash
you know
comes
where
back
both of
on.
them
Another
are.
couple of seconds on that, but
Yeah, but they
Secret
might
making
be
the
worried that
most of the time here.
Shadows rotated.
That's lovely work from him, still bringing that up to bear, finding Redgar.
Like, right, yeah, they don't know if he's short or
Flash is
short.
there, it's not ideal. That's going to be a halfway defuse. The swing, it's not enough. Jesse,
Whoa.
the
Jesse's
cornerstone
cold as
so far
fuck.
for Secret.
Yeah,
Some of
he's
these
fucking
big rounds
feeling
he's
it right
clutched out
now.
on, he's kept them safe, and he's kept them now at even footing.
And it's difficult there with the casualties on the way in.
All right, I
So,
like
said,
this.
he's
2 to
locked
2.
into that corner of Shower. There's no real play that Redgar can make to enable him, bring him into an advantageous peak outside here. And like I said, Secret making the most of the time. Dubstep walking towards lamps the whole time that Redgar's trying to pressure towards Jesse. Absolutely, yeah, it was very good.
Yeah, fair enough. Good
They're
job.
so cute.
But it's the perfect response there. Again, isolating the one player that ultimately you expect Shados to have the upper hand in one of those engagements, right? He can pop flash out, the things like that. We don't want to challenge that.
Actually, a 3-play stack towards Long and Shower at this point, so it looks like Gambit gonna have to
They
take
saw
a back
that.
seat in
I love
this.
that there.
Yeah.
Defo just got
Oh,
short speakers,
smart to not.
This time. They haven't been given much to work with at the start, so it kind of funnels
It
them
looked
towards
like the
that
foe's
middle
about to
short,
peek him,
I
like,
guess are the two
which is
options,
good.
unless they want to try and regain that
Would've
space, but they have to burn
lost
probably
his
limited
head.
utility to try and take it now.
Good. A little more focus put towards showers. And what's interesting here, again, whether or not this becomes a factor, but Dispenser's utility is literally invested.
I like this
to address
setup
that.
they have in U-Haul.
That is literally a counterplay.
Wow. Nice fucking pick.
Like, well, yeah, wait, but how? Did he just blind so...
Yeah.
He just blind so well to... Did he...
Yeah. He did.
That's unbelievable. That's really fucking
Because,
good.
but again, there's so much information.
He didn't use it. Now there's a recon.
Well,
And then as soon as they start droning in EC2,
point,
that's
Flash
so
comes in,
good.
still plenty of utility on short from that KJ.
And like all their utilities in U-Haul, so when this alarm bot gets hit in U-Haul, they might...
a nice little crossfire potentially, but Gambit,
If they don't respect these mollies, they might just...
so much information getting to this point. Spike
I think Redgar will break it though, yeah. Redgar broke the alarm
a tap
bot.
on the spike draws out further utility, but look at the time, down to 20 seconds.
But Bork
And look at the
pushed out of
players
showers.
smothering from every side. A quick TP taken. That's going to be the spike towards the other
Oh.
side now. A couple of other players join in. And
Oh
Shane
my
tries
God.
to catch one of the heels. Oh my word, how's he
Dude, the timing on all of that!
Redgar and Chronicle now put
Holy
to work.
shit,
All
that
is online
Astra
for
smoke,
Chronicle.
taking
What
it
can
back
you do
just
with that,
saved him.
He's stuck on site, not really any possibility.
Yeah.
Use it,
It's
Bork.
funny because I'm pretty sure that was...
Kills Chronicle finds another one.
No way, Redgar.
Oh,
It's funny
well
because I'm pretty sure that was
Again,
like
they are
Redgar's smoke.
maintaining some of this composure in these pressure scenarios
Which
because that
makes it even
starts to look dicey at the end then.
It does, and just to come back to that
Okay.
setup on A.
That was really well played. I like that setup.
No, that was nice.
Right. I think playing for showers with two people like that is really good, and letting Bork come flank like this
is to stop Nats
really
from
good.
moving up behind his wall, making use of his poison orb, which we saw in a previous round where Jesse, I think, actually got the better of him. But I'm loving this so far from
Also, Dispenser
from
feels
the emphasis
really
on
good from
Gambit,
what I've been
start
watching.
that's to
I
address
don't know.
the default.
I really don't know
The
who like
second
the star
piece of
player on
that
the team. I
puzzle
thought they
is
were all like
if Gambit
collective
drifts
five,
back
just good
towards A,
players.
we've got
But
everything
it feels
in
like
place that we
Dispenser's
need
like
to. Showers
really
controls,
showing up
and ultimately short
when they
control
need
back
him.
of the utility.
It's looking a real lot like map 1, isn't it, out of the two. I'm not going to say it's going to turn out that way necessarily in scoreline, but...
I do think Team Secret's been losing a lot of eco rounds, so I feel like if they clean that up
none of the
and just
positives we saw from Icebox.
I don't know, not lose eco rounds, I guess, but you know.
Nice fucking
Oh,
pick,
big
dude.
shot. Oh.
Wow, nice.
That's on site. Oh, Jesse got a big kill there. If Jesse dies, it might have actually lost the game.
Oh my god!
It's doing it to him.
Holy shit!
Looking strong right now, not overwhelmed.
Like choked on my fucking water for a second.
That was the one get out jail free card for Gambit.
I feel like this is a lot better to watch party because when we're watch partying at 13-0, you know, it's just
Yeah, no, that's what I mean. These back and forths are insane. Dude, that shot?
Spectre in hand, he's got to close the distance if he wants to even find
They have an idea of where he is.
some damage in a round like
You
this.
can't really do much with the Spectre at long range like this, man. It's so...
Give it away to him. Dispenser, actually.
I didn't say that.
Lose out on that one, as I say. You need
I'm gonna
to
shut the
get
fuck
a
up.
little closer.
Yeah.
Chronicle makes it
Okay.
work at range.
40 seconds to try and do something, though. I mean...
There's bodies on that spike.
Yeah.
That's all I'll say.
Yeah, there's a few of them. There's a few players keeping an eye on it. He's got 20 HP.
30 seconds left.
And he goes lower down long. Just making sure they don't lose track of him, and they're still going to keep his eye towards where he is.
Yeah,
The
this...
gap's being closed, as you can see. Astra's starting to work the way so they know where he is and where he isn't. Yes, he can be a problem, but for 10 seconds he gets shut down. And I'm
Nice.
in love with how Team Secret
Big round by
playing
the
this right
stuff.
now.
It is, yeah, because again, now Gambit
Whoa,
has
whoa,
to
get
make
your up.
use of
Oh my
this
God.
slow early round. They have to find some value in
good
order
to
to
show
make
me
these
there.
rounds work, unless we see what they do on
Helicopter,
potentially some of those.
helicopter.
Again,
I
fourth
do
by
feel like
eco
Nats
rounds,
though is
whatever you
having a
wanna call
tough
them,
series.
Icebox,
I feel like
Yeah.
just
Team
kinda force
Secret probably
something,
hard
and they
anti-shotted
caught
him.
Secret off
It
guard.
was-
Because
it's
I know
true.
But
I know we did the same,
you see it,
but
again, in terms of the
even if
setup,
you hard anti-shot Nats, it
the
does feel like
strategy,
Shadows
everything's looking
and
much better on the side of Secret.
Chronicle show. I mean, all their
Actually, we
players
see
really just show up
exactly
at
what I'm
any
talking about
moment.
here. Much heavier
Makes it
lead
really hard to play
from
against
Gambit towards
Gambit.
A.
But it does feel like Nats could
Potentially
hasn't had as much
3 or
impact
4
as I thought he
people
would.
looking to
But he
explore
missed that
short.
dart. Wait, that's really
Cosmic
fucking
Divide
bad.
will go up and
How's he missing a
potential
dart
for
like
a
that?
quick hit here on the side of Gambit.
At like this level.
Changes have been a little hit and miss. It did get at least dealt with.
I'm gonna tell you this guy, Kiko has never missed that dart for me.
Kiko
That's
never
a big
misses.
deal.
Success here.
Yeah,
You know
Kiko
this.
never misses a dart like that.
Line safe.
But that was
Showers is
That's
still in
let's see how
control.
this
Look
goes.
at them tucked in here.
Okay,
Gambit.
no,
I love my
Nats
chat
are-
right now. This is
Safety,
so
Wit
funny.
still wins out as well. Redgar now found down to 3. Defo, Nats, and Shados. What can you do with this one now? You're being surrounded
Think
all
it's such an
fronts.
even
KJ
Oh,
has
the
come in.
killjoy.
The eviction notice now posted. Nat's gonna
Oh,
try
he
and find
died.
his way out. Denies
Wait,
the ult.
oh, he popped it
Swings
there.
away.
Oh, as soon as I say anything about that, she
No,
just
literally.
destroys
That's
But it's
us.
still a 2v3, it ain't over yet. Wits, can you do it? He's found the first step of 2v2,
No
but
way they win
time
this.
is starting to play a factor, and Nats is slowly working his way around. He's got another.
Wow, he got a
Oh my
fucking ace.
God. What an insane round from
Awesome.
Nets. That
Wow.
was a 3v5 low, and Secret looked so good in the first 15 seconds or so of that retake.
Well
They
fucking
got the,
played,
well, actually,
dude.
the last piece of the puzzle, potentially, if everything falls apart for Gambit there, which is
How
the
do I even
Hunter's
talk?
Fury,
See, that's why
the
I
one
gotta
that they
mute.
fall back on. But Nats,
Peter, I literally just
oh
said that about the fucking
my
Spectre,
word.
and then he killed
What an
him.
Yeah, but I feel like
Insane
mine's
swing
more
out of the Viper's
extreme.
pit
Yours is like, you know what I mean,
I
one kill.
can't
I literally said this guy
believe that
hasn't
third
done much
kill,
this
Lauren.
series, and then like, he
And
gets an ace.
aces.
At first, I thought actually his Viper's pit spreads all
Well,
the way up
also
to
to a
default. He
certain
got full
extent,
spike
there's a
there. It
lot
doesn't
of
even end up
yes. I
mattering.
do think that Team Secret did hard
Hey,
anti-strat.
that's the bonus of having a player like Nats, right?
Because
It's
like
occasionally
his
gonna get you that
playstyle in
little
general was
extra,
a little
that
bit more
little
different than a
across the
lot
line
of other
you don't
people
expect.
too, right? Because of like all of his
Liverpool
lurks
has
and
done it, has
whatnot.
humbled some of the
But
mind building here. We
at
do
the
have
same
that just
time, I
Sheriff
feel like he has a
coming
lot
out,
of
for
that
example. Still
pressure
with dubstep, plenty
of
ults to
like,
play with Redguard. Did he just
I
get away
don't know,
with
being
this
a
Wait,
star
he ain't playing with
player,
the drone.
Did.
if that makes sense.
Unchecked, you can see dubstep
Yeah.
very
It's also a
close
lot
by.
easier. I feel like the
Hold this.
anti-strat
Does he
lurks.
try and play this one
my
out?
opinion.
See if he can hold that patience, because you can see them
That I
being
would not know,
Dubstep
but
is dead, by the way.
yeah.
Again, Redguard can stay here as long
There's
as he
just
wants
no
to
way
that
he's
global
ready for this.
utility. So he could be very
He would have to like
disconnected from this
fall
execution.
back, and then the
Two
guy
players
has to
from
whiff,
Secret
and he would have to
already
dash
preemptively
for him to live.
Stacked up,
But
and
no,
he's going to be rewarded for it. Absolutely. Look at this now, and it's both extremities, Lauren. It's exactly what you were talking about.
There is at least a trade back, so it's not all for nothing, and he can turn his attention back to this short hit coming in. That's being part of it. Vulcan's in trouble now. He's going to have so much attention his way, too much to handle.
suck.
Clinical does find him, and
The
the
suck.
corner gets cleared. There's now just Jesse, lost alive and a mile away.
And again, I think with
These
the
are so well coordinated.
setup here,
30 seconds left.
Jessica's just going to try and hold on to the operator. He's still
Spike
paranoid
planted.
that
Gambit is so good at sucking.
Redguard in close proximity, but again, not going to risk anything here.
Helicopter, helicopter.
We'll hold on to this and
I'm sorry.
look towards the
I'm in
next
such a
round.
giggly fucking
Cosmic Divide
stupid mood
Seekers,
right now.
Blade Storm available for Secret. Whether actually, again, similar sort of question you asked towards Gambit, they need to find value in this default in the early rounds. Now you look towards Secret with these stacks and these setups.
Wow.
Do they start digging a little deeper? Do they start kind of, you know, scratching the surface in terms of addressing almost this inherited control by Gambit, right? It's, again, we know they're going to flourish in these slow rounds. We know they're going to ultimately push and pull in terms of the pressure across the map.
Oh.
See, Jesse, take the TP. He's followed, he will get followed there, and again,
wow.
they'll remove the operator.
Let's
So
throw them all
look
in
towards
before
dubstep,
opening
potentially
the
pull
door.
Blade Storm
Or
here,
going
make
to
use of
TP, I
it.
think.
Not sure exactly how the finances will lie.
But yeah, I think I have to go at
Yeah,
4.
again, probably
Yeah, that's
but
okay.
With that full armor
I don't know how long.
purchase, you got to expect him. Actually, gonna
There it is.
back and forth.
He's
Back
not
and
sure
forth.
yet.
But I don't know
Keep
how long I'll
guessing.
be gone.
I think that's probably just to address the full purchase in the next, but again, with Jet, you can sacrifice some of that utility.
Here.
Show me what you got here. Dubstep gets active on the consideration made of potential play coming out. Already going to take that mid space though.
I should make that my sub noise.
And again, Secret do take space.
I think that's what
which
I'm
I
gonna
quite
do.
like. They are taking territory, but Gambit are answering back in kind as well.
Like I said, the next step of this is capitalizing on it, right? And again, Gambit are happy to sit opposite these setups, wait for something. Beautiful flash, actually. Defo swinging on the back of it. Jesse
And a
and
Sentinel's
Dubstep
playing
down
right
the
after
last
this.
two. Members of Secret to hold on to B site.
I'm such a TikTok
Up until
fiend.
now, Dubstep
So
unnoted,
bad.
so no hooker. Kind of, or any kind of address from Gambit towards that side. Which makes me feel like, again, they're going to take this TP, they're going to flip back towards A. They're going to try and create this pressure here on B side.
Yep. And there's that TP taken, as you highlighted, and away to A we go. Quick rotations coming out though, that's one bonus, but they do get to at least navigate around that ult from Dubstep. Now they look towards that A side, but it is late in the day. and
Blackie, thanks
25
for the
seconds,
months.
it can leave room for mistakes and errors and things to go astray. Let's see if any of this can be caused, any mayhem made. Jesse's going to kick things off towards Redguard, but there's still 4 to find. It's not going to be easy, and you've still got this... I don't know, precise approach from Gambit, but it's getting down to the wire. 10
he's
seconds now.
vulnerable. He
Nat's
could've
still
won that.
cooking, and Dubstep's
Oh,
made it here
wait!
in time.
Dubstep won the round, I think.
Spike plant, and now this is going to be a little
Wait,
bit
don't peek, don't peek,
problematic.
don't peek,
4
man.
seconds.
Oh, never mind, you have
Spencer
to.
just has to play the
Fuck.
time here. If he can do it, it'd be perfect. He can't
Yeah.
make it work.
Oh.
The Shados is there.
That was so
I think-
close.
Themselves moving in the right direction.
I think
Again,
Dubstep
there's a chance
overpeaked.
we
I think if he
we always
didn't,
talk about one kill can ultimately
he just like hid, he went.
change the outcome of that entire round.
I'm not
Unfortunately,
too
there,
sure.
Spencer not able to buy just a second more, or half a second, I should say. Secret now. We'll call a timeout, and probably needed. Like I said, I think the setup has been fantastic. What they're achieving from it has been lacking. Because again, this is sort of where you'd expect Gambit to feel very comfortable. And again, it's hard to kind of quantify when a team.
Oh, you don't even know when 4 o'clock is.
And then you talk about dictating the pace. It's what Gambit do with
When I
it.
say like 4 o'clock, I'll be gone.
And that's why you look towards this
Well,
double controller.
Let me see.
Those audible calls, it's so easy to do in terms of letting the toxin rebuild. In terms
It's like
of
what?
utility.
You're 6
5
hours
hours.
ahead, right?
It's quite
Yeah,
easy.
something
You
like
know,
that.
45
Yeah,
seconds
you're
left.
right.
We're going to
That's
wait for
okay.
2 seconds. We're going to create some pressure elsewhere. And then it's so hard to react.
Have a great day, Peter.
Well, this is the thing, though, when you look at these two teams,
That's
I
fine,
think
make sure you
initially
knew.
quite even. Secret showed that they were able to play
What you
to
doing?
Gambit's initial look exceedingly well. I think
Me?
they,
At 4?
I don't want to say trumped them, but they got the
Team
upper
stuff.
hand in those initial couple of rounds
Team
on the
stuff.
guys. Gambit have adjusted.
Yeah, I guess I
themselves.
have to leave in
But you'd
4
expect
hours
of
too,
a team
because
of their
I
caliber,
have
they
to go
depth.
for team stuff.
Now we're going to
Chat.
get to see if Secret has that similar depth to go to. It's that
Didn't
back and
know
forth,
I'm the
it's those
5th
mind
man.
games. Okay, well, they've adapted
picking
in
me
this
up.
manner. They've managed to work this back out. Now we need to come back in. But the problem is, and something that often happens coming
No,
out
I'm
of a
not
tactical
gonna comment
timeout
on
like
that.
this, they could go
I'm
for
not trying to leak
a
anything.
completely different look that kind of
I thought you said you
negates
stopped
what
leaking
they've
stuff.
come up with in that pause just then. So let's find out as we've got about 10 seconds.
I literally
to
know
jump
all
back in. What a
strats
first
of
game
other
between
teams,
these two.
so it's okay.
I'm thoroughly impressed.
I'm
by
mega,
Team
I'm
Secret.
mega brain.
100%. The
We
fact we get
actually
map
have
3,
Kaide as the 5th
Map
man for only against Sentinels.
and back in we go.
Bring her in
So
for
there
that.
could be that switch up, and it looks like a
Oh
3-2
my
switch towards A
God.
would be a decent switch up if they can keep committing this way.
We'll retrieve that orb in showers. So, we're close up here, and actually happy to go all the way out here, but
No.
to Spencer. Actually get a bit of damage onto him. Orkum almost bailed out of that situation. Jesse will find a response onto Nats as well.
Jesse
Oh my
always
God.
seems good for one with that ult. He's been getting a couple of connections, but there's the answer right back. The pause for Thor works for Gambit. They find 3 to instantly alleviate the pressure that was on that 8 site. Now a quick flash does at least give them a step. And maybe a concept as to where Shados is the follow-up as well is going to be great. Going to force him away.
One enemy remains.
Well,
Now
they say
they
that.
can indeed
Wow.
catch him.
Wait.
As now Shados is
Hey,
your last one alive.
okay.
50 seconds.
They couldn't get
Spike
bombed down, but I don't know what
basically
stopped them
as far
from
away
getting
as
bombed
possible.
down.
Wow.
And there's
They
the
didn't know
answer.
where it was.
Jesse
Okay.
is your
And
man to
then
do it. 3 kills on
Someone
the
played
board,
like really
and integral ones
aggressive.
at that.
I don't know.
I love that. Shados gets tagged by the Aldrin. You can see both other members of Gambit. They hold steady. They wait to see that regress for them to try and charge down that kill. And again, the tendency is, we've tagged this guy. Let's try and find the skill. It's going to be the easiest of the 3. But actually, they find the others. And then Shados is in a position where he's isolated in lamps, no flash available. And again, he's in a position where it's very difficult for him to dig himself out of. So,
Yeah.
again, really, really well played round there by Secret. Again, Defo almost, I guess, trying to, standing ahead, send a ripple with that Blade Storm, but
Holy.
not
Holy
finding anything
shit.
at all.
Now I like this little bit of a switch up on the extremities
Defo's
as well.
going
the
in.
willingness to fight. And look
I
at
really
the
like that
pace
dart that
coming
Game
back
was
out
showing.
from Gambit to take this space
I
back
thought
in.
it's on
Keep in mind
purpose.
they do
I
have
don't know.
the Spectre
After
on the
seeing the
board,
shower
so you can
dart,
tell
I'm
that the purchase
worried,
is far
but
from perfect. But
that dart's good because I
sounds
think
like
they have to like
taken
swing
now
out to
the
break
long
it,
control.
and
they haven't kind of flexed over towards Showers
It really
just yet.
exposes
This is
you.
kind of the one of the two, but already Nats is actually building up quietly towards short. Something new here, but we have seen Nats doing this in the past, but it seems like that's again
he's
something
dying.
they're aware of. Nats now has to fall away from this, find more and more time here for Secret. Look how deep they're holding on that B site as well.
Yeah.
Oh, this
Wow.
is
And
an
again,
interesting
I think that's on
killjoy
the back of
setup
this
in
message. Down available. Jesse doesn't want to give anything away. No point playing
Elbow.
sight here and potentially giving away a kill.
But there's no spike in hand yet, though.
No. Actually, on the side of Gambit, you can see
Thank
the
you,
nano,
Lumby, for
the
some
nano
ones.
swarm there. Sorry,
Thank you.
just to cut off any push in towards elbow. But spike
want to
retrieved
find
now.
it.
35 seconds.
I like the
Red
idea
card.
of this whole
Outside
overlay and
showers, the
whatnot,
Cosmic
but if
Divide
like,
invested.
and I like that the
Lockdown in
cam is
response
finally
here.
like starting
Back
to,
tilting red dot.
what do you call it,
Yeah, and they're
coordinate
coming out as
properly.
well. well. Gambit, though, going to just
But when it
rush
doesn't
in
work,
towards
it's
the backside of the
so
tube on that kind of elevated
annoying.
corner. Shados, that was not pretty. Wittown does you.
This is Killjoy, y'all.
The lockdown does
Oh,
get
bro.
denied,
Oh, well.
and it is a 4v3, but Spike is planted, and Wits Gonna have to do something with this. Jesse expecting that flank. He's right to be feeling as such, but Defo's holding the line. Jesse's timing's gonna have to be perfect. If not, Redgar outdoes him, and Gambit finding ways here. Means to pressure, and as said, they were
I'm just
holding
surprised he won that
so deep
fight.
there in secret. By the time they're able to address it, they're
Hit a
already
bulldog
in
as
the face
well.
on the site. The
Yeah,
ults
that's
are
what I
popped.
mean.
They're in full control. Garnered on the back of the Viper's pit as well. But again, it's Gambit's willingness to getting ahead to force their way all the way into elbow. Again, I think a good read based on just the scoreboard, seeing that ultimate being available. I think they understand how Secret are going to try and play that. And again, as soon as it comes through, you can see it hits 40 seconds.
I think you were joining C for the
Spike,
4
there's no
months.
real caution on the way in. They dive out onto site. Viper's pit invested, and the whole time that lockdown's ticking away, they're just worried about site. They know that they're going to be able to get that pressure in towards elbow because there's no flank coming through. With Redgar being so disconnected, there's no concern that actually, guys, if we back out to long, you know, there could be somebody lurking towards Fountain. It's total map control.
Now into final round of the first half. The purchase coming out from Secret is going to be shaky at best.
Yes. it's not great. Gambit going to call
They
a
called the
timeout here.
Yep.
timeout?
This is
I guess it's because
psychological
another one
warfare
next
being
half and they don't
employed.
stack.
Maybe get Secret sweating a little bit, but you see here, Sheriff Marshall with actually 2 rifles in the hands of Dispenser and Dubstep. Borkum actually does have his ultimate available on the other side of things. Nothing on the cards for Gambit. Chronicle is 1 away from the Hunter's Fury though. Again, utility adjusted here on A to address that Nats push up that we've seen a couple of times.
I think it's
now,
Hosa
but
for the 3
again,
rounds.
Secret seem to not even entertain it. Like I said, with that early focus towards showers,
right.
the adjustment of utility, and then actually in the previous thing was the Trailblazer that comes through that just checks if he slipped through.
Yep.
And Secret don't want to play that game. Again, look at this now, 3 towards showers.
And at present, the kind of right read, I guess you can call it. And there comes the attempt of a punish, and actually does catch one in the heel.
way,
And that was a
man.
player who had the ult as well, I'm pretty sure, at that point, which is a little unfortunate.
That's the only smoker as well for Secret.
No. Okay. And I'm already seeing Nats kind of pumping himself up in a deeper position as well. So again, he's a little further ahead of the rest. The bait on the flash, no one there to receive it, but still going to take the space as is necessary and can now start
I've
shuffling
noticed
all the
Nats
players across
doesn't
with that spike.
do a lot of lurking too much, especially on this map at the moment.
And now it
I
becomes
feel like
a
it's been
problem
more
once
with the
you've lost
team.
somebody
He's trying to,
as a
but
setup.
he
What's the
hasn't
shower
been
control
able
worth?
to
I guess without
successfully get
Sage
to
in
the
the
thing. He's throwing
composition,
this
you'd argue it
wall
makes
and the
difference to
orb
Gambit
into U-Haul. Like right now he's gonna stay and lurk, I guess, but he needed a lot of people to get him
This
set
is gonna
up.
be Jesse towards CT. Yeah, this is
But
going to be
it's 'cause I feel like
gun
Team
barrels
Secret's
loaded.
Wow, nice
Jesse,
fucking shot.
long presence now.
That was a nice shot.
Found at this point, Jesse. Oh, more would have been perfect, but it's Dubstep to find it. Gets Depth.
Oh, nice try, nice try. He knew Redgar was going to be there.
Now into a 2v2.
Yeah, he
TP
knew
taken.
that. He's
Spike
just
down
fucked
left.
up.
Flash is going to
Just
connect.
smoked it.
Whoa!
Oh, the
Uh-oh,
flag
Redgar now in the 1v2, and that spike is.
What the fuck?
Oh my
Holy shit! Oh my god!
Secret. And again,
Were they
had
low?
No business of making that round as close
Was
as
that
it
just a
was.
full-on fucking headshot?
Redgar pulls something out
Holy
of nowhere,
shit!
finds the Red Bull clutch in the final round of the
Destroyed
first half. That is one of the most beautiful
That was
transfers
such a nice
I think we're going
transfer.
to see all day.
I don't think I can even blame him for trying to just swing that together. I don't know. All right, Gambit, fair enough. It's game
Nice
back
shot.
on, but it's 7-5.
Yeah.
This is
I mean,
still
I
a
do that all the
very
time in
close
my
matchup.
games, so
Let's
like, I
hand
mean,
it over to the
surprised why
Destiny
they're getting
United
so
That's
hyped.
true.
just
It's
saw
late.
what's going to be coming up
Late
in that
for you.
second
Yeah.
half.
And you.
We were
And
staring
everyone
down the
in
barrel
chat.
6-6 of first half, and then Redgar coming in clutch with the
Thank you,
1v2
VDM,
there to
for
give
the
Gambit
2
just
months,
a
and thank you,
slight
Velo, for the sub.
advantage at the end of the first half.
And it's only slight. Let us not forget
It's
that
definitely the
half wasn't a
posture.
blowout like we saw on that second
No, no,
map
no.
there. And of course,
Probably
conversely
a
on the first
posture
map
diff.
for Team Secret, these teams teams have worked each other out, and it's become a glorified best of one at this point.
Yeah, Team Secret played to the strengths of what Gambit do. Gambit like to play super slow on the attack. It was, reminds me of
incredible.
the final against Envy from Masters Freight. Was just Envy like, all right, if you want to play slow, we'll stall you. Then you only have like 15 seconds left to plant. It's a different change of pace to Breeze, where it was in the first 30 seconds. Now it's like a minute and a half before they plant. So Gambit showing two sides, and Team Secret trying to punish it a little.
Yeah, for me, there were a couple rather pivotal moments in this first half. Number one, you had the flawless pistol start by Team
Yeah,
Secret.
you're right.
That
Red
gave me
girl and
inklings of that
helicopter,
map, number one,
helicopter.
but dropped
With
the
his mouse.
bonus to Gambit. And that might be why
What's
we
that
do
mean?
see
I don't
the
even
7-5
get
scoreline for Gambit.
It's stupid.
And then, of course, you cannot
Peter.
ignore the
Look
round
it up on,
7 ace out of Nats. Getting the
Do you have
KJ
TikTok or
ult
no?
kill as
Yes.
well. He did it all
Sadly,
himself.
but I don't
I
use
mean,
it.
he's coming through the pit. That's where that man thrives. I mean, if we're talking about the
Yeah,
way
I'm
you
guessing
want
it's
to thrive in a
TikTok,
pit, it's going to be Nats. I'm going to call him as number one. But getting that KJ ult was the real kicker for me. He didn't even have to get the kills after that necessarily, but he doubles down and he goes, I'm going to do it anyway. I'm going to cap this on there.
And that was one of the reasons why they played Killjoy in the first place on Team Secret, because every time that Viper's pick came out from Nats, the Killjoy ult was
My
used
chat
to
is
counter it.
down
We saw the
bad
Viper's ult
for
twice on the attack,
Nats. Oh my
100%
God, you
win rate
guys.
on the side of Nats.
Yeah, remember that stat that ball
Yeah,
threw out of
70%.
70%
That
from
number's
before?
going up.
It's going up.
It is
exactly
going up.
right.
It is, but we
Tyson
have
and
to
I
shout
were
out the
talking
fact
about it.
It's the Sova
They're
story
like,
on this map.
even if
The
Nats
Jets are
decides to
standing
not
back a
pursue
little bit. We've
Valorant,
seen
he
some
could
nasty
pursue
shots
a
from them, but for the
career in
most part,
modeling.
The Sova from each team is the one I'm watching. They're the ones making the moves, and at the moment, Team Secrets is looking a little bit more hot.
Yeah, this is a nail-biter, to say the least. Again, 7-5 scoreline at the end of the first half. Gambit looking to wrap it up. Team Secret looking to complete the biggest upset of the tourney so far. We're diving right into our final half here in series number 1. Pansy Hypoc, take it away.
With absolute pleasure, let's jump back into this one. I don't want to waste any time on this. This could be an upset. Secret have done enough to give them the gateway, but Gambit are awake. They've had a rude awakening, but they're awake and they're kicking. Redgar already on it. We've seen Nats doing some incredible work, but now it's the switcheroo. Secret on the attacking side and Gambit on the defending side.
You see here is actually straight away. Sorry, I just caught Defo all the way out showers here.
Sentinels is against
Again, all that information
Furia.
gathered immediately here.
100%.
Dispenser kind of, I'll be honest, stuck to his utility for the time being on flank control. Straight away, Secret, we'll get the orb on B long. That's actually close enough here, and actually the Snakebite going to force dubstep out of that corner. No real utility invested on the side of Secret in
Oh my God.
terms of the early round, though.
Defo is
Camping
hella
away, which
pushed.
what we see them doing
Whoa!
with Defo will be rewarded.
Nice
for that
fucking
early
shot.
progress. A scalp claim, dispenser will
Yeah.
fall.
When is
I
this
feel like
match
Dispenser
Make moves back towards A.
I love the
I
distance.
feel like Dispenser could place his turret
Go push that.
and then like
Let's
I
see
don't
what
know.
Secret can do now.
Yeah.
They've turned their attention towards that A site. You're leaning on through. Defo going to try and catch the cross, but gets the
But
information. Chronicle down low. Going to have to try and deal with the
I'm not gonna say
pressure.
anything 'cause
Even though he's the
it's all
walking wounded, Defo still stands his
Oh,
ground and he
Force
actually
cone.
loses his life
Dude, this
for
guy's
it.
cold on
Redgar
pistols.
going to be called upon.
Yeah, he
TP
is.
now
Oh, really good
taken
call
away.
of
We
TP.
go
Oh,
towards
he
that
tossed
B
the bomb
site.
before
They've
TP,
actually
so
managed
in
to do
case
this
he
properly.
died,
They've really
because there was a
drawn
chance he
Gambit
dies
through a
there. The bomb wouldn't have
That's
been
real
stuck
things
there.
like TP
That would have
will
been
get
good. And
traded
then
out, but
dubstep stays in
now
TP,
actually
which is
Gambit
good because he gets
presented
one.
a 2v3.
That was really good by Jesse. I like that. Tossing the bomb there.
Members
2v3.
battered and bruised on the side
Nats
of
has
Secret, but
25
again, this one
with
stacked
100.
against Gambit.
This drop
Let's
down's going to be
see.
tricky. Let's see if they've got any way to facilitate this.
He's-
Well, that's
he
a bit of
spots the
info.
bow.
Yeah, that's not bad. Maybe you can work out where that crossfire is. He's got one flash to play with, but time's an element, and they're trying to buy it. And here we go, going to block off Leaf one side, try and flash through the other. They're on towards the side. Nats finds one. He needs more. He knows where they reside. He knows where they're hiding from him. But it's the spike that's going to be the problem, and it's all down to one. Maybe there's life for them yet. Spraying wildly. He's got Nats down, but now the 1v1.
Nice.
Nice. Orcham's gold on pistol.
Dude,
This
he's
guy got
insane.
like
He
8
got a
kills.
4K.
Things that could have
Well
Yeah, he got
played.
4K this round. I think he got 4K last round. He got like, I swear, more than half his
It's the
kills
one
on
of the
this round.
two.
Actually
Ultimately,
crazy.
that drops that wall and makes it
And
doable.
this round's a
for
pretty
Ball
crucial
two.
in the third game.
4 on the
Like,
round.
Oh,
if you had both
100%.
pistols,
Get
you have
the
like
second half
I
kicked
actually like
off.
a crazy chance to win.
Again, Secret.
Isn't
honestly,
that the running
it takes
joke
so long for them to
that
find these
Gambit
skills
doesn't
that
win their
I think as soon as
pistols,
they
or
take
was that
lead,
Liquid?
They've eaten up enough of the round. At that
TSM,
point, it's
I know
like,
they
yeah,
had that.
actually,
No, I know
we the
yes,
rotation
TSM,
comes
but
through.
there's one.
We have a wide open B side.
I have no idea.
And Secret
We are
punish.
team as well. Oh,
So in
Fnatic,
that
yeah,
situation
Fnatic.
in the TP there, dubstep. He finds one.
That's
and
more
again,
than enough.
you leave him
I mean,
in
a lot of
ratty
teams have
spot, and you
had
just want him
like
to
the
go
show,
1-1.
100 Thieves, G2, TSM,
Purchase going back
Fnatic.
into
Like,
the Gambit is
it's
gonna
just
be,
like
of course, light, but it is going to be, what, 2
because
marshals, and they've got a
I'll be
sheriff
honest, it's the
coming out,
easiest thing
Facet
you can
gonna go,
point and
so
blame for your loss.
again,
You know what I mean?
don't
Because
be
everyone
expecting
agrees it's the most
a ton of
RNG
this
thing,
one,
so
but
you can
it's
just blame
gonna
that
be
if you
Gambit,
lose,
of
and
course,
really
purchasing
easy.
the outside is Spectre heavy, 1 rifle for Dubstep, and a Bulldog for Jesse.
Rather than actually looking at your
Nat's
problems.
going to try and do what Nats does.
Tuck in somewhere.
That's exactly it. That is literally.
What?
Isn't that just like the most perfect summary of Nats? Still good for 1 at the very least, and again, he only
I
has
feel like
a
they
classic
should
and a fair amount of utility.
not run away from Nats, and they should
cornered
try to
into
fight him
this.
here, but
Yeah. Again, don't expect Nats to go hunted. He's trying to entertain the possibility of
I think
retrieving
whatever
that
they
weapon.
do, personally, I think they should walk
Settle
up
for
B
the
long and
classic
protect
for the
this
time being.
gun,
Actually, the sheriff, yeah.
and just re-hit B,
Shade
which
offs.
I think is what they're gonna do. Because re-clearing all of A when you don't have
Secret
anyone
though.
there is virtually impossible. Because there could be a guy in any
round.
corner, but walking up
Argue
to B
overstaying there,
and
welcome,
if it's a
but
stack,
we'll
it's not that bad.
re-explore B.
Yeah, which is what they're
And
doing.
again,
They
with
only
the
have a
focus
recon
on
dart,
not
which is the
wanting
problem.
to give away that weapon there.
Dubstep puts on red guard.
Actually finds the open here. Red guard will fall. Nats will respond though. And Secret got to be careful here.
Deploying drone.
Getting worked down. They're being just chipped away at. Dubstep. So I'm going to try and keep CT safe. Spots it. Just a pixel out of place is enough to keep the attention drawn.
Oh my god.
Definitely
Oh my
found
God, what a shot.
Dubstep. We're down to 2. Jesse still left loose.
where comes
Position
low?
noted
That's
on
a
towards the side. This is getting
problem
dangerous. Jesse trying to deal with that player coming through hookah, but it's going to be just down to 1. Borkum, can you do this? Can you keep your team safe? Switch out to the pistol. Is getting closed in on Defo, leaping forward.
Oh, wow.
Oh
You're
my
kidding.
God.
Gambit
That was so close,
making
too.
Secret work to even get on even footing, which they're not going to get now.
Yeah.
Again, it comes down
That was
to
actually really
scrappy
bad.
engagement. But Borkum
Like
put
they
in a
needed that
position
run.
once again, potentially to clutch up that round. The Gambit strike back. Put round 2 of the second half on the board. And again, what was it, the Bulldog and the Phantom invested there, so it's a costly round 2 here.
Ah, nice shot.
That
See,
shot's
what
so
I've
nice.
noticed, like I've said this before, is that a lot of the EU players, they like to use stretched. But to be honest, it doesn't really help that much or give
Didn't look pretty.
that much of an advantage. It just makes your crosshair look a little bit different.
About the only gun I can use is the
Yeah,
classic.
most people I know that use
Fair
stretches or
play.
We
whatever,
don't let
it's just
anyone
the
know.
crosshair.
Yeah.
That wouldn't
Like
be
some
like
of the crosshairs just look
It
better.
does look as though that time is being held. It does look technical. So
Tech pause.
we'll see. You know,
Oh my
now
god.
sit down.
Mola.
We need to teach you more of the.
I need to
phrases.
learn more of the translations on the stage.
Yeah, yeah. We need at least like maybe like I don't know, 3 options.
Pausa technica.
Do 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 do.
You've been working on
I have,
pronunciation.
yeah.
I can tell.
I have.
Do 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 do
A lot of
do
prep
do.
went into
That.
yes.
There it is. Keep your eye on it. See if you can pick up any more. But 6 to 8. It's not really. I mean, okay. I look at it this way. In my mind, if Secret could have been able to convert a couple more of these, not given rounds. They're never given rounds necessarily against any of the teams at this tournament, but expected rounds, right? You get the first 2, maybe the bonus gets a little dicey, gets turned away, but at this point, they've now had a couple of issues on that, whereas Gambit's just been super scrappy, super willing to fight, super willing to put a little behind that purchase if they see it as being viable.
And I think you think back to these. I was trying to kind of articulate this in the first half, and you look at. If you just take a snapshot of the mini-map in some of these early rounds, you think Secret are actually set up for success here. Now, you look towards, can they find a first blood? Can they draw out some utility? Can they draw a rotation?
Yep.
And that's where it's the consistency lacks, right? It's the next step from the setup, right? And again, on attack, you look towards, again, Dubstep's got to be one of the key components.
Hey,
here,
Kenny, you look
especially
tired. Hope you're
during
getting
that
enough sleep.
composition and
Oh, I'm getting more than
Secret
enough
aim
sleep.
to
I'm not
achieve
tired
in
at
the
all.
early rounds.
Is it because I'm looking
That's
down at my
difficult.
phone and it
I
looks
mean,
like I'm
you
sleeping?
look towards Gambit's kind of variation
Sorry.
on defense, and that's
My small
again,
Asian
think
eyes
about
are-
it.
I'm
Not so
on
long
my
ago, we were
phone
talking
right
about
now.
the
No
disparity
point.
between the Gambit
It's just
attack
a
and the
quick
Gambit
pause.
defense.
Team Secret, if you get bombed out like that. Breeze, the attacker tab was close, so you go down into a lot of 1v1 situations against Gambit. Like Redgar had to pull out some insane stuff in order to keep it relatively even. The problem is the rest of the map pool outside of that pick of Icebox. And maybe there's a team that just bans it outright. What's the rest of the map pool going to be like for Team Secret? Because for me, it wasn't ideal.
Well, when it comes to this first series of the day, it wasn't difficult to find our Verizon high speed moment. It came from round 7 of this 3rd map bind. It was Nats' ace, plus the pickup on the KJ ult.
I mean, this is the one that we had to bring up on your screens. It didn't matter what anyone else had done because this was absolutely nasty. I said he likes to live inside the Viper's pit. Well, he also thrives inside of it. Gets the ult, and outside of the ult, he's able to make that magic happen. That is unbelievable. And I think it took until about the first couple of rounds of that last map where I really felt that Nats felt his form again.
And it was just classic, cool, calm, and collected Nats there on the back end of that. Barely even cracks a smile, while Nats was definitely a top performer for the team anytime Gambit picks up a first series win here at an international competition. We've got one man and one man only to talk to. That's Redgar. So we're heading over to Yinsu in the Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you very much, Dash. That's right, I've got Gambit's IGL with me. Redgar, congratulations on the victory. Bit of a reverse sweep, you guys did it in style, but did you expect Icebox to be so tough? Talk me through what went wrong on that map.
Hi everyone, hello Ian. So I think that this Icebox was the bad from us because we didn't play like we usually do it. So I think we are slow on the start, but after a little bit warm up, the next breeze was more better for us, I guess.
I mean, it couldn't have gone any better than the way they did. I want to talk to you about how you guys reset. What did you say to your boys to sort of get them back on the server with the calm, collected attitude and pull off that 13-0?
Oh, it was like we screamed for each other like a little bit, like the coach went, he was like, guys, what the heck, what are you doing? We talked about other things, go, you know that you can do more better, so guys, keep focusing and let's win them. And then Breezy was like, okay, we will scream on you, we're gonna do our game and we will win.
Coming into this tournament, you know, we spoke already beforehand and you told me that there were certain things that you guys were focusing on that you wanted to fix. Do you feel like you've had enough time to fix it? Do you feel as prepared as you can be for this tournament?
I don't think that we can fix it this kind of fast because to prepare a good team to fix all the things, the team should play together like about 2 years. So we have a far way to rise up and level up our playstyle and game.
Well, everybody wants to beat you. Everybody wants to play you. Do you feel any pressure at all knowing that you guys are defending a title that you had back at Masters Berlin?
No, we didn't have a title. We are not like the champions of the year. We'll try to be it right now. So everyone who wants to play us, come to us.
They're definitely going. They definitely will. Now, lastly, Vikings next. That's your next opponent. They're very different to you in terms of playstyle. So how do you handle a team that plays a way that's totally different to yours?
We can adapt to them, so it doesn't matter which playstyle our opponents are playing. We can always switch our styles. We have a lot of strategies. So the main thing, it will be like ourselves.
Have you prepped for them at all? What kind of strategies are you going to bring to the table?
I will start it from today. I don't have to prepare that from far away. I need 1 day. I don't need to bring a lot of things in my head. I should clear it, reset, and prepare for them.
Well, I look forward to seeing what you're going to bring in the next match. That's it from me and Redgar. We're going to go to a quick break, but don't go anywhere because Sentinels are going to be taking the stage against Furia right after this.
And I'm in a set pace. 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 I'm in a set pace live. Rip the set with the skets get live. Now I see I ride the beat. Speaking in Irish. I'm in a set pace live. Rip the set with the skets get live. Now I see I ride the beat. Speaking in Irish. I'm in a set pace live. Rip the set with the skets get live. Now I see I ride the beat. Speaking in Irish. I'm in a set pace live. Rip the set with the skets get live. Now I see I ride the beat. Speaking in Irish. And I'm in a set pace. And I'm in a set pace. I'm in a set pace. And I'm in a set pace. I'm in a set pace. I'm in a set pace live. Rip the set with the skets get live. Now I see I ride the beat. Speaking in Irish. I'm in a set pace live. Rip the set with the skets get live. Now I see I ride the beat. Speaking in Irish. I'm in a set pace live. Rip the set with the skets get live. Now I see I ride the beat. Speaking in Irish. I'm in a set pace live. Rip the set with the skets get live. Now I see I ride the beat. Speaking in Irish.
Turn the LFO, come on, let's go. 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 Come on, let's go. Turn the
Welcome back to Champions at Day 2, where we've got Paper Thin jumping on the desk to help us out here for series number 2 of the day. And my dude, we already saw one tournament favorite take to the stage, get challenged in a way that I think many didn't expect to see. And lo and behold, we're treated with another tournament favorite stepping onto the stage next with Sentinels taking on Furia.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be really exciting. Sentinels, of course, is going to be the favorite coming into this. There's no doubt about it. They're an excellent, excellent team, top to bottom. They struggled a little bit, of course, at Masters 3, but I think for them, a lot of it's just going to be readjustment, coming in with the right mentality, and really coming into this tournament, you know, focused on winning and not kind of dealing with some of the outside stuff.
And talking about, you know, kind of that step back at Masters 3, in a weird way that kind of mirrors the conversation we were having around Gambit coming into the first series of the day, where our last, you know, kind of opportunity to see them play was a disappointment, I put in air quotes, as Shazam said, our worst performance so far, and yet they still went pretty far.
I feel like it's Groundhog Day for me on the desk. I was on the last desk, I'm on this desk, and I'm like, yeah, another redemption story for one of the favorites. I'm all about that life. I'm about it. We also replaced one man lacking hair with another man lacking hair on the desk.
Yeah,
we always have to point this out, don't we, Paper Thin, every time we get on the desk.
I mean, I just wanted people to understand that I am not actually Ryan Central or
Thank
Tom. We are actually different people, and we're never always in the same place at the same time, so I'm not sure if it's always confirmed if we're the same person or not.
That's true. I've never seen you all in the same
Take
room.
my word for it.
We'll keep making a point to point it out, though, to people. Don't worry about that. But when it comes to Sentinels and what has been their effort to kind of, you know, take a next step in the right direction to evolve as a team, I think one of the things that everybody is going to look to is the addition of a coach. A famously coachless team now has brought on Ruckus to help him out.
You know, there's a lot to say about teams who are willing to step back and say, we don't know everything, we can't fix all of our own mistakes ourselves, and players should play and coaches should coach. And I know myself, having come into multiple teams and having to pick up those minutiae mistakes that teams make, there are weaknesses, no matter the team. And of course, Sentinels has learned recently, they themselves possess quite a lot of them. So a coach can do that background work, players can focus on the playing and the scrimming and the training, and even VOD review-wise, maybe the coach is picking up a lot of the time that they were putting in elsewhere.
I think there's going to be a number of questions about how this Sentinels roster bounces back from a Masters performance, but there's been so much time between then and now, you've got to believe they've put in the work. And so more what I'm interested in, Paper Thin, is the individuals and how they're going to step up to it. And I'm going to cite Sean Garris from the top of the day, day one yesterday, where he said, when I think Sentinels, I think Tens. Yes. He is a superstar, already is cementing himself as that in the Valorant space. But when you're at the World Championship, you need your superstars to perform.
Exactly. He's the first player that I can remember watching that just had my jaw on the floor, especially with the snipers. He can get it done so well with those. I mean, I think he's the best marshaller in the world. I think he is absolutely the best marshal that I've ever seen. So I love to watch him play. Just top to bottom, this guy is phenomenal. He backs up his teammates when needed. You know, of course, he's pretty much playing exclusively duelist, but that's where he thrives. You can see he's got great stats top to bottom. I mean, a 2.0 KDA is absolutely filthy in Valorant. He is nuts, and he was kind of the saving grace for them towards the end of Masters 3.
You get that on one map, you're feeling good. You get that as your map average over your career, that is disgusting.
And it's not even just map average. We're looking at attacking and defensive sidedness. Sometimes your jet player, your duelist, will be the one that is like making space on attack but lacks a little bit on defense. That's okay. You let it go. But Tens goes attack, defense. I don't care what side I'm on. I hit my shots no matter which side of the map I'm on. Good on him. But I will say, that's a lot of pressure on your shoulders to keep up and elevate.
I mean, that is right. That's a big thing. The idea of pressure and the idea that he has set a bar for himself. We'll cite Reykjavik as that moment where he set that bar as they took the trophy. And, you know, maybe to some degree in those moments where they fell down in Masters 3, you would maybe target him and say, was expecting a little bit more. But now we turn our attention to the team that has to challenge them, and that's a Furia. Another team just like Team Secret that perhaps the global audience doesn't know a ton about. So Paper Thin, I turn to you. What's the expectation when you take a look at this squad?
Well, I mean, you got to feel like they're a pretty massive underdog coming in against a Masters champion. But with what we just saw here on this stage with Team Secret previously, I absolutely feel like there's a chance. Sometimes things just get in the air. It just takes one team to come through at the beginning of a day, show that the top teams are vulnerable, and then all of a sudden there's a ton of confidence flowing through these underdogs, and a team like Furia absolutely can get it done. They're fun to watch, to be honest. I really enjoyed watching them at the South American LCQ. I thought they did very, very good, especially Khalil, in my eyes, was really the star for this team. Really does a great job playing off contact, being that second line of defense or offense for these guys, and absolutely, you got to watch this guy. He's been pretty much exclusively playing Killjoy, which is kind of interesting. He hasn't shifted to anything else as of recent times. I mean, he's played a lot of their stuff in the past, but he's been exclusively Killjoy recently.
All right, so Khalil, we got a beautiful shot of him, last guy into the arena there as you're talking about him, but his matchup today, you mentioned the Sentinels, you mentioned the KJ in particular. Well, guess what? On the other side is another Sentinel Titan. And that, of course, is Dapper.
I mean, look how dapper he's looking in his photo, too. They're always exuding confidence on the side of Sentinels. And if you're looking to the side of Furia, Khalil has to be the guy that is going to match up here with Dapper. For those who don't know Dapper very well, and I argue you should probably know who he is by now. He's made his presence known. Cypher, Killjoy, Viper, and Sova in the past 10 games. That's not a bad agent pool.
Yeah, well, while the ACS may not match that of 10s, we called out a 2.0 KDA. And so I feel like we have to do it again. Sportin' One himself there is Khalil. So again, looking at him to be a difference maker for Furia if they're going to look to make the upset possible.
Yeah, he doesn't play point of contact very well. That I would say that's kind of a weakness, but he's a Killjoy player. That's not what he's expected to do. He's expected to be the follow-up behind Xan. Well, a lot of times he's the second player right behind Xan, covering for some of Xan's failed entries, and he's solid. He's always popping heads. He's always being in the right place at the right time. He recovers well when his team is faltering. He's the first man that's kind of rotating over quickly to help if things have gone awry, and he's really heady. I really like the way he plays. He covers his teammates very well. He lays down cover fire at the right times, at the right points. He's a really smart player.
So here's my question. Where are the holes for Sentinels that Furia can attack? Because ultimately, if I reference the first series of the day, I talked about how Secret might be the explosive team and that Gambit might look to control. And in fact, the success that they found in map 1 came from control, I think more so than it did explosiveness. Sentinels, I feel like, is a more explosive squad. And so I would naturally think, okay, you're looking to control them. You're looking to, stop those first frags, the first bloods that maybe 10s is looking to find. But at this point, I feel like anything I expect is going to go the other way.
Yeah, absolutely. I think coming in with expectations is actually the weakness that would come out for both of these teams. I don't think coming in and trying to quote-unquote counter-strat or anti-strat, as some people would call it, is the way to go, because we've seen how that went, especially with Team Secret. They brought it to their opponents on map 1, but then all of a sudden adaptations happen. And you have to adapt to the adaptation to the adaptation. It's just like this adaptation cycle you can't break out of. Instead, how about you play your own game? I want to see what Furia has. Show me what you are. Show me your identity. And Sentinels, whether or not they can adapt to that or not, will be the question.
I like what you're talking about here, the identity. The identity for both of these teams as of recent times has been attacker side. They both have gotten a lot of their heavy lifting done on that side of the coin. So I feel like for Furia, it's really going to be all about getting kind of pressure on the attacker side. They have to have a successful attacker side, and then can they have a better defender side than Sentinels? I think that's going to be really, really challenging, and a big part of that is, of course, like you mentioned earlier, Dash, 10s. He is great on both sides of the coin. That's what makes part of what makes Sentinels so difficult to deal with.
Of course, a lot of this is also going to come down to the maps that we end up on, and so about to head into our map vetoes to figure out where these teams want to play.
I just love this AR that we get, by the way. I always have to point it out, whether or not I'm in the green room or I'm on the desk. This is absolutely amazing.
It never fails. It just never fails to just make me feel great.
You feel like you're really in some kind of virtual space with this, and whatever the first ban will be, I believe it might be Furia.
It is going to go to Furia.
Yeah. Whether or not, do they do a comfort ban? Do they do a target ban? I asked about the identity before for Furia. This will set the pace for me as to whether or not they want to play their own game, or they're a little bit afraid of their opponent's end. It's going to be Bind being the first one off the board. Okay.
This is just, I think, Furia just not comfortable. They haven't played this map in a long time, so they just, with this roster, I don't know if they've ever played it. So I think this is just them just being like, look, we're not really feeling this. Icebox is a pretty solid map for Furia, I think, coming out here from Sentinels for the ban. So this is, I think, pretty not out of the ordinary for both these sides, especially Icebox has been really wonky in this tournament so far.
And I'll just say this from a viewer perspective. Bind, Icebox, two maps that we've already seen today. Yes. In a certain sense, I'm happy to see them off the table. We're going to get some new looks, and that, of course, map 1 Ascent for Furia is going to be the first of those unique maps that we see today.
Yeah, it's good that Ascent will come up as well. I wanted to highlight that Icebox ban as well, because the last time Sentinels played it, I think they got 13-2, 13-3'd by G2. They didn't have a really nice ride on that map at all. So for them to get rid of it, I'm not surprised, and it's setting the pace here about who's playing what game here in the map vetoes. This is a game before the game. That is what the map vetoes are, and this is what they're going to be able to set the pace with Ascent and then Breeze. Oh my goodness.
Favorite thing, Breeze. We talked tens. I mean, I am having flashbacks to some wicked rounds from him in previous tournaments.
And again, it all starts on the pistol rounds. If they can get a win, it doesn't matter if they get a win, to be frank. I mean, the Sentinels are going to be getting those marshals out early, setting the tone, setting the pace, and then you start funneling the big gun over to tens, and he just starts taking names. And you know, it's a lot of other things going on here. You know, maybe Dapper on the Viper, these types of things that also set up the plays, control the space. But yeah, I mean, I know I feel like a broken record talking about tens, but Breeze is a map that is specifically meant for players who are good with snipers, good with long range, and he is arguably the best in the world at those things.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, Fracture going out, not going to see that map again. Fnatic kindly put it on show for us yesterday.
At least we've gotten to see it once.
We did, but
Split to follow.
Okay.
All right. Well, then we know what our final map will be. If we make it all the way there, it will be Haven, another open map. So for me, Breeze, I'm going to target that again as map number 2. When we take a look at the dominance that Gambit displayed, that's the kind of thing I expect to see from top teams in a wide open map. When you kind of have that space to work with, I look for scores to be a little bit more lopsided. Let tens create the space with the Marshal, with the op, whatever gun he's got in his hands, and then kind of roll through with that man advantage. And then you mentioned too, even if they're on the defending side, you're looking at a man like Dapper to hold it down.
Yeah.
Really challenging. I kind of am interested about this Haven, the fact that Haven got through to the end. I think it's just a comfort thing for both teams. At the LCQ for Furia, they didn't lose on Haven. They won 4 games out of 4 on it, I believe. Or whatever it was, they won all of them. So it's a really strong map for them. They have a good map pool in general. But yeah, this is a pretty good one. But it's going to come down to Ascent, right? Like this is where Furia is going to have to get it done. And they do something a little bit weird on Ascent where they do bring a Sage, which is pretty unusual these days. So at least in recent history, we'll see if that is going to continue to be the case.
We'll talk a little bit more about that in just a minute. We got all the maps locked in. Of course, map number 1 is Ascent. And you brought it up earlier. Attacking half is going to be hugely important for this Furia squad. And so Sentinels having side choice, interesting that they go to defense. They're going to put the ball into Furia's court and say, okay, come at us right out the gate. Let's see what kind of firepower you have in your back pocket.
I like it. It shows confidence. It shows the mentality that I think that the Sentinels really need to have coming into this. That for me was the big thing I underlined here for the Sentinels for this event is mentality. And I liked how we talked about earlier that there's the coaching staff being brought in. Like, you know, Jess is bringing up great points about how important, how crucial that is. But also, you know, you can see that these guys get a little bit flustered. They can get a little bit tilted. You'll see it out on social media. They'll kind of, you know, shoot a few things off here and there. But I think for them, it just needs to be come in, come focused, assert your dominance, and take this over.
It's not even just that for me anymore. If they're coming in with a coach and they've worked on their mistakes and whatnot, there's extra pressure. You've got your coach sitting 3 meters behind you, watching over your shoulder like a hawk. I mean, I sounded like Sky there. I just realized what I've done, boys. Do not point it out. That's going to get clipped, and I am the new Sky voice actress, my bad.
I love
it. No, I will say that is an extra added pressure to you, and if mentality has been worked on, which I hope it has been, that's why you bring in a coach, it's one of that secondary part of being a coach, then you know full well that there are methods in play to be able to deal with that. If you see someone tilting, break the ice, make sure you get the screams happening, the air fists, whatever you need to do. I want to see that, but if they're quiet, I'm going to be a little worried.
Now, admittedly, this is a minor curiosity for me, but Sentinel's famously a team that doesn't really go for the tack pauses. In large cases, because they didn't have a coach in previous tournaments. So Shaz has been pretty vocal about, like, I don't need the tack pause. I've got that communication kind of constantly flowing with my team, and I'd rather keep the momentum rolling forward. I'm just kind of curious. Will we see many if they find themselves on the back foot? Will they need that kind of reset, and how much of a role will Raucus play in terms of turning them around?
I think it absolutely has to come through. I don't see any world where it shouldn't. I mean, whenever you need to get that reset, you need somebody to inject some kind of reason into your minds because whatever you're thinking isn't going well. You know, maybe something wonky comes out with the agent select and you're not quite adapting to it properly. You know, we've seen the Sage here from Furia. That's on tape. They should kind of know what to expect, the way that they use these walls to to block off some of the flank angles, some of the mains on takes and retakes and things like that. They should be well prepared for that, but maybe there's a KO, maybe there's something else coming through that's going to catch them off guard.
Well, maps are locked in. We're going to take a quick break, but on the other side, we're heading into map 1, Ascent of Sentinels versus Furia. Catch you soon.
Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Press play.
Welcome back to Champions. As we narrow in towards map 1 of our second series of the day, it's Sentinels versus Furia, and we're heading to Ascent. We've already had the Sage call out by Paper Thin, and I love that kind of setup when it comes to what Furia might bring to the table. But what about Sentinels? Because this was the map choice for Furia, so we know they have a game plan if that's where they want to take us first. I think the question remains, how will Sentinels respond?
I think the biggest thing for me is to not set expectations since in the past 10 times they've played, it has not been on the radar for them in any way, shape, or form. Ascent could change for them. I don't think, like we saw before in our previous series, that there'll be an opportunity for them to change their identity too much. I don't think that's on the books for them. But what I will say is there should be a safe play here by Sentinels, but I don't have anything in the past 10 games of them even playing this.
I like that then. That means we've got some open questions heading into that first map for Sentinels, and so time will tell. The teams are readying up right behind me, so let's dive on stage. Let's meet the teams before they dive into play. A new look for Sentinels as they stare down Furia on the other side of the stage. This time with a coach at the helm. And so we'll have to see if it's what's going to make the difference between them and a hope to become the first world champions here in Valorant. But it all starts in series number 1. So you got to get it done. You got to get it done. You got to get it done on Ascent. So let's reset the table for everybody. Expectations here. We already know that Furia is willing to do willing to do the unusual, shirk expectations and play with those agent compositions. But do you think it's enough to unseat a team like Sentinels?
I don't think in the long run it will be. I think they're very solid as a team. They work together very well. That's one thing that really impressed me about Furia is their ability to play off of each other, to play with each other. There's always kind of that onion that there's layers beyond, you know, the first line of defense. If Xan goes down, there's somebody right behind him, whether it be QCK or Khalil. There's a lot of presence on this team in terms of just being there together, working together. So that's what Sentinels have to be ready for.
You know what else Sentinels have to be ready for? I was looking through the win conditions here for Furia on Ascent specifically. They win a lot of their rounds pre-plant out of elimination. That is very unusual on your defensive side to not have a plant go down and for a predominant amount of your defensive wins as a win condition to be won pre-plant. Either they're going up against opponents, now I hate to speculate like this, but either they've been going up against opponents that have been rather easy and they've been able to kill them before the plant, or that's their MO and we're expecting a lot of defensive aggression.
Well, we got that bird's eye view of the map. Now we get Prime Gaming Agents Select. We're quick to see the lock-ins. We will have that Sage on the side of Furia, but for Sentinels, that's what I'm more curious about. A very well-rounded comp. No surprises there, I think.
Yeah, this is basically what you would expect out of them at this point. Zoms on Astra, Dapper on the Cypher. That's going to be kind of one of the bigger stylistic differences here is you've got two different Sentinels. So Khalil plays a very unusual Killjoy. He's very aggressive with it because he's right behind the Jet oftentimes. He's not really sitting in the back lines like a lot of Killjoys like, and he'll do this from time to time. A lot of Killjoys do like to sit in the back lines, cover the flanks, but you can kind of let the Astra do. You can let Mazin do that here. And so he will follow in. And so that's going to be very different than what I think a lot of people are used to seeing with a Killjoy.
I think that's cool to hear, though, because double Sentinel starting on the attacking side, right? Some people would have some questions about that, but these teams are going to give us some answers soon enough. Predictions real quick. Sentinels, Furia, who Who takes it?
I think Sentinels 2-0. I think Ascent's going to be pretty close, but after that, I think Breeze is going to be pretty heavily in favors of Sentinels.
Over here, Jess?
It'd be disingenuous for me to not say Sentinels. Furia, unknown quantity. We've got to see what they've got, but I'd love a team secret story. I'd love for them for all me to almost eat my words. I'm going to tell you that.
There was some conversations in the van ride over here about how this could be the quickest day of Champions with the two tournament favorites.
We got to stop listening to Mitch, man, okay?
Yeah, we
got to
really
stop listening to Mitch.
At this point, that's already not the case. Let's see if Furia can give us the same thing. I'm very pleased to be throwing it over to DDK and Sean Garris for the call. Gents, take it away.
Thank you so much, Dash. Yes, I'm here with Sean, and this is going to be an exciting one. Sean, I think, has made it pretty known that he thinks Sentinels will win the entire tournament. So I'm not going to ask you for a spicy take here, but we do have some interesting things because Sentinels haven't played any officials in quite some time, and there has certainly been some changes and lots of rumors. So there's everything you can tell us going straight into this one before we kick it off.
Straight into it. And the last time we saw Sentinels on Ascent, Sick picked KO. The time before that, Phoenix. This is a very different look from Sentinels right off the bat. Love what I'm seeing from them. They're spread out across the map, and it looks like Furia is going for a mid control. Based on the spacing of the agents, I'm going to say they might go into a fast mid-B split here, Dan.
Absolutely. Will be interesting to see exactly how Sentinels decide to handle this one. We have some information sought after that. They're certainly going to be hearing the presence. Drone going up. There's a quick flash coming through to try to see if they're all the way to market just yet. But you can see the pace is stopped here for Furia. They're looking for a response after this initial pressure.
Yeah, and you can see Mazen now is using that Astra to use the global abilities, help his team take mid, but now he's faded into A main. And you can see the Killjoy Khalil has pulled off of B main. This is now a cat split, Dan. They're going up.
Oh no, Zoms will actually take one down through the Astra smoke, through the Nebula. That's unfortunate there. Exan will fall, and it is slow progress to the site here, but QCK able to pick off one. Spike looking to get planted on the site now. Retake effort is coming through here. There's a quick flash, and Sentinels will be slowed slightly by that Nano Swarm. Perfect timing on that one as they look to go for a quad peek all the way up from Rafters here. And Tens, of course, kicking things off quite nicely, finding a quick headshot. The return, though, from Furia as they look to hold this one, but two players stuck, isolated underneath Rafters in hell. Shazam will make quick work of NCR, and it's looking like it's getting a little bit tight here for Sentinels as they're moving in. Still some time left. There's the pressure on that Spike. Mazen will take down Shazam, and it's leaving it all to Sick here. Two places to look. Not sure exactly where the other player is. Doesn't know that he's in hell, and that's it. Khalil will finish it off. Very well done from Furia, holding their nerve throughout the rounds.
Excellent round there from Furia. The spacing on the site hold, the Sage putting the wall up. QCK put the wall up right there at Tree, Dan. Peeked over the Nebula, got the frag into Heaven, and that was the initial trade that got Furia into the site. They stopped the 4-out Heaven push. I think it was a little bit of a mistake, though, from Sentinels not breaking the door prior to going in. It was such a telegraphed one-way retake from them.
Yeah, and this is fantastic because we get to see, you know, Furia off to a good start on their attack. We'll see how their default, how they want to play optimally. But I say that, I don't get ahead of myself here. Of course, we've got the force coming through from Sentinels.
Yeah, look how far Furia is off the choke stand. It's like they know that Sentinels isn't afraid to invest into these rounds, but on this round, it looks like only Tens has really bought a Marshall. Everyone else just keeping the classic Sick with the Frenzy in hand. And now we have the drone clearing out B main. And if you pay attention here, Furia is left too near A, right? Just in case they need to roll off, quickly go to the A site if there is a B stack on this eco. Now, unfortunately for them, it's not a B stack, and they haven't sold this fake at all so far. So these A players are going to have to do a little bit of prodding, Dan.
Yeah, and this pacing is an interesting one because you've got to be careful not to shoot yourself in the foot by just running out of time when you're playing the anti-eco here, and I do fear for Furia in this position.
But it looks like they are repositioned. They're repositioning this B site, so they're blindly going to go with a B hit here. I'm sure the Sova's Recon has charged up. There it is, yep, and he's going to shoot that probably into the site any second now. That'll give a ton of information. The site's empty. This is going to be a free take, Dan. And I'm curious, is Sentinels going to go for the frags into the site, or are they going to try to box them in, get some exits, and do some economic damage?
Yeah, I feel, especially as they are Sentinels, that they would want to try to take some fights here, and they're actually all gathering towards spawn. So it's feeling more committed as opposed to boxing them in here. All 5 players coming through spawn in towards that B site. How many will they be able to find here? Of course, there is another Nebula that is blocking vision. Suzanne will get a freebie through the smoke as Dapper falls. So it's looking quite laboured, and Not really seeing all that much promise here so far for Sentinels in this one. There we go, Sick finally able to get a little bit of damage, but just one frag so far. And in fact, Fury are happy to go for the challenges. Losing 2 players now, but as you say, Sean, this is really what they were looking for here, Sentinels. As TenZ gets another opportunity, but of course the shutdown is through, and that's the 2-0 opening here for Furia as we move into their third round.
Yeah, and it's the little things, right? The Jet Bladestorm adding an extra orb in this patch relative to previous tournaments that we've seen TenZ play. If he got one Marshall kill right there, Dan, all he would need in this round is 1 frag and then his death, and then you had a Bladestorm in the following round. That's not the case right now, so he's far off of Bladestorm, and if you look here, he doesn't have a great buy. Going into the first gun, I think that's a Guardian in his hands with a bunch of Phantoms out, so no Operator in play yet.
Yeah, and you can see that Furia have not really invested here either, kept what they had, just shoring it up with a couple of Sheriffs. Mid presence here for Furia. They do like to put pressure on this mid position and to deny the attackers from, or rather, sorry, the other way around. Furia likes to deny the defenders mid control. And you see in this round in particular, Marzin's just going to walk up with the Sheriff by himself.
Yeah, and yet again, Dan, look, if the Sentinels gave up A main control, they're playing in the blind here. They're stacking 3 to the A site because they have no info. So if you look over at this B site, Shaz is here all alone. He does have the Cheese Odin spam ready to go, though, Dan. This could get ugly.
Oh, I'm so afraid.
Oh, God.
I'm so afraid for Furia. And there it comes, but looks like he'll pull off of it. They are too deep, so nothing from the Odin. So the first hurdle has been passed there for Furia, but still looking to make their way forward. They've managed to get a 4th position on Xan with that Jet dashing in, and now the rest of them starting to file into the site, and great headshots coming through off of this Sheriff, no less. And that's a huge opening into the site.
Spike planted.
Sentinels in a very difficult retake here, Dan. 2-on-4, but the trade frags come in. Brings it down to a 2-on-3. Both players from Sentinels far off their ults. Turret spot Sick on the way in. And this will probably allow them to reset. They might have to save, Dan.
Yeah, not looking good here, but you can see Dapper's looking for some amount of damage. And he's going to bait somebody out, and there we go. Keller will give him what he wants, and a beautiful cleanup coming through from Furia. 3 players surviving. Khalil's even picked up the Odin. Sean.
Yes, Sentinels is going to the Brazilian barbecue, Dan, and they are on the menu right now. This is not looking good for the boys. Man, losing the bonus early, I constantly am preaching about this. Those bonus rounds are pivotal if you're a pro team. Losing them early on in the games can cause things to snowball out of control. The ult economy will build for your enemies, and their economy is going to build with that. So you're really in the hole now if you're a Sentinels player.
Yeah, you can see in this particular round, they'll be looking for some early openings around Catwalk. They've got a setup there. They're leaving Shazam alone towards that B site. Has some Cypher util from Dapper to help him, but otherwise it's a stack towards this B site, and they would be correct here because here comes the push from Furia into the A site. Wow, Xan absolutely no fear whatsoever, able to convert, taking Raptor's control just briefly.
Caution here.
The spike still needs to go down here. This is looking a little bit scary with the pressure from Sentinels coming through, but you can see that Furia are slowing it down. They've got the weaponry advantage, the utility advantage. They're playing it as disciplined as they can.
Yeah, and they're going to sit on these ults too. They're going to build them, like I was saying. You know, that's going to make their following rounds so much more easy. Oh, what? Zand spraying blindly through the smoke as the door breaks. Takes out Sick. Man, he's definitely been the most impactful duelist in this server so far.
Yes.
That's not what you want to see if you're a Sentinels fan.
Those are, I mean, of course, the frag doesn't really mean much in the scheme of things for the round as we see it cleared up by Furia, but those are nice ones to get because you feel awesome when you get those, and as you're talking about building up the confidence for the duelist is always important.
So the question here now is how does Sentinels answer back? Do they get the operator on 10s? How do they get him more involved in the game? And yeah, I think I just saw right there. He has the operator in hand. They're still going to keep Shaz in this B site most likely, and we're still probably going to see Zoms over here at A main. But I would really like to see Sentinels fight for A main for once.
Yeah, and one thing we have to be cautious about, well, Sentinels should be, is these fast plays from Furia, fast A-B splits. We'll get the drone likely going up mid as well. They like to make sure that they can clear that position, keep the pressure on the defense by taking mid away. So the drone goes up early on here for Furia.
And it broke the trip, Dan. It broke the trip for Mazen, so he's now lurking mid with no trip there.
But here goes Tens. He's looking for information. I think he's heard a step. Oh, there's the dash. Oh my god, able to get out of there. Cosmic Divide comes through. A delayed exec onto this B site. Oh, what a shot there from Xan, and it is beautiful early on here from Furia. They have come to play.
That is so sick, Dan.
Oh man, this is insane. What a round from Furia. They completely demolished Sentinels with just pure class and skill.
Prime Gaming flawless nonetheless, and not a single Brazilian player falls in that round. Argentinian as well. They look incredible. Tens had a sitter though, right there. That's one we expect Tens to hit. Maybe the nerves coming to him, opening match, a little rusty. But they need Tens to perform. This is a team that heavily relies on one player to perform, and we've just come to expect it now at this point.
Yeah, and it's really smart too because Furia were representing a slow default, and they were ready to just pounce on an info gathering play like we just saw. They got lucky that time Furia, their Tens was there in that particular instance, but back to the anti-eco. We've got Sheriffs on board here for Sentinels on the defense. The pressure comes through towards A main already. Zand, oh, it's just beautiful movement. He's making this look incredible so far on this jet. And I am just afraid for Sentinels watching him, his POV at the moment. And after that initial pressure, we'll have Dapper clearing the B side of the map. So, I mean, Sentinels, they have the information, but what do they do with it? Tens is on that Bladestorm, and you just have to, you get a sense of how key he is in a round like this.
Yeah, and again, Fury is making the perfect rotation. You mentioned they're falling back to B. Dapper has pushed through mid, and Shaz has actually reclaimed the B site. So this is the rotation Sentinels needed, but it's pretty much all on Shazam.
Dapper would have heard the footsteps, I believe, in spawn as they were running.
Oh, the rotation's coming in. Dan, look, Tens is entering this B site right now.
It is really on Tens here with the Bladestorm, and there we go. Great shots coming through from Tens. The utility to slow things down. They can't refrag this. They have 30 seconds to try to recover, and they can't go to B. They've got to quickly abort, but straight into Dapper. They've been fed into the machine, and here he goes. There's one for Dapper, looking for the next one with the Sheriff. It's patient, but it's Tens from mid with the Bladestorm to capitalize, and that is how you answer back. Great stuff from Sentinels, and I love Dapper's position in mid.
Yeah, veteran play there coming out of Dapper. On the Sentinel roll, nonetheless, on Sentinels. He pushes through mid, and you mentioned it, I think he heard the attackers running through their spawn right there on the way to B. So the lockdown isn't respected in the slightest. That allowed them to have 3 players in the B site, with Dapper containing them in mid on an A fake, Dan. Like, that's insane from Sentinels, but it's all made from Dapper playing that situation perfectly.
Absolutely. Sets Tens up on the position, and we'll see more aggression in mid early here for Sentinels. Just trying to contest this, because I think they know that ultimately they'll rotate out of this position, most likely.
They're going back.
You're right, Sean, just as I say that.
This is insane. Drone wars.
The drone wars, and it's Furia to pick up the opening kill there. Tens goes down. That's a huge pick off immediately. Oh, a second! I don't think Sick knew anything about that angle there, and early 5 versus 3 in favor of Furia.
Yeah, and the Seekers are out of the play too. Not much to work with on Cloud9 right here. Shaz, no utility remaining. The Recon's still charging. One frag though, and the Hunter's Fury can come on. That could change the round. And Fury's just waiting for a mistake to be made right now. They're just chilling in mid, and this is eventually going to be a mid-B split.
Yeah, and there's a little bit of information there with that turret damage coming through, and the collapse onto the B site now for Furia. Dapper in the back of the site. He's good, but can he be this good? Got players from both angles. It's a nice initial kill onto Xan. Can he find any more? Dapper doing huge damage. It's only the 2 though, but maybe that's enough. Spike will go down the rotation, already through spawn here from Shazam and Zoms. Certainly a chance for them. We don't have a recon just yet though from Shazam. Doesn't look like they want to wait for it. They're going straight for the peaks. Shazam very threatening there. NZR in the boathouse trying to keep himself alive. Shazam making it happen. Whilst it goes down, Zoms takes down one more. It's up to NZR in the 1 versus 2. They're looking for him. They know he's at backside. Oh my goodness, Sentinels. I have no idea how they handled that so well.
It all started with Dapper just nesting in the back of sight like that, using his cages to perfection, using Zoms' Nebulas as well to hold the stairs. Honestly, those 3 remaining players from Sentinels might have kept them in this game, Dan, because things would have spiraled out of control with that round.
Yes, yeah, that was beautiful. It really was, and that's the kind of stuff that Sentinels brings to the table. You know, you put someone with their back against the wall, they're always going to do a little bit more damage than maybe you expect, and that's one of the things you have to worry about. But it's a bye for both teams here, Sean.
And it looks like Sentinels is done trying the super aggressive mid stuff. This is just a base setup. Tens will fight mid, but I mean, you can see they're just 1-1-1-1 split all across the map right now on Sentinels. So it's not going to be any kind of coordinated aggression here.
Oh, we have a cat push coming in just to get some information, a bit of pressure. But we've got 4 ultimates online here for Sentinels, so they can play retake so effectively. The Cosmic Divide, the Hunter's Fury, the Seekers, they have so much to work with in that sense. So I feel like it does allow them to play
the drone missed tens. The drone missed tens, Dan. I couldn't agree more with what you said, but this drone, I think they believe tens isn't in mid. They are wrong, though, as he has shown.
That's a problem, and there's the follow-up. Shazam knows they're trying to shuffle up because of the information that Ten's got, and Shazam probably saw that off of the mini-map. And you can see NZR is trying to pressure into the A site now, but it's certainly a desperate recovery attempt now for Furia. Oh my god, they're going to drop down the Cosmic Divide. That's going to make life more difficult. They can't even get in here. And that's a spike that's just down in front of them for Sentinels. It's just full control right now.
It's really just not fair, Dan, when you have to run through a Cosmic Divide into a smoke, into a gravity well, you know, just one agent.
It's interesting, though, Sean, because I feel like that's a lot of respect that Sentinels are giving Furia to use the Cosmic Divide, because they had quite a big ultimate lead, and they're like, we are just going to guarantee that we win this round no matter what.
They needed to guarantee not only that they won this round, though, Dan, they needed to do it cleanly, right? And right now, no one has died on their team. They're looking at a Prime Gaming flawless, but they need to build an economy if they want to come back in this game, and this is a start.
Yeah, it certainly is, and that's the thing too, you know, Sentinels looking amazing right now, which is great to see if you're a Sentinels fan, especially after what was a very scary run of 5 rounds from Furia. But at the same time, Furia, they still have 5 rounds. If they only get 1 more round in the half, that's still like a good half for Furia. So lots of work for Sentinels to continue to do, and it's going to be interesting to see how that shapes up now as we have another bye round for both teams.
And Tens is on this B site with the operator. Dapper here as well. Shaz on the rotate into mid, so they've moved Tens around, and I think they have the right read. Cam in the window early from Dapper gives some info that this is more than just a B default.
Yeah, that spot there, I think that kind of blew up this opening for Furia. They're just holding position now, looking for a response in mid. There goes that drone. We saw that before. They've done this before. They drone mid, and then they delay push, delay exec into the B site.
But the counter drone from Shazam gives all the info, Dan. No one is in mid, and he knows that, look, he's rolling into the B site. They're going to have a 3-stack here before a frag even goes down.
Oh, the bait setup, though. Dapper's got to get something, but nothing. He gets absolutely nothing. And the same story for Tens, and that's a free B site now. Here coming through for Furia. And Sentinels, they're in a lot of trouble here. I'm not sure exactly how their money is at the moment, but this is a scary position to be in. They've only got the Seekers for the retake. Sick with the pickup onto Khalil, trying to set up in a forward position. We have a long rotation around from B main, coming through from QCK, looking for the craziest of timings.
It really could be insane too, Dan, because he has the res, and if both of these Sentinel players end up in the site, that could come into play.
There we go. There it is, coming into play. Shazam will take down QCK. There's 2 players left here for Shazam to try to find, but he's on Sova. This will be difficult here for Shazam. No util to aid him, and there's the peek coming through from NZR. They'll finish off the round. Sentinels made it look scary at the end, but wow, that's a crazy one for Sentinels to lose out on.
Yeah, that looked rough, right? Because they had all of the information. All of the cards were visible to them there, right? They had the right reads. But again, the star player on the team in Tens has that first shot, and it's just not landing right now. Which is crazy, because I was looking at his ACS before that round. It was 233.
Yeah.
XAN's average ACS in the last 90 days on a Jet only is 230. Like, this is a bad game for Tens. That's how much of a star player he typically is.
And you can see Tens this time going for that early A-main aggression, but we get great util coming through from Furia in that early setup to win that early control. They pick up the orb as well. So early victories here for them, and they've... Oh, never mind. Never mind. The rotation through to B here for Furia as well. But that's the lockdown gone, and that's a huge problem.
Yeah. Shaz knows this player's here. He broke the cam, and now the recon has not pinged him. That means Shaz knows this guy's aggressive. Mazin's aggressive in B main. The res is definitely coming in here. We're going to have a 5v5, Dan, and it's definitely ending in this B site. The wall's going to go up. Is Shaz going to be ready for this?
Yeah, that's a good question. Getting that lockdown back in play. There's the wall, the boost here for Xan looking for it. There's the res on Khalil, so that will enable them to use a lockdown, but they're actually not going into the B side. They're going back into mid right now to catch the rotation from Catwalk, but there is no rotation just yet. Sentinels starting to put the pieces together. The ISOL comes in to slow things down. There's 30 seconds on the clock. How much damage does Sig get here? Nothing. Better angle for NCR as they now spill through the tree position into Tenz's crosshair, and he's slowing things down. They can't afford to lose this time. They've got 15 seconds to plant this spike, and I don't know how they get onto the side. They're coming through, but Ten's still locking things down. Cloudburst up high as he goes for the reposition, and he's got Zoms to fall back on as well. Zoms, though, it's just going to be on Tenz's shoulders, but looks like that is a steady pair of hands, but finally he'll go down, but he's done enough here. Dan. He's done enough. No time exactly for them to plant this spike. Oh,
wow. Wow. They just got bailed out big time from their young star Intense. And what a time for him to come up big, right? Every time it seems like Sentinels is on the verge of literally losing this map, right? They are falling far, very, very far behind right now on the defensive side of Ascent. Tense has bailed them out, right? Even in this kind of average game from him, the Bladestorm round and now this round, massive impact coming his way. I think Fury has done such a good job of switching up the sites. And I actually thought this was a great read, catching Sick on Catwalk there. It's just the trading wasn't there.
Yeah, I was going to say, easiest Red Bull clutch of Shazam's life. Wasn't walking in. Yeah, went by time. We've got that, once again, into that mid presence. You up this from Sentinels, keeping the pressure on, forcing util to be used to push them off of these early positions.
You see, Sentinels doesn't really understand what's on. They're running back towards their spawn. They're breaking the turret in mid. Shaz is repositioning now into this B site. He's going to go, up on that platform. Maybe get ready to spam here. Still has the Odin.
Out of charges.
Yeah, Khalil has that lockdown that they were going to use or were thinking to use for that previous round. So it seems like they want to get the lockdown play in again.
That was an interesting little... Shaz just used a shock dart, and like you said, this lockdown's here. It's not going to get broken.
Oh, I think Shaz has been tagged. Yep, he'll go down. That's a big Hunter's Fury coming through there from Fury, but still have Dapper in position. Can they take down Dapper? They can't get past the angle just yet. Xander at the back is looking to do all of the damage. He'll take out Dapper. That will unlock his other players to get into the site for the take and for that spike plant. But
30 seconds left.
Tenz is ever dangerous. He looks for a timing. There's a swing from Spawn, and the Cosmic Divide comes through defensively for Furia. Quick flash there from Sig, looking to try to gain some position. Tenz will take down one. It's looking quite labored here, but still good chance for Sentinels as they try to make their way forward. Sig able to take down one more, and a very desperate push from QCK, trying to find the timing, and that leaves it all down to NCR. They know that he's locked out by B main, and here comes the pressure. There goes the defuse. NCR gets one. Does Sig go for the stick? He tries to go for the spam. He has to run it down. I don't know if he has time. Sig not coming off of that defuse. My God, Sig with nerves of steel is going to win that one, and Sentinels pick up the round.
Wow, just the jump, Dan. Just the jump to get on that ledge was enough time for Sick to finish the defuse. I thought when he switched to the Phantom, it was the perfect play. He would catch the defuse. Everything was going perfectly, right? Wow. That is so lucky. I feel like Sentinels is so lucky right now in this half to have 5 rounds, Dan.
Yeah.
They need to buy a lotto ticket or something after this game. This is unreal, some of the clutches they have won in this half.
And going into the last round of the half, we have not a very good buy coming through from Furia. We'll have to see how they play this one out. Tenz will take out that Bladestorm, see what he can do with it in this final round of the first half. We have, of course, Control for A main with Furia. And I think Furia have a sense that it's this early cat presence once again. They've seen it a couple times here from Sentinels.
Spike dropped.
Triple setup on Catwalk, and I think at some point this round will probably go to Catwalk, because every time there's been a heavy top mid presence, that's where the strat goes.
Furia with a slower pace than perhaps you would expect against Sentinels.
Dan, I will say the Nightmare Fuel is that quick walls off this tree position. He's done it before. So they can single off 10s and then just leave these two out of the picture and the A side is theirs. That could very well happen right now because we are grouping for a Furia cat hit.
Yeah, they're looking to set up an info trap here as well with this pause. I think Furia, they're looking to catch Sentinels playing over aggressively, but they're not doing it. They're content with this. Oh my god, that's disgusting from TenZ. How does he find a headshot there? Picks Xand out of the sky, and now 4 versus 4. More frags from TenZ. It absolutely is the TenZ show right now. And what does Furia do here? They managed to get the spike planted. However, TenZ is still alive, and that is obviously a problem. Here he goes, tries to find the pixel angles with that Blade Storm, but Marsden will take him down with the Guardian. 1 versus 3, and, well, never mind. Sentinels pick up the final round of the first half, and they're going to equalize here, 6-6. And let's not forget, we had a 5-0 streak early on from Furia.
A 5-0 streak with so many man-up scenarios after that too, right, Dan? It feels like this is at least an 8-4 half for Furia, but it ends 6-6. Both these teams are tied, and honestly, I don't know what Sentinels has in store because, like I mentioned before the game, we haven't even seen Sick on this roll on attack side of Ascent.
Yeah, we saw some great stuff from Furia and also from Sentinels. It's feeling like a very great matchup so far, but now it's time to go for a quick break, so we'll hand it back over to the desk.
Thank you very much, gents. Equalizing there, Sentinels did to bring it to 6-6 on the first half, putting 6 of the last 7 rounds together in order to get us to that point. But Paperthin, I think that's where we got to start. The fact that they were even pushed the way they were, and in a lot of ways it happened the way you said it should. If Furia rather wants to take this, they've got to bring the fight, and they got to bring it early on the attacking side. Yeah,
it looked really, really good for them early. It was kind of what I wanted to see. Aggression, measured aggression. Though it's not like they're just kind of going at it from the word go. They're getting a little bit of information. They're hitting some good shots. They're following up off of each other. Some great combos with their utilities, and then all of a sudden the Sentinels start to turn it around.
It's the classic Sentinels download. You give Shavs a few rounds to kind of figure you out and start to look at the the ways or the tendencies that the team has. And I'm going to call out round number 6, the first one they picked up. It was an eco round, and it's Dapper pushing up into mid to get the positioning, to hear the footsteps on the KJ, ult fake over on A, catching them on the way to B. That's really where it all started to turn around.
You don't expect someone that deep. You don't expect anyone to hear you as you're running around. You're like, oh, this A fake, that's so easy. No one's going to tell. We're running around. We should be in. And then all of a sudden, there's multiple defenders waiting there like, how could they have known? How could they have read this? None of us knew until you pointed out Paperthin before. He's like, hang on. I think one of them was pushed up deep. He heard the footsteps. Imagine that's how you lose one of those crucial rounds, and it's very expensive as well.
And while it was Dapper with the positioning, as the rounds went on, it was TenZ who was finding the shots. He's top fragging for the team. We called him out at the top of the day. It's got to be the superstar. If you're going to take the World Championship, this is the guy who needs to perform every step of the way.
Yeah, he was a little cold to start. You could tell he was having a little bit of trouble dealing with these coordinated, aggressive pushes, especially on the B side. They move him over to A. They put him in some good positions where he can start getting some frags. He does a nice job in middle. He gets undetected there that one time, gets the free op shot into Khalil. He's doing a lot of nice stuff, and once he gets that ops in his hands, he's so nasty to deal with.
Well,
he's map positioning. I just wanted to point out, we were talking about the turret play there from Fury, and we're like, well, he knows how to just dip dive and dodge around all of those little areas that he doesn't need to be, and he doesn't want to be caught out. So I think that's something to show that the map knowledge here, even though Sentinels haven't played this in a while, is still coming out strong.
6-6, we are deadlocked even. Coming out of the first half, we dive into the second half, going back over to DDK and Sean Garris to see how it all plays out.
Thank you so much, Dash. Absolutely. What a match so far. Without TenZ, Sean, without TenZ, I fear what would have happened to Sentinels in that first half. But they rally it back 6-6 as we swap sides.
It's truly the crown jewel of NA after that half, right? But look at this. Oh, my goodness, Dan. We have a mid collapse from Furia and mid gathering at top mid from Sentinels. There's going to be a bloodbath.
And we get a trade onto Mr. TenZ straight away, but here comes Xand down cat, and he looks like he's hungry to push the issue all the way. The dash is able to help him survive, and backing away is difficult. Does have support here, but that cage from Dapper enabled him to isolate Xan there, so that's just Dapper with those Cypher things, but still, 3 versus 3 on the reset with over a minute to go. Sentinels have plenty of time to figure this one out.
Dan, is that an Astra with a Sheriff on a pistol round? Mazen is such a Chad. I love that. I love that. Sentinels regrouping for the A hit here. And this is actually a great setup from Fury. They have the Sage in the site, QCK making first contact. And I mentioned Mazen on catwalk. He's going to be quick there to rotate.
QCK. Oh, that's some good tagging. Mazen unable to find the finishing blows though, and QCK, unfortunately for Fury, goes down very quickly on the side. Don't believe they broke the door actually, so this will be pretty easy and telegraph. They're just going to swing to win here, Furia, and this is very, very tough. All these pieces coming through. There's just one left though, but a huge health advantage for Zoms, and Mazen, oh my goodness, he somehow finds that one with the headshot. Unbelievable. Zoms had so many advantages, Sean.
Oh my goodness. He had the frenzy too, Dan. All he needed to do was connect a bullet or two. But that Chad Sheriff, it comes up so big.
You called it.
That's incredible that he clutches that round. Fury has both pistols in this game, Dan.
Look at that Brazilian confidence.
They are a live dog right now in this matchup. They
Absolutely.
look like they could take this.
Yeah, it is sometimes hard to beat the Brazilian confidence, the Brazilian fire, the passion.
Yes, we both knew it's coming. Eventually, this scene is going to be incredible and just demolish everyone.
Yep,
it's coming.
Absolutely,
one of these tournaments.
And hey, I mean that sharp shooting with the Sheriff from Mazen may have been the reason for the tag pause here.
Yes, I would probably break a monitor.
Absolutely. I mean, this is crazy. I mean, as we were discussing previously, we have more of a moment to go into some of these details here. We do have changes for Sentinels. You know, there are the rumors that Shaz will be on Sova, pretty much, predominantly, in fact. I think all except Split, where he might be playing Sky, and so that's one big change. And we haven't seen much data on this team, so it's hard to know where they're at, even though they're such a top dog.
Yeah, it's one of those things where Shaz always played a little bit of Sova, right? Never a lot before Tens joined the team, right? He was always playing Jett. He even dabbled with a little bit of Reyna before Tens joined the team. But ever since Tens joined, he's recognized the fact that he's the in-game leader. He has this star player, this special player on his team that should be on the star duelist role. Shaz, you know, selflessly gave that up, and he's now taken on this Sova role. He's way behind as far as practice goes compared to the other Sovas, but I think he does a great job of finding new arrows and, you know, making sure he's getting the ult economy going like a lot of the other top Sovas are doing in the scene.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm looking forward to seeing how it starts to flow as they get deeper into the tournament, because I think that's at least the assumption I think most of us have. There's going to be a lot of games that we should probably be seeing from Sentinels, but getting back into the game a little bit and talking somewhat about Furia.
Sure.
They've got the Sage, and we've seen that the Sage catwall and defense come in vogue, and so that's going to be, I think, a point of contention that should be quite interesting and dynamic that I'm looking forward to here for this matchup. Is there any points around that you think is particularly interesting for you?
Yeah, I'm literally smiling because I was thinking about the Sage right now. I was thinking about all the innovative things that they did on the attack side, right? I say innovative lightly. We've seen all these things before, but the wall at tree, where, you know, QCK was able to peek over that, get the frag at window. The wall at A main, we're peeking over the Nebula at A main, gets the frag onto Raptors. There's so many of these little quirky walls that gifted frags to either him or his teammates, the one in B main. How are we going to see that happen on defense right now? Because now, you know, he can control the flow of a round. So I guarantee you there's a lot of trick walls we have coming our way. But right now we have a super heavy mid setup with 3 players, one that we mentioned, that Sage, and an alarm bot between them.
Yes, we don't have a drone from Shazam around market, so I don't think we're going to see that kind of drone take it. They're all grouped up, though, looking to go together, I would imagine. But Furia, as you noted, a lot of mid presence. Not the team spotting anything just yet. Both teams wanting to see what the other team is going to do in terms of first action.
Yeah, this is a terrifying setup, actually. I would be willing to bet this is a bit of a counter. Maybe Furia has a read that Sentinels likes to clear out mid on these rounds and then go into a site hit, right? Trying to pull a rotation into mid. They like to break this alarm bot, and that's why they put the alarm bot in the middle. It's a bait. They're trying to actually force Sentinels into this bait setup.
And the last thing you want to do against Sentinels in a round like this, where you've picked up that pistol, is give them the opportunity to pop off with the Marshal or the Sheriff, and give them that long-range damage. That's how they get into this round. So you can see that's being completely denied. A mid-round or even late-round drone comes through. That gives a lot of information to Furia to help them understand how to position. But with that said, rotation is looking like it's coming here for Sentinels through to Cat.
What a read, too, because if you look at this, the Astra is solo in A Raptors. This site is definitely going to be lost. The plant will certainly go down. And there's going to be a 5-on-5 retake, Dan.
Yeah, and I mean, there should be a lot of close-range engagements for those SMGs to really pay off, but Marzen actually ahead of the Nebula here, looking to find some early damage. Knows where the spike's being planted, can call out the gen plant. There's a whiff, though. Or did he get tagged? Actually, no, he got tagged. Who am I kidding? It's Tens, of course. You can see the pressure coming through now as they set up the retake. Oh, that's a huge wall, and that is going to trigger 4 kills in quick succession from Furia, and there's no response because there's a big fat wall in the way. Zoms, though, biding his time. They don't know where he is, but there are plenty of players to cover every eventuality. What a setup from Furia.
What a setup. It's actually incredible. The walls from QCK have won so many rounds for Furia. This Sage has been pivotal to the success, and that's something you rarely say when you watch these pro games of VALORANT. The Sage just seems to be a support player. They do a little bit of here, a little bit of there. This is like very impactful walls we're seeing out of QCK in this match.
And it gives them that prime gaming flawless, and that's so important. We also saw Furia capitalizing quite well off of the first pistol in the first half as well, and just playing out these anti-ecos really effectively. That's always a very good sign as we go into this next round.
And look at the difference here. So Marzen as an Astra, unlike Zoms, is aggressively peeking into A main, right? He has this info. He's forcing people to take this line from him with abilities. So that's a piece of utility Sentinels will need to expend to push him off that angle, to force more of a rotate into this A site, because otherwise we're still dealing with the triangle setup on mid.
Trailblazer coming through into mid to spot information, but that gets shut down. So not a lot of info garnered from that one. Here comes the clearance. That's a fantastic shock dog. There's that defensive reaction with the Ice Orb. Xan able to get out of position as well. So a minute left, and this is good information, good clearance of utility from Sentinel so far.
Yeah, this is a great job by Sentinels. They've completely broken up that mid setup, and they've wasted all the utility on those players. But now they're going right into the stack, Dan.
And but Marzen able to take down Tens, who knew that he had a weak opponent, but it doesn't seem to matter too much. Sentinel's doing a great job in dealing the damage. They're going to have a spike plant here, but still 2 players left alive. Spectres, though, for Khalil and then ZR in the retake. And I believe the door is down, so they only have to look at Rafters right now. Sentinels have all the information. That's some quick information there. Seeing, hearing who shot the dart as it came through. As they edge their way forward, but lacking health, lacking utility. Need that first kill, and it's not going to be given. His 6th first kill instead, and the 2nd for the triple. And Sentinels, beautiful round, really.
Yes.
Such a great mid-round to late-round play.
It's crazy, Dan, because they actually got outplayed on this round by Fury. We saw that same 1-3-1 setup. 1 on A, 3 in mid, 1 on B, right? And Sentinels prodded into mid so slowly. They worked their way into that triangle setup. They wasted all that utility. But Furia, it's almost as if they knew that once they got pushed off, Sentinels would go into the A hit. They were trying to pull them off of the A site. And Furia read that perfectly. They stacked A ahead of time.
Well, we have Xan now on the operator for the first time here on the defensive side, looking to gain control around mid.
Ooh, is Zom's going to peek? Zoms.
Got to be careful. That's going to take... Oh, actually, Xan gets tagged by the drone as well. And then, look how quick they are behind that. Straight up into market with the Seekers. Sick looking for the entries. Catches Khalil without the gun in hand. They're so quick. Xan, though, still on the site. still with the operator. Rotations coming in, and they're trying to slow this one down. Fury are trying to slow it down, and the Cosmic Divide, that might slow it down enough to allow the rotation to come in to help. Reaction though.
Either that or it's created a prison for these B players, Dan, because now they're trapped behind their own Cosmic Divide.
Yeah, not a good look, and you know that they are completely boxed in, so there goes the spike all the way to the A site. So you like the idea, well, the idea is cool, the reactive Cosmic Divide to buy time, but after those 2 kills in spawn from Sentinels, it just fell apart. But can they keep the operator alive? That's the mission right now, but Zan walks straight into it. They were never letting him out of that cage.
Dear God, Dan, the amount of utility that hit Xan that round was incredible. It was insane. He got hit by what? I'm going in reverse here. A Trailblazer, a Nova Pulse, a Gravity Well, a Seeker.
Got tagged by the drone as well.
Tagged by the drone as well. I mean, what a round. The Initiators just tore this man up.
Yeah, the timing was so fast from Sentinels. They just, you could see that they were caught completely off guard. Khalil just holding util by the boathouse there. So yeah, really problematic, but 8-8, we're all tied up, and it will be an eco for Furia. That round broke their economy. And we've got a fast B movement from Sentinels. And speaking of catching people off guard, actually, it looked like Zap out of timing. Oh no, Khalil finds one as well. They can't capitalize. Sick tries to trade. Khalil!
Through the Cloud Burst, Dan.
How dare he?
Woo!
That is crazy.
2-on-4 now in Furia's favor. Now they don't have a lot of guns to work with, but Khalil has, he's farmed this lockdown.
Absolutely bodacious plays from Furia on the defense now. Sentinels have to recover that spike. They've got no other options.
I mean, I don't even know what you do if you're Sentinels right now. They have to get a frag. Maybe Shaz can pop a blind Hunter's Fury, or maybe he can get a little bit of info.
They managed to grab it at least. There's 50 seconds. I mean, the problem is that Furia, they have to assume that Furia has pushed other parts of the map.
Yeah, but the first mission here in this type of scenario, Dan, is get the spike with a lot of time on the clock. And the reason being is you have to allow that seed of doubt to form in the defense's mind. They have to think that you fell back. And that's just not happening because, as you mentioned, the Furious top.
Well,
the Ashes top mid, but the frags are all going Sentinel's way.
They've actually now, they forced their way into advantage now. This is officially, they have advantage now. 2 versus 2, better weapons on the afterplan. Here comes QCK. The cheeky shot's not working out for him or his teammates, but Marzen could perhaps change the story. Or maybe not, it's been spotted now, so this is very tough. However, Shazam is 1 bullet away, but is he ever peeking? He doesn't have to. He's playing a setup that his Zoms will take first contact, and then Shazam can peek. It's a simple tried and tested setup, and Zoms is going to absolutely destroy Marzen. What a recovery. Was that 2 versus 4? I think it was.
It was indeed a 2-on-4. Another scenario where Furia has an advantage of players, and they're not playing those situations correctly. They have very, very good early round setups, utility traps, but once Sentinel slows down these mid rounds and gets them to make decisions without their utility, decisions without a plan ahead of time, Sentinels has come up big in all of those scenarios so far.
Yeah, a team with unlimited clutch. But we have the operator back in hand for Xand. He's looking for that mid jump peak. And he will get tagged, unfortunately, and unable to hold that position any longer. And in the meantime, Sentinels taking some space towards B main. Furia win A main control once again. Trailblazer goes down, looking for info outside of B main into the B site. There's that cat wall as well.
Yeah, and Sentinels has taken B main. They're trying to force the Sova to rotate over to B to help out Killjoy. They've done that. They have done their goal, and now they will go back to A main and try to take this engagement. This is a very dangerous situation for Marzen because of all of this initiator utility.
And with that wall still up, it gives Furia an easy understanding that they don't have to look towards Cat just yet. There comes out Hunter's Fury, the flash as well to Marzen, but he's totally fine. Dodges the Hunter's Fury. Very nice. Seekers come through from Sentinels to try to entry into the site here. And it looks like they may be to push things back, but there's Xand. Oh, he doesn't get one. That's crazy. Very unfortunate there for Xand and Furia. Sentinels start to spill into the site, and there goes the spike planting as well. And they've got a great hold here. This is going to take a lot from Furia, but they are just losing absolutely everybody. Look at Shazam go. and Sentinels will shut it down. And that's a huge round to win. That's where you want to see Furia come back into it.
Yeah, and that's just one of those classic veteran rounds, right? You can feel it all throughout the round. The trip is set up over at A. They're trying to fight a little bit for mid control, but they're really, really pushing back B main. They're fighting for the orb. They're trying to filter rotations into this B site. And once they feel like you don't have the info at B, and they've almost forced in their minds a theoretical second player B, they're going to hit A. And they did. They used both of the initiator ults. The Hunter's Fury comes out, takes out quick. The Seekers come out, find Mazen. And the site just falls so quickly at that point. That was a fantastic round by Sentinels.
Yeah, it truly was. I mean, we're seeing a lot of great stuff from Furia, but certainly the experience of Sentinels is shining through at the moment. And I think for the sake of context, it is worth mentioning that for Furia to have a solid chance of winning this series, their best chance, they have to win the first map. Going into the second map, you would have them at a big disadvantage, as in general, we see that permaban being bind, but Breeze is a map that they don't tend to play too much in general. So this is certainly going to be a better look for them than their average Breeze game.
Yes.
So we'll have to see what happens when we get to Breeze. But from what we know and understand right now, there's a lot of pressure on this one for them.
Exactly. I hate to look ahead, but yeah, like you mentioned, they haven't played Breeze since, I think it was August. It's been a long time. So we still have a lot of rounds here to play, though. 10-8, Sentinels in the lead. But they finally have this economic advantage, the round advantage, and you have to feel like all of the momentum has shifted into their favor at this point.
I totally agree with you. And so do quite well off of these pistols previously. See if they can do it again, although they can close that one. Oh, Sentinels. I was going to say they're playing that kind of very passive anti-eco setup in the early round. And there we go, we get a catch. Mazen goes down towards A main.
And this stand is just, this is what happens when you run a default, right? And what I mean by that is Zoms has done this every round. He's played super passive around A. I even pointed out earlier, he gave up A main control, right? Mazen's kind of wondering in the back of his head, can I just push through this? Is anyone here? I mean, you would hate to go through the whole match and have there be no one there when you look back at the VOD. So he tests it out here, gets burned, and now look at this 3-on-5. Shaz runs.
Wow.
What?
He just doesn't give a damn.
Spike planted.
Doesn't give a damn, Shazam. The man through the smoke, but it's going to be tough to get some damage from this one. Sentinels, they saw the Brazilian confidence and they're meeting it with some of their own. It's a nice little frag at the end of it, and if we're going to get a comeback from Furia, well, we've got 4 ultimates. They're ahead on the ultimate economy, and so if it's going to happen, it has to be now. Sentinels on 11. This is now Furia's best chance to get back into this ascent.
Yeah, and I think they really need Xan to come up big. He had a lot of key moments in that first half where he was creating space, getting some first bloods on some of those rounds in the first half, but he has been absent in this second half. He's having some of the same struggles we saw Tens have. But I will give credit to Sentinels. Their initiators and the utility they have used across the map has helped that tremendously.
Yeah, we can see that. We've got Sage there, QCK in market. 3 players here, quick to a response on the defense for Furia. Oh, Xander's in a dodgy position. Oh, they'll shoot out the Trailblazer for him so he can get the pick on the Dapper. Beautiful early setup there from Furia. There goes that wall in mid. What does that tell Sentinels? They're starting to rotate very quickly to Catwalk.
Yeah, what it tells them is that Sage was mid. She wants to rotate as quick as possible to B to help the teammates out, so they know 3 people are B. They're trying to quickly come into this A site. There's the tree smoke going down. 2 by A main. Getting slowed down, Dan.
Yeah, the Hunter's Fury comes in too, trying to catch them going through toward tree, but 50 seconds, there's actually a lot of time for Sentinel still. They walk through. Oh, the angle from Khalil is great, and Marston's there to back it up. It's Tens on the other side of it, though. And it's just Tens and Zoms. They're split. 1 A main, 1 Catwalk, and time is against them now. 40 seconds to go. A full rotation from the defense of Furia on this A site. They don't have to give anything here. They can force Sentinels to go deep, but Xan wants to take control of this one. But there's still Tens, and he has a Blade Storm. Again, not much time here. Tens needs to get the action. And they're going to give it to him, and he's going to get caught by NCR. Beautiful finish there from Furia. We said they had to win the round. They do so, only expending 1 of their ultimates. So they're still in good stead moving forward.
4 people alive. The operator remains in Xan's hands. That is the perfect round if you're looking for Fury to win this game. Sentinels has a lot of money to work with, though, Dan. They're going to be able to buy this round and potentially another round after this due to the Bladestorm on 10s. So Furia has their work cut out for them right now. They're going to need to string together rounds. And Sentinels, they're spreading out in this base default, and Xan's going to get aggressive on B again.
Can he find anything? Oh, we know that Dapper wants to do it. Waiting as long as he could, hoping that Dapper would peek behind that Trailblazer, but no. Dapper knows better. And there goes the drone. And Dapper's going to try to deal with that one. Everybody else evacuates. And we'll get a fast rotation from Sentinels towards A main. A main has been Marsden's territory, and they'll hear the pickup of the ultimate orb.
Yeah, and meanwhile, QCK has taken control B main, walled, and is on the wall. All of the info, Dan. The stack is coming into A right now.
This is going to be a tough one. The Cosmic Divide will block off that Raptors position. That will commit players from Fury to drop through. And you can see the Sentinels are beyond the angle. They're able to defend, but the lineup comes through. But Marsden only able to find one from that one. And now Furia, they're in so much trouble here. They're in so much trouble. Do they try to commit the weapons into this one? Will they have enough for another operator? I don't know. They need an argument to go forward. They need somebody to give them something for them to want to commit their entire weaponry into this site. But I don't think that's happening right now, Sean.
Oh no, with Dapper in this corner right now, are they going to clear this? He peeks out. That's the info, Den. This might be the in that you were talking about.
Looking for the angle, but if there's a man that knows this angle, it's Dapper. Trying to tease him out here, but he's so patient. And just continuation spray. He expects a trade fragger to come forward. And they are committing at least one extra, well, 2 extra guns there. Xan will escape with that operator, but 12 rounds for Sentinels coming up.
Yeah, and I mean, not many teams in Valorant have come back against the leading Sentinels team, Dan. This is a graveyard of losers. Not many teams successful when Sentinels hits this 12th round. So Furia has their work cut out for them, but you mentioned it before, they have some ults to work with. The Res is there, the Bladestorm is there, they have an operator, the Lockdown's there, the Cosmic Divide's there. They have so many things to work with, right? Yes. So 3 rounds is not out of the question. This is not an impossible comeback for Furia right here. And they have the alarm bot deeper into mid now. That tells me Furia isn't going to play aggressive here this round.
And they swap Sage QCK back to A main as well, so they move QCK around a lot. Looking for aggressive A main control. They could find Zombs here. Antaturi gets unleashed.
It's a blind ult onto the Killjoy connector, and she dodges everything. Zomb's getting pushed A main. There's a trip protecting him, but he's out. This is a fast mid-B split, Dan.
Yeah, absolutely. That wall on A main, that means nothing, and it's going to be all down to NZR trying to defend, trying to get ahead of this one. Tens is around the corner of that Bladestorm, but in comes Xan as well, and trying to capitalize, just use some element of surprise to his advantage, but Jet diffed by Tens. Marsden and QCK remaining. There goes the res. Oh, Khalil will be not able to get up there. Shazam with the punish, and it's looking like Sentinels are about to pick up map 1 of this series. All that stands in their way now is Marsden. And that Cosmic Divide is going to be somewhat helpful, but there's so many players here. There's that quick pop flash, and actually Sig flashes himself, but doesn't matter. Shazam, the fearless leader of Sentinels, will take it over the line for his side. It was a noble effort by Furia, but we needed just a little bit more.
Yeah, that was an incredible showing by Furia. I thought they looked like the better team up until maybe, 15, 16 rounds into the game. But once Sentinels got their footing, stabilized, the nerve shook off of Tens maybe, they really settled into this game, and they looked really, really solid tactically on the attack half.
Yeah, and it's interesting, right? Because we haven't seen Sentinels, the edition that's playing at Champions just yet. As we had mentioned previously, not much data on them. They're definitely a team that everybody's watching out for in this tournament. We have Shazam now on that Sova. We're going to see him on that role more often. And we're going to see top fragging. Yeah, yes. There you go.
Yeah, at the top of the leaderboard, an ACS of 291 on the Sova roll, ahead of Tens. Ahead of Tens, Dan.
All right, well, with that said, Sean, it is time to throw it to a quick break, but don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more Valorant action shortly.
Welcome back to Champions, where Sentinels take map 1 Ascent over Furia. And Jess, I'm going to dive straight into it. On the back half, it was all Shazam, the guy who does it all. IGL, top fracker, top ACS. What's going on?
You know what? He's also got the highest economic rating throughout the entire map. He got 1 4K, 1 3K, 1 2K. I mean, the man did everything. Everything that an analyst ever wants to look at on the stats, he was like, I'm going to do this, 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 and this, and I have more to break down than I ever got time.
I mean, it started early on here. He was a part of that odd man retake on the first half that was part of the kind of momentum swing during that attacker side. You know, it was a 5-0 start for Furia, and then he's able to kind of get his team in the right place. They come from odd angles onto that B retake, and they start to change the ball, the way the ball is rolling in that round.
And while we celebrate Shazam, and rightfully so, I also just want to mention Khalil on the other side. We highlighted him before the series even began. On the KJ of all things, himself top fragging for the team and almost keeping his team in it and carrying them over the line. But again, Shaz, Tens, the two of them were finding the kills here, particularly on the back half.
Yeah, the back half was where I really felt that Sentinels caught their form. You heard the boys on the casting desk turn around and go, that looked shaky at the beginning. I mean, this is a Furia map pick, so we do expect that Furia should be the ones leading the charge. And in the first half, we didn't really know which way it was going to go, but we know, and social media is the key to this, a lot of the Sentinel guys said they're a little bit nervous. Fair enough, no problems, come in, shake off the nerves, and they were able to lock out that map 1 win.
For me, one of the biggest turning points, while it is smack dab in the middle of 5-round wins for Sentinels, it's going to be that round number 17, the 2v4 turnaround. I was writing some notes, and I even quoted DDK, the bodacious round 17 from Furia, and then boom, it just whips around in favor of Sentinels there, having the guns, of course, in their favor. But to win that 2v4, I think, is what kind of accelerated them and gave them that extra little bit to just kind of go right over the edge.
Yeah, you were kind of seeing a little bit of funny stuff here from Furia. You're seeing the Marshall out of Khalil, something he's not typically known for, frankly. And he landed a couple really nasty shots there, one through the smoke with it. That set them up really nicely. But this is what the Sentinels are so good at, the recovery, the patience. They hold angles so well. They're so disciplined. They wait for the right moments, and you heard the guys on the cast talking about it, that, you know, they kind of are trying to bait Furia into a bad situation. They never bite, but it doesn't matter. The better guns, the better positioning, the better firepower comes through.
We'll be back to talk in just a bit, but for now, we're going to head over to High Pocket, the Telestrator, see what he's got for us.
Thanks so much, Dutch. And actually, yeah, I want to talk about one of these early rounds on from Furia. Very, very fast hit onto B site. And I think a byproduct of the pace that Furia started off with in their attacking half, at least. And really how quickly, you know, things kind of spiraled out of control. I mean, we start off initially, the setup from Sentinels is kind of covering the entire map. We're obviously looking for that total map control. As you see on the mini-map here, it's initially a stack of 3 towards A, Tripwire in mid, and 2 members, Tens being one of them over towards the B side with that operator. And was willing to play through, again, the setup initially very heavy lean from Furia over towards B. Things start off, I mean, pretty normally, honestly. The Owl drone comes through mid. As we see, it will deal with the trapwire, which was noted in the cast there, and that's actually the green light, I guess, for this rotation to come through. Now, what's interesting to happen after this, Tens actually looks to, I guess, a little curious in towards B main with the operator. An unfortunate miss here, but the crucial thing being here, it's almost a mystery from Sentinels. I mean, they lean forwards here looking for this pick, again, ahead of the execution. Tens, unfortunately, doesn't get back to cover with this dash and able to close the distance here. Now, it gets interesting. You can see just on the side of the screen here, the Hunter's Fury comes through. On the X-ray, we did see the wall up through the window as well. Now, there's literally no fallback. There's no contingency on the back of this setup on defense here. And the other thing that gets thrown through, this Cosmic Divide, Dapper actually swings ahead of it here just to try and get a kill. He's isolated as well. At this point here, the setup, I mean, within 15 seconds, this round is completely ripped back from initially Sentinels, like I said, looking for total map control with a utility setup and where they have people positioned. And I think a really good personality piece for Furia, which, you know, regionally we talk about how aggressive some of these teams are, but it's the coordination as part of this here. Again, just a little touch there with the updraft behind the Cosmic Divide, sorry. Makes it very difficult for Sick to fight his way back in. And I think a really interesting round, like I said, is a byproduct of that early aggression we saw from Furia. Unfortunately, I think things kind of slowed down after that, but this is a really good example of how these pacey hits are so well put together. Back to Dash.
Thank you so much, Hypoc. Great to see the heat that Furia came in with, but I'll reiterate part of what he said. Unfortunately, it petered out there near the end, and on their own map pick, that's where you would really look for them to lock it up in much the same way that Team Secret did to give us what was a very interesting first series of the day. And so I'm a little tentative, I'm a little scared for a team like Furia as we look towards Breeze as the next map where Sentinels has historically looked fantastic.
Yeah, I don't know what you can do against Tens on this map. He's just so filthy. Again, you see it with the Marshals, you see it with the Operators. These are guns that are so key on Breeze. Even with some of the angles that are cut off from the Viper utility and things like that, there's still a lot of space that you have to operate with. And so that's why I really look to, are we going to see kind of a response with the snipers from Furia?
Yeah, I mean, whatever you throw back at the side of sort of Sentinels and at 10 specifically, because we're going to a map where we expect him to be the space maker. Whatever you throw at him, it has to be good. Unfortunately, I also think it's going to have to be in numbers. And that's a big map to have to draw numbers across one side of the map or the other. So that's my problem with that. You're going to have to commit. Once you commit and you start losing bodies, they hit the ground. What do you do? What's the redundancy? Things will topple. That's a snowball, and we're not on Icebox, baby. We're going to be hitting the hot Breeze.
Yeah, we saw that a lot in Series 1. It was a 4-1 split, you know, defensively. Of course, it's Sentinels who's going to be on the defensive side to kick things off, but we're also going to take a look at how the players are warming themselves up for this second map of the series with our Aim Lab pre-match shoot-around mechanics that I wish I had. Shaz, the top fragger, making sure he stays warm with those fingers so he can keep clicking heads. And I wonder, too, how Tens is doing in that firing range because, again, we talked about him on Breeze, possibly the best Breeze player in the world when he even has a Marshal in hand.
Yeah, he controls space so well with any gun that he has in his hand, and then you get the Blade Storms as well to add on to it, right? He's got so many abilities, so many, assuming he's playing Jet. He sometimes doesn't, right? Sometimes you will see Shazam or somebody else play it, but I feel like I'm pretty sure he's playing Jet, so that's kind of where I'm going with it. But, I mean, it's that pinpoint accurate, utility and guns that he's so unbelievable with.
Do you want to know how accurate the man is?
I would love this.
You know what? We're going to do a guessing game.
Oh, boy.
Guess on attack in the past 2 times they've played this map. Tens is ACS. I'll even let you within a range.
320.
320?
I'll go 340.
400 and wait, 454.
No.
Oh,
You're just making stuff up, right?
Yeah, I'm just getting on the desk and I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to be a Tens fangirl. That's what's up. 454 in the past 2 matches. That's on attack. We know that's where he's going to reign supreme. You're a little bit closer on defense.
That's
it's
gross.
390.
That's just gross.
But that's
okay, well, they start on defense, so 390. Maybe that's surmountable. I don't know. As we get a reminder here as we jump to the giant AR map, we've mentioned this before, but it is a key factor when it comes to Breeze, the open space. Sentinels on defense. We'll see if Furia maybe going back to some of that pace setting that Hypoc was just illustrating to us on the Telestrator. We saw Gambit with some explosiveness on site takes, able to get the plant in 12 out of 12 rounds and defend it every single time. I gotta wonder if Furia is capable of something similar. I obviously don't expect a 12-0, but can they get onto the site? Can they start picking apart Sentinels and really spread the map out?
Yeah, I'd like to see them be a little bit more measured with their aggression, get a little bit more information, find out where Tens is, where those snipers are, and see if you can play around it. Now, that doesn't mean a lot because behind Tens, of course, is an unbelievably disgusting team. I mean, we've talked about him all day, but Zoms was great on that last match. Dapper was one of the big parts of their turnaround. Shazam, of course, is just, he had the highest ACS. All of it across the board behind Tens is so important.
No Killjoy? Okay, I was about to turn around
okay.
and say, what can Furia do? Maybe hit the flank sub, because they usually run a Killjoy instead of the Cypher, and Dapper goes, shut up, Jess, please. I have my flanks covered. You don't need to worry, girlfriend. It's all good. So I now have nothing to pick apart about this composition.
Yeah, it's that Cypher Viper combo that we have seen to great success before. Of course, it's just your pick. Which of the Sentinels do you like to see? So for Khalil, he's going to stick to that KJ, what he was finding individual success on in map number 1. We'll see if he can continue to be a difference maker for the squad and maybe give them a map win here and push us to that third and final. But they've got a lot of work to do, and as you mentioned, it's going to have to start on the attacking half. We'll see if they can kind of have that measured aggression that they need to start really bringing it to Sentinels.
Yeah, and I think one of the stylistic differences that's going to come into play here is the Killjoy, because that gives you an extra layer of post-plant utility on the attacker side with the Nano Swarms. So for this, you know, again, we talk about it already. I'm just kind of reinforcing the point of how important this attacker side is. And also, they haven't played this map in a long time. And when the last time they played it, attacker side was where they got their bread and butter done. They still lost to Keystars, but it's all about the attacker side here.
I mean, that's why most teams get their bread and butter done on Breeze, you know what I mean? They hit the attacking half strong, they go sit in their little lawn chair, whatever you guys call it, the beach chair. I come from Australia, so we've got different funky words for everything. And you're under the palm trees and sit it nicely. But for those wondering, at least in the past couple of times Sentinels have played this, they have a pretty good split on both attack and defense. Yes, slightly a sort of attacking sided, but even in their last 2 games, they actually fared better on their defense. Comes out of starting side sometimes, of course, so it's going to skew it, but that doesn't mean that we can't look towards those stats and go, hang on, they might do good on both halves.
Well, it's going to be an uphill battle for Furia if they want to take us to a map 3 on Sentinel's choice. It's Breeze. Can they make it happen? DDK, Sean, over to you.
Can they make it happen? That's a great question, Dash. Again, we kind of set it up previously. Breeze, it's not necessarily the look for Furia that you would expect to have them find success against Sentinels on, but hey man, there's been a lot of time to prep, so we'll see.
7-map map pool, so you got to be good at 6 of them now, Dan, because you only get 1 ban. You only get 1 ban, and this is the triple elbow push coming out of Sentinels. So rare. They could have the option to go into mid where they would meet Xand. Right? I'm curious to see how Mazen is going to play this Sky over here at Elbow. The coordination between Xand and Mazen is really going to affect how this round plays out.
Yeah, will they be ready for the aggression? Tens creeping down mid, gets a couple of spots, the damage comes through. It's Xand though to take down Dapper. Can he find anything else? Ten's still out there looking for the damage, and he will get it off of the distraction. And that's a good start, ultimately, here for Tens, because, I mean, they're looking for that information. Gonna get it. Keep the pressure on. 3 versus 4 now for Sentinels, as we see Furia beginning to move behind the wall towards that A site. You got Soms there as well, right behind that wall, and he's certainly ready to try to punish this one. Oh, he takes critical damage. Tens, though. Oh, that looked painful from a distance. Comes Tens once again with the Sheriff. He's everywhere.
But look at this, Dan. Mazen is telling his team to come back over to this B site. You know, NCR's a little bit skeptical that there could have been a player that pushed mid, so moving at a snail's pace right now. But this B site is completely open. He has all the time in the world. The spike will go down. We'll be in a 2-on-3. And judging by the look of Mazen right now, he might take an aggressive ground on defender spawn, which would lead me to believe NCR is going to plant aggressively as well. This could get interesting.
Yeah, because they have to assume a rotation's coming from the defenders by now, so not seeing anyone in spawn is a good tell for Furia for this post plant. Oh no, caught out in the open. It's all on Mazen. He at least has a ghost, so has more range to play with, but the wall comes through. Oh wow, it's tagged immediately. Quick pop flash through. It's going to see 2 players, but there's nothing that you can do about it.
No flash for 30 seconds, Dan. There's no time.
Just touches the wall, and he's already down to 6 HP. And there is the defuse. You're absolutely right, Sentinels. Very well done. Off of the mid pressure. That was a very tenuous scenario for Furia to try to contend with.
Yeah, that's a very difficult scenario for Furia to deal with. I don't really see very often 3 players pushing out of elbow on B site, right? This was always designed to shut down any mid-aggression. So unlike, you know, the first map, Dan, which was Furia's choice, we now have Sentinels finally winning a pistol.
I got there, Ozzy.
That's a very good point.
Oof. Oh, look at this. We have another mid stack here, and based on the spacing, this is going to be an A split, but it won't even get there.
They've got the force coming through as well. It's the Sheriff to kick things off here for QCK. Furia, 5 versus 4, but Dapper. Don't think they expect him here. Dapper could come out huge. Multiple players. There he goes for it. It's actually Dapper to take down QCK, but now they spotted him. Can't get more. Oh, well, there. He absolutely can. Exand will go down, but Marzen with the trades leaves it in a 3v2 advantage. Zoms now trying to play the element of surprise again, but Furia have players in position, and they were able to deal with everything Sentinels have thrown at them so far, but it's the hardest test last.
Indeed. TenZ remaining with this Guardian in hand. Spike still not planted, just coming into the site right now. Marzen planting in that right pyramid.
That's close. Nice play there, Mr. Guardian. TenZ, oh, he can't get anything done, Marzen. That's 3 kills for Marzen. Such an important player in mid, supporting his teammates, trading out, and it was a force buy. So, Sean, yeah, Sentinels win their first pistol, but actually it kind of plays against them, doesn't it?
Yeah, they don't like starting these matches off on the right foot, do they, Dan? And this was a round where it just seemed like they were trying to flex their confidence that they ended that first map in, and it bit them. It bit them real hard. They overextended into mid, and Furia hit some nutty shots to punish them. Yeah. A site was lost so quickly.
Yeah, Furia have a great sense of where to take. They understand where the map is weak.
Yes.
Quite quickly. Looks like they want to go very quick into this B site. They've got the wall up. 2 players here. Can they make the entries work for themselves? Flashes to follow as well. Still though, Sick holding with that frenzy at the backside, but surely not long for this world. So many players coming through, and indeed, it's going to be Dapper to be able to do something. Only peeling off one, it just have sneaks to the back lines, but just with the classic, will get denied. And 1 by 1, Sentinels not able to find the kills that they're looking for.
Just like that first map, TenZ is just looking to get his ult orbs built up on this Marshall. It's pretty unlikely they actually, I say that, but 3 of these players can die from 1 Marshall shot, Dan. It could happen.
All kind of intermittently going up and down causes problems, and actually Khalil on the Killjoy, making it happen there, and that's almost a flawless, not quite, but 4 players survive, which is certainly key, because of course in the Sentinels they force bought against Furia's previous force buy, and the force buy wars have been won by Furia.
I feel like I'm in some kind of force buy inception. Just everyone's force buying.
You know it.
Now, how does Sentinels approach this gun round, Dan? Because we have seen them play so aggressive in middle, and this is different, because now we have Shazam by the close A mid doors, we have Zoms locking down this A site, but again, we have Sick playing a bit aggressive over on B with a Sentinel player in Dapper. Very interesting combo. Fall back. This is such a different look from Sentinels, who typically had Zoms nesting in this B site, and they allowed Dapper to play Killjoy, actually, and play the A site. Such a different look that Furia is dealing with. They're trying to scout out the map, just get a feel for things, see how Sentinels are set up. You can see this is now going to be shifted towards the B site. So Viper has clung onto that wall, and you can see QCK is going to make his way over to B, where he's going to put that wall up. I'm curious if he does the same one as last round, Dan, or if he goes through that half. It is. Yeah. It's the same one.
And they're the Seekers as well. That's going to help them discover exactly where these defenders are. 2 on the sides. After playing close to the pillar, wants to try to get these forward kills, and will be stuck in the snake bite there, unfortunately for him. And backside 6 going to go down. Another good execute comes through from Furia. The Viper's pick comes in, but TenZ, he tries to get ahead of it. But again, look at all the vision that's just completely gone because of the Viper's pit. They're going to have to go into it. And TenZ looks to find the timing. Oh, he actually catches it before the spike goes down. That's a huge kill. Now time is against him. Khalil on that flank, able to pick off one more. It's up to TenZ, and TenZ just, again, is such a coin flip in the Viper's pit, and Exand will take full advantage. 3-1 lead for Furia now.
Oh, man, I don't know what version of Sentinels we're seeing right now on the defensive side, Dan, but it's lacking all creativity and imagination. When I watch Furia come into the site, all of their utility is synergized so well with each other, right? Zan creating space with the dash, the guiding lights coming in from Marzen, the wall coming in from QCK, everything is perfect. But when you look at Sentinels, you just see, Dapper taking an individual fight at Pillar, Sick taking an individual fight over there in the corner. You know, everyone's taking individual fights on Sentinels, and that ended up working in the first map because their attack half bailed them out. But if they start bad here, could be rough.
Yeah, we have, like we saw in the last anti-eco scenario for Furia, they just go for a site hit. This time it's A instead of B. Seekers are available for Sick, for Sentinels, if they want to try to go for a retake with them. They're already close here. Sentinels looking for the frags, but we have a beautiful display from Furia on this defense. Looking wrap around. No HP. Can he find anything? No. It's the Prime Gaming flawless coming through for Furia. And once again, Sean, just like Ascent, it's a strong start. The question is, can they keep it rolling?
Yeah, they're going to need to keep it rolling right now because this is an attack-sided map, right? Ascent, I can argue it could go either way, right? But Breeze, it's such a big spread-out map that you can really abuse the rotations when you slow things down, use this Viper Wall to cut off massive sight lines, and you can just bleed out the defender rotations. So being up 4-1 seems fantastic, but Sentinels could easily rally back and put them in a horrible spot to end this first half.
Oh, we might just get a straight contact through to this B site. They're just, in fact, yeah, absolutely going for it. There goes the dash. You talked about Exam being good at creating space for the team, and he's already got backside control, so they know that Sentinels are everywhere but here right now, and we're going to get a plant. And lots of util for the retake, including the Seekers available still for Sick.
Do have a lot of utility, Dan, but this is a scenario where in the past, Sentinels had a Viper Wall on the B site to work with on these retakes. This retake is going to be incredibly difficult, and if Khalil pops this lockdown, that's going to make it nearly impossible.
Yeah, that toxic screen going up again. It's really difficult to deal with. Sick is making some noise there on the flank, so they know that flank is compromised. But on the front, QCK will get all the kills from backside. Beautiful stuff there. Speaking of which, Sick able to get some damage in, but there's just simply not enough left. Furia, fantastic round, great take, and abusing, as you said, the fact that the toxic screen was already in play for Sentinels on the A site early on.
Yeah, it doesn't look like Sentinels has any answer to these B hits, Dan. It looks like they're only prepared to stop A hits, which is typically where the attacks happen on Breeze. Unfortunately, you have to stop the B ones too, Dan. You got to stop them both. And this B site is under siege right now, and that's going to open up the playbook for Furia. If I'm IGLing them right now, I'm thinking, man, we could just keep going B forever. We could fake B, and they would definitely bite. And it opens up this A site in rounds like this.
And this is the thing, you know, we've seen Fury oscillate between A and B on the anti-eco. This time, Tens does have that Blade Storm. He will be likely coming in through the mid doors. So he wants to get that action in early and get the kills in early. We'll see if he can find something. Again, that wall obscuring vision. Will we get an updraft? There comes the updraft. Tens able to take down one. 3 quick kills, quick succession comes through for Sentinels. And there's little response here right now from Furia. They are in a lot of trouble. And there goes the Thrifty in favor of Sentinels. And they're going to pick up a lot of guns.
Whoever wrote these scripts, Dan, it's getting gold because this is like the same formula as Ascent. I feel like we're on the same formula. Tens Blade Storm comes out, huge round from Sick, Tens, Zoms. Everyone came up so big from Sentinels. They needed that to come back into this half.
Yeah,
we have mentioned it's an attack-sided map, but you cannot just get blown out of the water. It's not that attack-sided, and they do. You know, Furia has a lot to work with right here. That lockdown. It doesn't have as much impact on a massive map like Breeze, but still I have seen tons of success when Killjoys aggress into A halls and use it aggressively early round or push up B. You know, use it in the middle of an execute as opposed to start the execute. Rounds like that seem very successful on Breeze, so I'm scared if I'm Sentinels right now. I'm gonna probably be, you know, resorting to, if they have a deeper gameplay than the one we've seen so far where they're taking individual fights, they're going to have to resort to that.
Yeah. No, I totally agree, and I think it is interesting in that, yes, as you say, it does look quite similar to the way the first map started in this series, but indeed, the looks on the defense are certainly, I mean, we're struggling to see hope in terms of a consistently good approach from Sentinels so far. Of course, there's still the rest of the half to play out, and we'll be kicking it off once again here. 5-2 in the lead off Furia.
This is their tried and true, Right, I mean, the difference would be that Dapper's on Cypher, so now he can loan his trip over there to the doors lurk in halls. So he has one trip over by tree, by pyramids, and now Zoms is on this B site where he'll throw the poison orb at B main, he'll have the retake wall ready, and actually, if you look at that, the ult comes out right off the rip over there at B.
Yeah, the response here will be very interesting. How do Fury want to handle this? But first, we have this challenge in mid. Oh, the angle for TenZ finds the perfect timing. Couldn't be better.
Couldn't be better. Yeah, that was very risky. Playing with the drone, catches the timing on Xand, who actually has the Blade Storm as well. What a huge find.
And now it's even worse, because that Viper Spit is down on B. And, you know, it really is a question of what do we do here. And we can see them gravitating towards that B side. They do have, of course, as we can see, Marzin deep here towards Halls, takes the fight. That was a pretty good fight to take, but unfortunately, it does not go Furia's way.
Yeah, and that's actually, I believe, Shaz's first frag of the game. So he's on the board now, and the elbow lurk is on for Furia. You can see that's their poison orb. They get behind it. They take the angle into Nest, push Shaz off, recollect that orb, and now pushing him back a little bit more.
Toxins going up.
But again, as it's a 3 versus 5,
30 seconds
or I should say 5 versus 3 from Sentinel's perspective, they don't have to do anything crazy here. They have eyes on every position. Playing for delay, playing for retake, you know, all of that works quite nicely in this scenario. And you can see that, in fact, Fury don't have time to even do anything here. They're going to save their weapons.
Yeah, they don't have time, or they don't have the right utility to even deal with this Viper's Pit, to be honest, right? If they had the drone still on NZR, if his recon recharged a little bit earlier than it just did, if Mazen didn't lurk through halls and had a Trailblazer still or guiding lights, it could have been done. But in a 5-on-3, like you mentioned, you know, you're probably better off taking those weapons in the next round. Smart choice there from Fury. They're looking at the long game here in this half. And I think, you know, based on what we saw on the first map, that could be very impactful if they have good buys late in the half.
Yeah, totally agree. And I think this was a great fight from us. You're behind, you've got no map control. You have a 1v1, that's great.
Yes.
But as we said, doesn't go his way, and here we are. 3 to 5, I should say, on the scoreboard. Sentinels on the comeback.
Dan, this is different. These players look like they're going to go fast to the A halls, and this... Yeah, that's an early pick, though, from Sick onto QCK at the B window. They have a 0 control utility, Dan. This is about to get real scrappy at the A site.
Yeah, this is a problem. This is a really huge problem. They're looking for something to be given. Shazam doesn't have to do too much, edging his way forward, spots the Trailblazer, knows exactly where Sky has to be. There's that Trailblazer, where's that peek? It's delayed! And Xan actually takes down Shazam. The bait and switch pays off here, and they'll trigger the push into the A site. And it's just up to these gunfights now as we see Sentinels trying to hold on to the pyramids. TenZ out there, large and in charge, but not for too much longer. Xan able to take him down. 2 versus 3 for Furia, though. Still a lot of work to do. And there's another frag as Dapper goes down.
Evening things up, Dan. We're now on a 2-on-2, but this flank from Sick is so timely. NCR's on the other side of Pyramids, though. I think they have a feeling that someone is on the flank. Look, they're pushing aggressively towards Defender spawn here.
That's a flick and a half from Zoms, leaving Xan 27 HP left. You're going to get hit by the Seeker. My God, there's nothing you can do from that spot. 4 to 5. And indeed, Sentinels making it a repeat of that first map so far, at least.
Yeah, the comeback is kind of starting to look nice here. If you're a Sentinels fan, you know, clawing back into the half. Still find themselves down 4 to 5, but you know, it looks like they've made that shift on their defensive half, the one that we saw on Ascent. The shift here, though, is quite different. It's a positional shift. They've moved Zoms over to this B site. I can see him right now on the minimap actually setting up his wall there. So the difference in looks has clearly affected Furia a little bit here. They're getting caught off by the timings of certain agents on different locations. So
yeah,
big adjustment coming out of Sentinels to get to this point.
Yeah, I really like that we see another timeout here coming through from Furia, because again, And speaking of adjustments, in Valorant, you don't get too much time to make those adjustments. And Sentinel's adjustments, switching Viper defensively over to B, that has really put Sentinels in a great spot. Without the threat to B that was previously there, without those quick pushes, without that util to deal with, Furia have nothing right now. So what do? It feels like going into A is not what they want to do against the likes of TenZ and Dapper. So is it about mid control? How do they try to find the pick by pressuring mid around that mid round? That's the question for me. Like, what is the adjustment? You can't just let Sentinels have this B control, because that's what's working for them.
Yeah, it really feels like Furia had a lot of focus early on mid control, and then they'd fall back into these B hits. The B hits have slowed down a lot. They're not working as well as they were earlier in this game, but we still see this same mid control default. I see the Viper lining up a poison orb for those doors up in halls. I see Sky over here at elbow, the Jet and Silver going for mid control. Furia's sticking to the tried and true. They're working the map. This is what has worked for them thus far, and they're going to continue doing it.
Yeah, we'll get that deep poison orb there on holes as well to deny vision. Shazam's normally been the player spotting from that position. Ends with that mid-aggression, and he's going to get caught this time by NZR, so that's some revenge. 5 versus 4, it's the IGL's dream shot on the attack. You've got the whole round left to play with a minute and a half.
And you've taken out the player that does all the prodding and all the annoying stuff you have to worry about if you're that attacker IGL. So you can see now, now that Furia knows this, they're in this man-up scenario. They've pushed back A with the Killjoy utility. They know no one's pushed there. They push back A halls with the Poison Orb. They're quickly grouping for this B hit, and they need to do it fast, because if you look at Sick on the minimap right now, he's pushing through halls. He's getting all the info. Shaz is already here at the B site, and Zoms is here as well with his wall up, with the orb there as well. This has to be explosive.
It certainly does, and they've been able to do that previously, but the snake by Stay lasts forever. It feels like that. A couple of frags come through. There's the Hunter's Fury. He's going to get Zoms. Oh, you love to see that killer actually leading the fire. There's actually nowhere to stand. And I don't know how Dapper does this, but 1v5, the double P comes in, and it's a Prime Gaming flawless out of Furia at the moment when they needed it the most.
Yes, that's gorgeous. I love seeing the paired ultimates from the initiators. Right there we saw the Seekers. So the Seekers go out, there's 3 of them. They're going to find, each of them find a separate player on the defender team. And this Sova pops the Hunter's Fury, and all you need to do is just follow the Seekers. You just aim where the Seekers are going. Yeah. That just seems like an OP combo of ults.
Well, like you say, ults were used there, but we do have Blaze Storm, we've got Viper's Pit, we've got the lockdown still. I don't believe we've seen Khalil's lockdown this half yet.
No, we haven't. Yeah, let's be on the lookout for that. You can see he's lurking in these halls right now. I've seen a lot of Killjoys use their ults up here. He's made his way to the door. Oh dear, does he put it down right here, Dan?
That's a good question. I mean, Sick has got a lot of control in mid at the moment, so...
This is very, very aggressive. The Killjoy with the lockdown in hand goes up to the trip, and there's the ult that I was referring to. So he puts the alarm bot by the trip just to secure his ult, and his teammates are going to go with this. Look, it connects perfectly to that Viper's toxin screen. Dan, this is so drilled.
Yeah, that's actually gorgeous to see. It's play out there from Furia. Shazam will get delayed just a little bit more by the Nano Swarm there towards heaven. Sentinels waiting, trying to coordinate themselves for the retake through door, through spawn. Exan finding some good damage with those daggers, and Khalil as well gets one. Shazam picks up a double, but there's a Viper's Pit still yet to contend with, and he does not have a drone. TenZ is just going to have to go straight into it, into the Viper's Pit. And it's just TenZ now. What can he find? 3 players. Gets himself around the back, but Marzin with a very fast headshot to respond. 7-4, and it looks like we're diverging from the script of map 1 finally for Furia.
I think so. Furia busted out all of those ults you were talking about, Dan, in back-to-back rounds. 2 on the B round, 3 on this A round, and dang, did they look clean in these rounds doing so. I mean, I just want to draw attention too to that really cool aspect. The Viper drops the ult right there for that last kill. They know Tens is lurking in the ult, so she just drops the ult. Found ya. Real cool right there from Furia. But this is the round where they have no ults to work with, and we've seen Sentinels have a lot of success on these rounds, and we're back to it.
Well, oh, interesting. So we'll get the picks going both ways there, one in halls, and then one towards Dapper, who's actually pushing B. So what does that tell Furia about the A setup?
This is very aggressive from Shazam. He can hear a lot of footsteps from deep in attacker spawn, where attackers typically wouldn't believe they're being heard. So I think Shaz is going to get some early comms here to his teammates, and I would expect Fury to be going into a stacked site here.
I feel like QC is so on the edge of the... Okay, now he's certainly, surely, he must have heard.
Yeah, and you can even see Zoms is kind of like leaning a little bit towards B right now. But Tens has actually left the B site. He's dashed back towards it. He used his dash to get into B.
Maybe he didn't hear him mid after all. But with that said, they still have to breach that B choke point. And it's not looking great right now because, as you say, Tens is now in position. And they're going to go back here. QCK, oh, he catches Shazam. What does that tell them? They've got 20 seconds to plant the spike. This is a huge map, and they have to run all the way around. We've got the catch here in spawn as well. What enough does this mean if you're Sentinels? They have to work this one out. In fact, Zoms will go forward. He'll find another one, but where is the spike? 10 seconds to plant the spike. Khalil's killing absolutely everybody, but the spike has to go down. There's just enough time here to get it planted, but there might be a player there. The wall's going to drop Zoms. Oh, just not going to be able to see anything in time. And there it goes. The spike is planting. Zoms can't quite find an angle on it, and there's the frag. QCK locks it in. What a crazy round. What a crazy finish to the first half. Furia, 8-4.
Whew, I can't believe it, Dan. They won one of the bleed out the clock type rounds. This is what Furia has been lacking all series long. They are massively in the driver's seat right now. 8-4 lead going into the defensive half.
Well, we want to take a quick breather. It's time to go back to the desk to talk about that half.
Thank you so much, DDK. Early on into that half, we all turned to each other and we said, what's it going to take for us to feel confident in Furia going into the back half of this map? And 8-4 was the answer, and they found it. They found it.
I mean, this was a really good half. A few key tactical mistakes in there, but otherwise, Dash, they were great.
It wasn't just the fact that they were great. You know who was very, very great? And I know that is not a phrase that I'm going to use as English pronunciation anyway, shape, or form. Khalil. I think he ended that half 14-5 on the Killjoy. The man was unstoppable. And I know we usually look to the Jets here on Breeze, but the story's being told by the Killjoy here.
Yeah, top frag map 1. Top fragging so far here on map number 2 for his team. It's the flanks. It's the way that they're utilizing him. And we even saw it there in the final round there as Shaz is rotating, getting caught off guard without his gun out because Khalil is positioned phenomenally.
Yeah, this is a really new kind of wrinkle to Khalil, really giving him a little bit more free reign. The coach putting a lot of trust in their key player here to give him the ability to go for the flanks, go for the wide angles, and find members of Sentinels not aware of his positioning.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a phenomenal player. I know you went absolutely nuclear on the pre-desk about him. You're like, you gotta watch this man. He just knows how to hit everything. He's awesome. And now he's playing a little bit of a different style to what you expected, and that's giving him even more free reign to do whatever he wants. This highlight reel should be enough to tell you that not only is he able to use his utility to peak success, it's not just that, he's also able to get the shots down on. And I know you and I were talking about before the fact that Furia, they like to force on their second round. We haven't seen it. Yeah, man. I mean, they did it, and that was successful.
Yeah, this was something that I had put down in my notes. It wasn't something we got to talk about much because they won both the pistol rounds on Ascent. Right. So there was no reason for them to force, but this is something they are very keen to do, and you can see why, especially on the attacker side. It makes a lot of sense. This is their side. This is where they have to get their, their work done. They have to come through big. And there's no better way to do that than to catch the other team off guard a little bit, grabbing some bigger guns off of the opponent's anti-eco.
Now, 8-4, that does give us some confidence, but as we know, you can never count Sentinels out. They're a team that usually ramps up as time goes on, as they figure you out, and now they move themselves onto the attacking half. We're going to head back over to our casters, DDK and Sean, for the call.
And we are back into the second half. Furia, they are threatening Sentinels very much right now, Sean. 8-4. It's a huge first half, but this map is very different on the defense.
Yeah, on Sentinel's map pick nonetheless, Dan. But Sentinels, we're gearing up for a fast round here. Zombs is going to throw his Poison Orb in Halls. He's going to go Halls with Dapper. This is going to be a fast A split. 2 people are going to go up Sands. Dan's picking into the site right now, though. Look, if you look at Furia, they're going to fast retake. There's 5 people here, Dan.
Oh, they might actually catch him before they get to the cross angle. And actually, that's really interesting. Maybe it benefits Tense. He's got that Sheriff in hand doing the damage, dashing back, but Furia trading quite nicely. 3 versus 3. And in fact, it's now Furia. There's one man to the good. And this is just deathmatch right now between these two teams. Oh, Tense edging forward, gets caught in the open, and Furia pick up another pistol round. Ooh, that's 3 of 4.
Furia 3 of 4, 9-4 right now in this map, Dan. Massive economic advantage on this round. Sometimes you see teams force buy on the second round if they get the spike down. Sentinels is in a scenario right now where they would have to make a really hobbled buy if they're going to buy here. Yeah. And they're not going to do that. Yeah. They're saving here, Dan. They have a Marshal on Sick, a Sheriff on Tens, a Sheriff on Dapper, so they're making light purchases here. But we could potentially be looking at a 10-4 scoreline here.
And we've got the Toxic screen set up on B for Furia to defend with. I really like that, actually.
They've shifted it over a little bit to the right so that way it fully blocks all the way into mid and leaves the gap along the back wall of B. That's very interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a great spot there. Someone's creeping forward. And Fury don't have to do anything fancy here.
Ooh, Dapper has a great timing right now at B elbow. Dan, he went right by the Trailblazer. Ooh, but he doesn't take it. He falls back. And meanwhile in Halls, big presence being made by Zombs. He gets taken out by the double damage shock dart. Brutal.
And there we go. Some of the numbers whittled away for Sentinels. So there is certainly strength in numbers when you're in a buy that is disadvantageous like this. But Sad has got a good timing. So good lick of damage there onto Sick as well. And has that forward position, just shutting down the choke point. Such a difficult player to deal with in a scenario like this. Oh my god, he's insane, but Sick is just as insane. What a shot. Okay, Sick, we'll try to reset. There's 20 seconds to go. And they're in hot pursuit of Sick here. They really want to take him down.
Oh, dear. Yeah, Sick needs to die. Yeah, they might purposely let him live. Left. You can see they're running away. They want him to save this Marshal. He can't make it to the site.
Oh dear.
Oh no, Dan. This is a disaster, and this is so well played by Furia to make him save this Marshal. He just wants someone to kill him.
And there it was all along the time.
Oh, he doesn't get it, Dano! It's tragic.
It's so funny as well because the call definitely came. QCK looked hungry for that one. It was in hot pursuit, but yeah, great call there to force him to survive. The shame, the embarrassment, but more so the lack of money. I don't know how that works. I thought that had to be a no-scope.
Yeah.
But he somehow scoped in on that one.
Yeah.
I don't understand how that works.
That was crazy.
His reward is to keep the Marshal for another round, so.
Oh my god, another interesting, unique wall here at the B side, but this is an all-out mid-aggression on their bonus, Dan.
Yeah, there's a quick push there, and it makes a lot of sense. They're on these SMGs still, they have saved them from the previous round, so this fight in mid is certainly a good one to take for Furia. And it's a 3v3, and they're still on these Spectres, and now they're starting to find themselves in unfavorable fights, as we can see there in mid. So it gets the upgrade.
Yeah. This is where things get really tricky for Furia because it's such a big map that once you spot one of these two players, you can probably just go to the other site blindly, or you could just go into that player knowing that the second isn't anywhere around him. So Sentinels has a massive advantage in this 3-on-2. It's even more of an advantage than some of the other maps in the pool.
Yeah, I completely agree. And with the Spectres still from the bonus,
caution here.
It's going to be hard to find much. You don't have that one-shot potential of a Vandal, a Sheriff.
Very good timing here from NZR, though. You can see Sentinels is pushed up aggressively. They have no one holding the flank, which is actually where both of these Furia players are coming from.
There is a recon available and 2
Caution
shock darts for NZR.
I think they might be just trying to. I think they're trying to just box them in, Dan. Trying to take these guns out of the Sentinels' hands. They know this is a long game remaining, Dan, and Fury only need 3 more rounds. So doing economic damage is massive, but yeah, Khalil will fall there. 1 more Spectre remains on NZR, and he's not getting lucky either. These players are all exiting Defender spawn.
Yeah, you know, the classic move, okay, we found a safe exit. I believe it was Sick that cleared spawn. I was like, all right, guys, this is absolutely safe. Don't know about anything else, but let's just go to safe territory. And that's 5 to 10. Sentinels pick 1 up. But of course, that was the bonus for Furia. So that was sort of by design.
Yes, and I mean, Furia tried to make that as messy as possible with that mid push. And I think they're going for more of the same. They've done this every big rounds for a pistol, the bonus, and now again on their first gun round with the double elbow at the start of the round. They push aggressively into mid and have very fast retakes because of this.
Oh, some information there for both teams. Sentinels will realize there's likely something going on in mid.
Tapper and Sick lurking their way up A-halls right now, Dan. They're going up to the door. There's no trip, no alarm bot, nothing stopping them.
There's a recon, and that's going to get a tag. Beautiful. QCK picks up 1, and they've got that mid control, so he doesn't have to worry about that. Xan is in the door, or around the door position, keeping it safe. So for right now, Furia in a great position. Dapper trying to find something. You know exactly where he is, surely. QCK, though, can't take him down. He's spraying forward. NZR with the trade. 4 versus 3 in favor still Shazam. He's picked up a Hunter's Fury now.
He has that Hunter's Fury. The Viper Wall still online for Zombs. A very, very aggressive Viper Wall too. And Sentinels has all the control